I'm not sure if we can turn this up, but I can try. I will try just really eat. Okay, thank you. All right, apologies. Not used to just eating a microphone. All right, yeah. Okay, so this is the main space. Dovecot calls this the weaving floor. The other room on this floor that is out that door around the corner, that's called the ladies' baths. That's going to be the next set of tables. And the last set of tables is going to be on this top floor balcony. So tables like 1 to 99 are in here. Tables 100 to 199 are in the ladies' bath, the room around the corner. And tables 200 and up are on the balconies. So when you get your table assignment, that's kind of your short hint for where you're going to be. Bathrooms are, I think, only on this floor, not on the balcony. Apologies about that. The other thing, halfway up the staircase between these two spaces, there's a room called the meeting room. There should now also be a sign that says low sensory room. You can go in there and just chill. We ask that you don't talk and don't bother other people in there, but that's meant to be a space you can just go and chill and get away from everything. Though I'd also recommend just stepping outside is a great way to do the same thing. It's going to be a very long day, so everyone should try and do their best to take care of themselves. I'm going to also start by thanking a bunch of people. Nick, where are you at? Where are you at, Nick? Oh, Nick is out there. Okay, I want everyone to give Nick Odonovo a huge round of applause. Worlds would not be what it is without Nick. Nick has done so much tireless work on the prizing, the scheduling, the ensuring everyone else is getting stuff done. So Nick is the person most responsible for us all being here. I also want to thank John, who has been leading the artist colony, basically just keeping it out of my hair entirely, which has been fantastic. And thanks to John, the artist colony volunteers, and all the artists, that's been an amazing space this year. I want to thank Cato and Juniper, who are leading the stream team, and again, have kept that out of my hair as much as possible, and it's been a great experience so far, and I think everyone's looking forward to it today. I want to thank the over 30 volunteers who are flying from almost as far as everywhere in the world to come here and just volunteer and play no Netrunner at all. I want to thank Dovecot Studios. They've been really good to us, and this space is genuinely amazing. So thank you to Dovecot. And I want to thank all of y'all. Netrunner would not be what it is without every single one of you here working it and making this part of your lives. This is why I don't know, this is such an amazing crowd, and all of you individually are making this community just as amazing and great as it is, so thank you, everyone. All right, so tournament logistics. Every single round today is a 40-minute round. We are having 11 rounds of Swiss today and 3 additional rounds of Swiss tomorrow. We are doing a lunch break after round 4. We're targeting that for around 12:45 today. And we are doing a dinner break after round 8. I don't have the time on that because I didn't write it down. Apologies. I'll announce that later. Let's see. Okay, what else then? Everyone's table has a match slip, and you're going to be handing in that match slip every single round. If we do not get a match slip from your table, we're going to record everyone as having lost. So make sure you hand your match slip to someone in HQ and that they record that you have it. If you're going to drop, make sure that you get that is written on the match slip and communicated to someone in HQ. We don't want to be dealing with drops. We reserve the right to withhold some prizing if you just disappear. Apologies. So if you have any question with the match slip, you need assistance, or when the round is about to end, judges will be coming around to try and ferry match slips as much as possible at the end. But when you have the ability, please hand in your own match slips. Let's see. Other logistical things, apologies. A judge may come up and ask you to take the deck you're not currently playing with for a deck check. They will be checking that it matches what you've submitted and that there are no marked cards, sleeves, or otherwise abnormalities. They will try and return it in a few minutes with no major alterations. This is going to happen throughout the day, and we announced it last night, so hopefully everyone is aware that that's a thing that's going to happen. We will be announcing, or doing our best to announce, at 20 minutes, 10 minutes, and 5 minutes remaining left in the round. I guess anyone have questions? There's some other logistical stuff, but any questions about the tournament itself right now? Yes. So right now, tournament pairings will only be available on the app, but there's going to be, sorry, I should have mentioned this, there's going to be an HQ in this room, an HQ on the balcony, and an HQ in the other room, so you can go to the closest HQ to you to get your pairing and results. There is also on Cobra now a Me profile page that you can refresh, and it will tell you just your table and not load anything else. We think that should be faster than loading all of the tables. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, so the question was, what is the expectation for day 2? So we expect that you need 21 points today to be able to make the top 16 tomorrow. So that will be the cutoff of how many points you need today. So 21 points out of 11 rounds. I'll let you do the math. All right, we're going to do some best practice. Hey, can I get everyone's attention, please? No murmuring, please. This is loud enough. All right. So before every round and after every round, you should count the cards in your deck. It is a game loss if you have the wrong number of cards in your deck. We had someone walk away with 3 of their opponent's agendas yesterday. Let's not have that happen today. So, and then we should do the judge ritual announcement. When you have a question about play, where the bathrooms are, if, I don't know, just about anything, you need to call a judge. What you should do is raise your hand, shout, "Judge!" and leave your hand raised. Thank you, everyone. You're all pros. We, as judges, talked about slow play in our judge meeting today. If you feel your opponent is playing at a pace that does not enable the two of you to finish the game, call a judge for slow play. Please, we want to ensure everyone has a fair and fun day of Netrunner. When time is called, if your game is still going, active player will finish their turn. The other player gets one more turn. This is everything. Hopefully, actually, is this anyone's first tournament? That's amazing. All right. Thank you for making it out. All right. So for those players, when time is called, if your game is still going, whoever turn it was, when time is called, will finish their turn, take whatever clicks they have left. The other player will get one more turn. Time is called when a judge announces it. We're going to be doing our best to sync that 2 o'clock, but if a judge misses it, the judge announcement is the final call. Let's see. So I'm still short about 30 players, but that's going to be our count if people don't, in a few moments. Let's see. Thank you. Yes. So to register, in case you have not, you should go to tournament or I think T or tournaments or tournament. I think all work. T.nullsignal.games. You should see Worlds 2025. I think I said 2022 too many times there. But 2025 World Championship, man, this delay is killing me. You will need to log in via Netrunner DBB, and then log in and select your decks that you're registering for the event with. You'll have another 5 minutes from when I'm done speaking to ensure this happens. If you need fixed seating and you have not talked with Jonold, who is right over there, please make sure you find him or go to HQ, I guess, and we will make sure you have fixed seating for the entire event. I think I'm out of things. Any questions? Yes. Okay, there are some alt arts in the artist colony. Just because you bought an alt art in the artist colony does not necessarily mean it is legal. We could not verify or check all of those. So please, if you're worried, call a judge. Some of the brindle mold alt arts, the Svitogor excavator brindle mold alt arts are known to be not legal for today's event. That's the only one I'm immediately aware of.
Hi, I'm Juniper. I'm helping run the stream. It's a quick note. If you end up on stream, we will need to go through your decks real quick and look at all the alt arts. Just look at them real quick so we can see what they are, so if they show up on stream, the commentators know, oh, that's a fermenter or such. So be ready to do that. If this ends up delaying your game a second, we'll talk about getting an extension. We just need to go through them real quick, just as a warning if you end up on stream. Also, this isn't important, but if you end up on stream, sign the playmat. That's just for me.
All right, with that said, we are trying to do a lot of movement, a lot of rounds today. So please keep an eye on for when we make announcements. We're going to put pairings and try and get people moving between spaces in under 10 minutes between rounds like pairings announced and starting. We are going to pair in 5 minutes. So if you need something, make sure you make your way to an HQ on your floor if you have questions. Thank you, everyone. Good luck and have fun.
Netrunner players, and welcome to the 2025 Netrunner World Championship. My name is Andre.
My name is Cranked.
And thanks so much for tuning in. We are just beginning a super exciting day here at the Dove Caught Studios. Since 1912, this tapestry, what is the word? I practiced this.
Tapestry studio.
We have about 400 Netrunner players here just filing in across multiple rooms. It's such a beautiful place. We're off to begin quite a journey.
Oh, yes. I have no idea what to expect. It should be a very exciting event. Lots of Netrunner players crammed into the studio, and anything could happen. Anything could happen today.
Yes, and to set the stage today, we have 11 rounds. This is a longer tournament. In fact, one of the biggest world championships we've ever had. Here in Edinburgh, about 400 players, I believe, have registered. And we're looking at 11 rounds of single-sided Swiss today. And then there's a graduated cut of 3 more players, or 3 more rounds of single-sided Swiss on Sunday. So today, if you're following, players who have the chance to play tomorrow, they need about 21 points, I believe, is the cutoff.
That is correct. 21 points is the expected cutoff for day 2.
Which is about 7 wins across 11 rounds. And I do not know what to say. Having 400 players go down to a top 16 is probably one of the tightest top 16s we've ever seen in organized Netrunner play.
Easily, since maybe 2018 at Magnum Opus, all the way back when.
Yeah, 3-day events are back. This has been phenomenal. Welcome to Edinburgh. We're just about to start. Jeff has finished off his opening speeches. We have people fighting their tables, and we still don't know exactly what the meta looks like, but I can tell you one thing. I've talked to a lot of people today, and I've talked to a lot of people this whole weekend, and I don't think I felt like more people have said this year that they don't know what they're doing compared to any other year.
Almost to a 1. Every player I've talked to has had some sort of doubt, some sort of just fear about their own decks, what they're going to be bringing. No one seems confident.
No one seems confident.
The meta's a real Wild West. We've only had one major tournament since the 25.10 ban list. There's some expectations for what might be good, but it's unlike last year where there was maybe a couple of consensus best decks in the format, or at least perceived best decks in the format. That does not seem to be the case this year.
Yes, not entirely obvious what we're doing. If we can set the stage a bit for what we expect. So if you're watching at home, firstly, shout outs in the chat. Things we're expecting. LEO is probably, my guess, going to be the most represented corporation. And if you look at it a couple months ago, that was an ID that not a lot of people played confidently. There was some concerns about playing to time. I don't think that's going to be a real problem today, but LEO construction, that HB new agenda from Elevation, or sorry, new identity from Elevation, is going to be doing a lot of work.
And speaking of new identities from Elevation, AUCO, still an ever-present, that egg, uncracked as of yet. While eating a few bans in the form of Sting, the egg is as strong as ever, and I would be very surprised if we didn't see some top players just maintaining their own comfort pick that have been grinding it all season.
Yeah, quarter egg top cut I think is a pretty safe bet. So we'll see. Again, another really interesting thing is a lot of these identities that were really powerful out of the gate when Elevation came out, people have had so much time to learn the play patterns, to figure the stuff out. And so now the way that people are playing against it, it's up to the corporation to push problems that they're not aware of. Because we're used to it now. The Oppo AUCO, the scoring AUCOs, fast events AUCOs, these are now kind of known quantities. I think that's actually a big part today on the corporation side is the unknown, the gotcha deck. I think, are we expecting combo op to be a thing? Because that's the mystery.
I think we will. Combo op made a bit of a splash at EMEA Continentals. It is an extremely linear deck, which is very, very good for a tournament of this length where you really just have to memorize your own combo lines, and there's only really a couple to memorize. Whether or not it can play through hate is a bit of an open question, but I absolutely think we're going to see something unexpected on op.
Yes. I think we already got a repair.
Oh. Reset the clock. Reset the board, everyone.
Roll it back. We hear cheers and groans from outside. But if we get our first repair out on round 1, I think that's a good time to get it
you'd rather have it now than at round 8 or 9.
Yeah.
So, what do you expect on runner side, Andre?
Yeah, runner side, I'm interested if there's some unknown out there. But we've seen a lot of consistent good stuff over the last couple months, if not the whole year. Probably going to be the most represented. I think there's a chance that this tournament might be the first time we see more Moosely Hot players than Sable players.
Agreed. I think Moosely Hot is very much a comfort pick. It's a bit easier to pick up.
I think so.
Than Sable. Sable is can occasionally have some non-intuitive lines, whereas Moosely Hot is very, very standard. You know, take your free Moosely Hot draw most of the time and play your dolls, make your run events, access cards and win, right? It sounds easy. So yeah, Moosely Hot I expect to be the most represented runner, followed maybe by Sable. Personally, I expect Anarch to have quite the showing as well.
Yeah.
Hoshiko has been good for years now, right? I can't remember a time where Hoshiko was bad. And people feel very comfortable on that ID after all these years. But then Shaper as well, I think, will be a factor this year. Shaper
for sure.
recently getting Creative Commission back from the ban list.
Yes, that's a big deal. Creative Commission, I even think we're going to see it in Hoshiko. I actually like that card a heck of a lot.
Yeah, me too.
But there's a lot of Shaper lists, and some of them seem a bit interchangeable. I was playing yesterday the Devadata drones, kind of like Send It Girls decks. Those are a lot of fun. Those can be like a very, I think, a nice way to attack the meta, and it's, I think, a bit simpler to play if there's less moving pieces. Otherwise, we have Lat decks, we have Madani decks. The console choice is actually really interesting on the Shaper side, more than any other faction, kind of by a country mile. It's really interesting to see which one you want to build.
Anacom, Madani, those are usually the big ones. Lilypad as well. Very playable Lilypad. And we haven't even mentioned Magdalene. Magdalene, really strong identity. It'd be really curious to see if anyone brought Magdalene today.
I think we're going to see it. And you know what? The other big thing that this on the runner side I think we need to talk about is Matryoshka.
Yes.
This is the dolls meta. And so for those unfamiliar, this neutral stacking 6 per deck, if you'd like, this is AI Breaker, can break all types of ice. And it turns out this card's actually better than you might have expected.
The numbers are great on Matryoshka.
You don't have to sweat it. 6 deck slots is what you expect for breakers, and you just need 1 breaker. About 13 cards you need to draw, and then you're able to get through at least 1 ice per turn, which for certain decks, that's a real strength.
But Dolls comes with downsides as well. Real downsides. You have ice in the form of things like Simoxamoon that just wall you out if you're on Dolls with no Fractor. You have things like Hammer, which make your life very, very miserable if you happen to only have Dolls up.
It's a problem.
Even something like the humble Virtual Service Agent.
Very good.
Will stick you with a tag just for having the audacity to run through it with breaking it only with Dolls. So there's counterplay to Dolls. Dolls is not necessarily the best thing you want to be doing. So the push and pull of, do I play Dolls? Do I play a quote unquote real breaker suite? It's a very interesting conundrum, both of which have their ups and downs.
I don't know if you saw, for the last couple of days, Jai was walking around with a small whiteboard, and one of the columns was like, is Dolls going to win Worlds? Is Dolls not going to win Worlds? Did you see that poll? And what do you think?
I heard about it, but I did not see it, nor did I make a bet.
Okay. Currently, the bet was swinging a bit towards no. My guess is that a lot of players that have Dolls in their deck want to undersell the sort of threat that they're representing, so they go to the no side. I'll be happy if Dolls doesn't win Worlds. I'll be honest. I like breakers that have more words on them, or they care about the words. But
if you had told me that Matryoshka was going to be like the breaker in a couple of years, I would have told you that you were like off your rocker.
It's wild.
I would not have believed you that Dolls was just going to be the best thing to do as far as your icebreaker solution. So I can't believe we're here, but we are. Welcome to Edinburgh.
Yeah, we're going to see it. The LEO matchup is interesting. You have a lot of things to worry about, and if someone has your number, you're going to be working a fair bit harder than the simplicity of just stacking 6 tall. Man, I was playing SES drone deployment yesterday. Just like the most fun.
Yeah, what a jump scare of an agenda to see. I remember tucking an SDS drone deployment in the bin against a Dolls player and asking it when it accessed it, how badly would you like this?
You can leave it.
How badly do you want 3 points today?
Yeah, if it crumbles, oh boy, does it crumble. Looks like people are filing out again. We're going to be starting round 1 in just a minute. Thanks so much for joining. We're across 3 different floors, which is kind of fascinating.
It is.
Both in terms of, like, it's a really nice space, but in terms of the logistics of it. It's about, I think we're just short of 400 players today.
That sounds about right, yeah.
Incredible. Last year at Worlds in San Francisco, we were maybe 200?
250 something, if memory serves, in the ballpark there.
I'm not sure. This year has been a fantastic year for Netrunner. If you're not following the narrative here, we have a massive rotation. This is the first Netrunner World Championship that's entirely only null single games cards.
Really exciting that we've gotten to this point. It's been a long time coming, and it's great to be here.
It's really accessible. Again, if you are watching and you see people playing with photocopies with black and white colors, proxies are allowed at every and encouraged at every level of play, which is really exciting. This card pool is also the smallest it's been in a really long time, and probably in about a decade. It's only about 550 cards, including runner and corpse side, just about, if I'm not mistaken. So while some people might be moaning the lack of choices, the lack of tech, I do think we're going to see a really colorful field.
Yeah, the interesting thing about a small card pool is, yes, your deck building selection is a bit more, I guess, restrained, you could say, but that makes the play patterns on the table that much more emphasized. The personal play patterns of your own deck, how well you know your own deck, and how well you can get to know your opponent's deck in the moment becomes emphasized.
Looks like we're just about to start. I think we have a table maybe pulling up. We're not 100% sure what we're going to be looking at today, but we do have people down there.
Anything you're hoping to see today, Andre?
Hoping to see today. I really want to see specialists play the decks that they're very good at. There's a couple players you can shout out that they're known to be attached to something. Eden specifically.
Exactly who I was going to call out.
So Sebastian from the Tournament Initiative, or sorry, the Liberation Cycle. That's been very fascinating. Oh, thank you. We have some alt arts to look at. Sebastian has been a bit of an uphill fight, it seems. Thank you. In the last couple months or so, I think the LEO matchups have been a bit challenging. The Epiphany matchup, which we'll come back to that, is interesting. It can be a bit polarizing, but I think Seb is probably favored in that matchup. I don't have too many reps.
I would agree. I think the Leo matchup is very fascinating, and I could think about that for hours.
Yeah.
It feels to me, having played it a few times, that Seb basically gets about maybe 6 to 7 turns to do whatever he wants to do, and then the Leo squeeze starts to come online. And your accesses become much more fewer and far between, and you really start to see the downsides of a card like Audrey, right in the moment. But the push-pull between Leo throwing away its own ice and then you trying to use crew to blow it up proactively is really interesting, and I love watching it. It's one of my favorite matchups in the game at the moment. But Epiphany, I regret not talking about Epiphany a few minutes ago. Can we talk about Epiphany?
Epiphany is interesting, and I'm honestly don't believe that the consensus of players know what Epiphany can do or what Epiphany should even look like, which I don't mean to be, I say that with all love. We had the Showdown just a couple weeks ago. It was a massive online tournament, about 200 players, and Epiphany was like by far the deck to look at. While it wasn't well represented, there was a huge conversion rate. We saw Epiphany decks with like a 70% win rate, which was still really, really quite high for the field. And we saw players who were like Epiphany specialists at this point. While Warlock, I think, just picked up the deck for the event. I want to shout out, I played against Minstrel yesterday. Was playing Epiphany, figured out what 5 cards to cut, scoring out aggressively from the top of the deck. Right? You don't touch the Hollowman, it's Stoke. Next turn, it's a Stoke. Like, that deck, the problem that we saw over the last couple of weeks is that deck is struggling to close games out. And specifically talking to Minstrel said, like, knowing what I know now, playing the tournament that I did really well in a couple weeks ago, there were lines I missed. There's ways that I can go from 4 points to 7 in a turn in a way that's not incredibly interactive, as long as you can see it.
And we're seeing a lot of cards that went very underappreciated see life in Epiphany. Things like Freedom of Information, cards like Stoke the Embers, even just the Epiphany ID. I think a lot of people, myself included, wrote off Epiphany a bit when it came out. Well, this is just weird, bad NEH.
Well, we had NEH back then.
Right, we had NEH, so it's like, why would I roll the dice in the top 3 cards of my deck when I could just have I could have the card on the table. But Epiphany finding its footing these days.
Yes. And I'm excited to see if we see it, because I do think people are trying to struggle right now to figure out if they want to be teching for LEO, if they want to be teching for that sort of Glacier, RH, Restoring Humanity Glacier. I think Jinteki Glacier is a real thing today as well, or putting those slots into dealing with horizontal assets. And I do believe a couple weeks ago, the asset tech was removed, and Epiphany kind of went unchallenged.
Yeah, folks cut their Azimuths, they cut even their no free lunches, their Hannahs, and they regretted it immediately when the yellow bird hit the table.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see that. I believe we're just about to start. Again, these are 40-minute rounds. Today is single-sided Swiss. So 11 rounds today. We are going to have a couple breaks throughout the day, but if you're just ready to watch a huge weekend of Netrunner. I don't know, in the next room. Production, can they hear Jeff's speech right now? We have a time.
We're underway.
Now.
We're underway. Here we go.
We should be underway in just a moment. The energy in this room is phenomenal. 400 about players from all over the world. Europe shows up when there's a Worlds.
I love it. I love it. As somebody who flew across an ocean, yourself included, yes, I love seeing so many. The electricity, I could feel it when folks started flowing in to the main room here.
People are nervous. Again, people are not confident today, which is such a strange thing to say.
I think it'll be interesting seeing how the confidence levels ebb and flow across the days as we start to see what decks perform well under pressure and what decks maybe crumble a bit.
Yeah. Round 1. I believe we're off. We should be able to jump straight to our table. Welcome to round 1 at Netrunner World Championship 2025 in Edinburgh. On the left, we have Ashley playing glue, and our game is underway. On the right side, that is Cephalopod Wizard, one of our head rules folks at No Signal Games, playing Op. So we might see something as soon as combo Op, as soon as game 1.
Yes, absolutely. Op, really, the cool thing about Op is until they start showing you cards, you have no idea what it could be. Op can contain multitudes of strategies, and you really need to start accessing cards before you have really any shot of figuring out what they're doing.
Looks like we're installing. I think that might have been a Kimberlite Field.
It looked like it may have been a Kimberlite Field. Now that would be an interesting inclusion from Cephalopod Wizard.
Seth has been playing. So yesterday we played against Seth's team, and Seth specifically went out of the way to play cards that people didn't know the rules text. So we might see some readers here. Other side of the table, Ashley ripping 6 through with the Gachapon. So one of these cards will be installed if it's a virtual or program. So Botchless is a really good install, especially because we're doing this on the end of the corpse turn. So Botchless with 2 counters will challenge almost every ice you're expecting here in the op deck, barring Envelopment, which is not incredibly popular. We'll see if it's a Fly Swatter. That's a nice purge. Looks like we're going to be throwing Cookbook back in here and a Pinhole, and then we're going to remove from game a couple events.
Op usually quite hostile to what Lou wants to be doing. Its propensity for trashing its own cards does not make it a very good home for things like Botulus and other Trojans that Lou tends to rely on. Lou tends to run fairly lean as far as breakers, usually just Botulus, Audrey, maybe a Rising Tide for the aforementioned Samaximoon.
Yeah, hosting stuff is difficult. Op does want to move stuff around. If you're not familiar with that boat, it has a lot of text on it. The short and the long is, once per turn when you trash something that's rezzed, you can go get something from your deck that costs 1 less. There's a popular Magic the Gathering card that you can insert here, but this is going down, not up, and yet that's somehow still the most fascinating corporation you can play in a standard format.
I think it's one of the most fun things you can do in
God,
that
it's fun.
Op is so fun to play, to think about, but be warned, I hope you like shuffling.
Second counter there is going to be on start of turn, so your remote server, my guess here, we're going to find out very quickly, but it would look like it's, it is an
Envelopment.
So that's the perfect res there. It has 5 subroutines, 4 of them ending the run. The last one does trash the ice, so it looks like Ashley's just going to have to bounce off of that. That's a really hard thing to deal with early. Does have a shelf life, though. Every turn loses one of its subroutines, as much as Op doesn't mind when where a piece of ice.
Certainly, yeah. Turning your Envelopment into something like a Winchester's, that's a great deal.
Yeah. So Antil is kind of your read here. That's the economy asset. New cards from Elevation. Very, very powerful. That's 5 credits and 2 card draw. Sealskin draws in. We have more setup. Now, we have a lot of these cards that might be a bit too slow for the matchup. Buffer Drive, Ashen Epilogue.
I believe we saw Chisel at the end of Ashley's hand as well.
I'm assuming we'll see Devil Charms and other ways to destroy ice. Second Gachapon. Diving deep into the machine, Paladin Puemo. She comes out for free. See what we shuffle back there.
Yeah, losing the Lago is interesting here.
Yeah. Nuka, installing a gaining 1. Love that interaction. Really cute.
Yeah.
Companion synergy, especially if you don't pay money for your Paladin Puemo. Now, still not closer to challenging the deck, but while this Gachapon, it does see a lot of cards. It does put stuff on the table. It does thin your deck if you want to consider that pseudo card draw. It's a really nice setup to get to by, I think, turn 2 probably on the runner side.
Now, Lou, at the end of the day, is an engine deck. Really needs to kind of get the party started with something like, Buffer Drive's a good thing to find early. Usually a one-of in these decks. And pretty critical with a card like Audrey. There's a Virus.
We're just purging here. That should purge the Botchless. We need to remember that. There you go. Counter's coming off. And this is being done probably at the end of the runner's turn to go get a 2-coster. So we'll see if it's just the Regolith, empty Regolith. We do have some economy issues, and Regolith Mining License, Gateway Classic, gonna hit the table there. We'll see how many credits Seth takes off of this. Specifically, if you empty it as well, it does trash itself, so you can get a 1-coster from your deck. Whether that's a simple Tithe or a Malapert Data Vault, you have a lot of options here.
Humanoid Resource is also a popular option these days as well.
Very cool.
If you're
Very
flash
powerful
for it.
card. Yeah, we'll see how we use this Buffer Drive. We don't really have any way to fire it. We don't have Audrey, we don't have the Lagu, so I don't love paying 3 credits when it doesn't actually push you forward in a game state that you need to contest with. So we need to see how much value you can extract from this in the next couple turns. Sethbot just took the money, took 9 credits. We're going to pass back Cascadia. 2025, the boat says. Quite nice. Drawn up hand, doesn't do much. A bit of multi-axis. We do finally have the Lagu for some basically free card draw with Buffer, as long as cards are going into remote servers.
Winning in hand as well. That's going to be your late game card.
Reddit. Have the Lagu stack. Stacking those 2 together, they do work really well together if you're worried about losing cards.
It's like a drug.
Yeah. So still 3 subroutines, 2 of them ending the run, which means next turn Ashley can charge that remote server. We will force the envelopment to be trashed, which maybe that's okay. Take 3, take 3. We're gonna get a 1-coster out of our deck here. We'll see if it's a humanoid. It's not super safe. But I'm not 100% sure what you're getting here with the size. A Tithe or a Malapert, or if it is the humanoid.
Tithe.
The hands, they come protecting HQ. We do need to watch out, of course. It's been a couple turns. Cephalopod hasn't scored out just yet. And the remote server doesn't look like a scoring server, so you might want to hunker down and protect HQ for the next couple turns until you can stabilize. But we'll see how our runner here does put the pressure on.
Yeah, it's curious to see Ob choosing to protect HQ. Could be a tell here. Ob has a tendency to thin out its own deck just by virtue of tutoring so frequently.
Yeah,
often R&D is the server to heavily defend.
And there's a lag trigger when a card's installed in a remote server. It's very easy as a corporation to forget this, but in theory, this is something that interrupts your actions. We trashed on the top, I think it was a Paladin on the bottom, and drew into, it looks like a Fermenter, I might be mistaken. So still here, no way to crack the server. I guess you can just run. You can just run and let it trash. Force the op here, see whatever 4-coster ends the run. My guess is Tree Line is the only thing you're expecting to stop the run on 4. I don't think you're worried about Stavka with no programs. Shylender's not real.
Winchester not going to do anything on the remote server.
20's coming down, so now we're not going to use the Paladin Puemo credits to install that because we want to keep those credits to charge the twinning. Oh,
hold on.
Super and rewind. Draw first, get some options. That's good if you want to play a economy card. Are we only down to 3 credits here?
Paladin money going to be doing a bit of carrying here, especially if there's a fermenter on the way. The Devil shall appear.
So you gain a credit, gain a twinning charge. This is what the KQ engines do. I think it's a console on Anarch we're going to be seeing the most today, is my guess.
I would agree.
It's sometimes hard to rely, and we saw that with viruses, with a deck that's probably running multiple viruses there. But Spin Doctor, at the end of the runner's turn, to get some options, we're shuffling back immediately. Looks like it was a virus and I think a Sure Gamble that was played on turn.
Yeah, hedge fund.
Oh, hedge fund, excuse me, yeah.
Keiko is especially critical for Lou as well. Lou really MU hungry, having to play things like Audrey, Botchelai typically sitting on the board for a while. And then as well, we've seen Chisel in Ashley's hand, which if played the honest way, also sits there on the board and takes up MU.
I'd be surprised to see the honest way, but yeah.
I would too.
Yeah, in this format though, we just don't have a genuine virus console, which usually in standard there's some console that like has the word virus written on it.
Shout out to Nobkiri.
Shout out to Nobkiri. Remote server, interrupt there, Botcheless now on the bottom of the deck. We're going to be drawing our next card for free. Looks like it's a cookbook. That is Lou's thing. Install. Again, those are click checkers. Those are not advancement counters. That's just Seth's way of telling you what's happened this turn. We've made a clown car.
We do have a clown car.
I do not know what to expect that is in the car of clowns.
You called out Malapert, certainly popular in Obdex, even just as a target at the 1 cost slot.
Tukana.
Hollowman. Tukana is a great shout as well.
Yakov has shown up in standard group somewhat consistently.
Yes, yeah, just as a money engine.
Yep.
Books are cooked.
And start cooking now. The viruses are twice as powerful. Going to get the credit, get the 20 counter. I think we missed 2 20 counters so far. Oof. You definitely want your multi-access.
Seth gave him 1, I think, but I don't know where it happened to go to.
Yeah, we might have lost it at this point, but we should be 2 counters in.
Ooh, a virus.
Charging for Purge, so it looks like the development is going to stop here. This will be done on approach. You can only res cards on approach, so we're going to be purging. So now this Botcheless is down to 0 counters, so that's single end the run on the development. It's shelf life. It ends next turn.
And Cephalopod's going to end up with an extra, I would assume, a piece of ice out of the deal.
Yeah.
But could also threaten something like Hollowman if he wants to be cheeky.
Go for the Fly Swatter, get the double purge action.
Insult to injury.
Yeah. Looks like there is
Yakov.
Feet are up on a table. You know it's a Wayland card, so Cephal's just reading the text here. Whatever card's trashed, you're going to get 2 credits. And it's if the runner does it or if the corp does it. So it's just going to be free money, especially if you expect your envelopment to go. If you want to trash a virus to purge.
Yeah, I hear Lou likes trashing cards.
Yeah,
as well.
Lou likes it. Now, it's only this server. It's not protecting the whole board, but it's an interesting economy piece that always feels kind of bad to challenge on the runner side. Ashley, down to 5 credits, but Paladin keeping him afloat. The pressure on the twinning, I think we are lacking the counters, but I wonder how much fear there is of face checking into a Stavka. You lose your 2 viruses, but it's not that bad.
No,
right
not that bad on this board state.
Especially with simul-chips, right? There we go. Paladin again, we charged it, trashing the Botcheless to recycle the Botcheless.
Yeah, or flicker the Botcheless gets you in.
And now with 2 counters, we can make sure the envelopment stays alive, which sometimes you do want to do.
Ooh, Zato City Grid.
Oh no, so unfortunately the paid abilities were kind of rushed through there. Seth has the option to do this at instant speed on approach. So in theory, we haven't broken anything yet. We just kind of did it a bit too fast.
Yeah, Zato gives the ice an on-encounter ability to trash it to resolve the subroutine, which is also going to deal with the
Now, I don't know what this does for you, because you don't have a server. The question is whether there's a click left. But unless you can now get ice on the server or empty it,
all done.
In theory,
I think that may have been last click. That's what it does for you.
Yeah. That's actually a really weird timing window, right? Because if the runner does the simul-chip first, you respond with the Zato. So if they do it on encounter, you can't do this. You have to be very clear, but it's an IZF. Sato getting trashed, going to get 2 credits, going to do 2 meat damage, going to get a 2-coster. Very weird timing on that run. I think both players had to be very clear what they were doing, because there was a way that actually worked out for the runner. Kessleroid?
Kessleroid, oh man.
Chisel-proof.
Chisel-proof. And the best part is I don't think Seth knows that Chisel's sitting in Ashley's hand at the moment.
No idea. I would not expect it. There's usually a bit of ice destruction, whether it's crew or chisel, but yeah, that's just going to go good enough here. We're going to take 2 cards. There's
There's
chisel.
one.
And a steel skin.
Seth got to be pretty chuffed seeing that Chisel hit the bin. Ah, nice try.
Drawing up. We're going to bottom as well. That steel skin will be coming back later. I don't expect any shuffle effects. Maybe one more Gachapon.
Yeah, that would be the most likely, I would think.
But now Seth is not putting off any pressure here, so Ashley does have some time to rebuild. And the remote board state, if we can find a Fractor, not honestly that great. Maybe there's a one of Rising Tide, just so we have a maximum plan. Race off the top. We have Nuka. Only legal target there you really want to do.
Yeah, not really keen to install over your own Keiko. Pinhole back to the bottom off buffer drive.
So Nuka has a fair bit of card draw. You see the splash in basically every faction. Another Chisel in hand, another Ashen in hand.
I will draw, click 2.
Cookbook, not a great draw here as a unique card.
It's a hit point. Audrey food.
Speaking of food, Gourmand is here.
Ooh, that's Lou's best friend these days.
Yeah,
The
speaking of
little
Lou,
chef
he hasn't
that
fired. I
could.
totally forgot we're playing a Lou deck here. We need
Yeah.
to touch cards. We need to trash cards.
Yeah, Lou needs to get in. Not charging R&D could come back to bite Ashley, but we'll see. So far, hasn't been too bad.
Actually realizing I haven't put my twinning counters on. I think we're at least 2 short.
Okay.
Oh, Seth.
Seth.
Technically, you're meant to call a judge here, but that's
Yes.
very kind. Devil Charm, that'll be the 3rd counter coming in. Or it looks like we'll just do the 2nd on the rewind. But now we have a bit of pressure here. So Devil Charm you're expecting. This card on its own, it could be a value piece, reducing the strength of ice. The bigger thing here, though, is with Chisel, you can blow up stuff at instant speed. There's almost no ice. In fact, this deck will have the 1 ice at 7 strength you might expect from Standard.
Yes, Stavka.
Stavka, tier, you might see play.
Hey, you never know.
But 7 strength Stavka is the only thing you can deal with. Oh no, with Cookbook you're still fine, right?
Cookbook, you're fine. I guess triple advanced Pharaohs then.
Yeah, I guess so.
Seth's now starting to threaten out of that remote with the 1 advanced card.
I'm convinced that's a Kimberlite field. Which, say that goes through, what do you shoot? Are you shooting the twinning or are you shooting console?
You can shoot anything with Kimberlite field,
It
correct?
has to be less cost or equal than what you've trashed.
Well, right now that's
There's
a
not a lot of
bit
options.
awkward
Yeah.
here. Honestly, Devil Charm I think should be a consideration.
That's interesting. We're going to be seeing a lot of cards in R&D there. Chisel's coming down, should have a virus counter. Now there's no ice they can keep out here besides exactly another Kessleroid. Seth is thinking about it.
It is Stavka.
Okay. So we got the counter there. So you can make this 2 strength, you can make this 7 strength. The cool thing about making 7 strength, even if you trash the tithe, you can go get a spin doctor, like
Right.
you can have some flexibility there. But I don't think you're too upset if here a Devil Charm is spent on a 2 strength stuff.
I think you're very, very keen on that.
Yeah. So we're considering this. We have no simul chip, we have no access to recursion, but this is currently a 1 strength Stavka. For Chisel to do its work, the ice has to be 0. So we are Devil Charming it. Very good trade actually for Seth.
Yeah.
Now access is here, we can see up to 3 cards.
When I do Chisel, do I actually pay for it?
I think we're trying to figure out whether we paid for the Chisel or not.
Pay for it.
We'll pay 2.
Okay. And that was 1 on twinning. Try stop, mate. I'll just do.
Okay, we're at 4 twinning counters.
Doing it for me.
I just lost my stuff.
Looks like 4 from where I'm sitting, so
Yeah.
more than likely going to be seeing 3 cards here off the top.
3 cards.
Most you can see. Off the top,
I
Vanguard.
will 1,
Ooh,
2,
Skunk Works.
3, trash that.
So Lou's going to be firing here. We're going to get a card and a credit. We're going to be seeing Deeper. Trashing on top of R&D, never my favorite, but you can see Deeper later. That's another Yakov.
Left and stay.
One more card here is a
Hammer.
Hammer.
Yeah, I think that one's got to go. Hammer's pretty ugly for a lot of these Lou lists.
Is that a hammer and anvil?
Oh, is it? You're right. It might be an anvil.
Yeah, very
You're right, it is
similar.
an
I think
anvil.
it's an anvil. Very cool card.
I haven't seen that one in a while.
Yeah, really annoying and op. It's a grinder on both sides of the table. One of
Yes.
them pushes backwards, the other just pushes you out. So no hits there. Again, R&D is soft, and the more op removes cards from the deck, those cards have to be non-engended. So the density of R&D just gets worse and worse as the game accelerates. But Ashley here is thinking.
Deep in the tank here.
Twinning still having the charge. Top 2 of R&D are known. Sorry, top 1 of R&D is known. We're just going back, seeing 2 new cards.
One stays.
Yakov.
2 steals.
That's an
SDS.
SDS.
That's my fermenter for that.
Fermenter getting removed.
I steal.
Second one.
Gracious
Ooh,
right.
that one we can't touch.
I wonder.
And what's really cool here is that if you score the Kimberlite, you can go get an op card, which means you can shuffle your
Shuffle.
deck.
Yeah, you shuffle that away.
And you know the top of the deck has to be the SDS, which stays. Paladin should get a credit here, but we're just going to be scoring out.
It is Kimberlite Field.
Yes. It's 4-2. We're going to be trashing a card to be trashing a card. And again, knowing the SDS is on top of the deck, you have some issues here. Oh, Kessler, the only way you can trash it, really.
And ending up +2 off of the Yakov. Suddenly, Cephalopod, not much of a board state anymore.
No.
There
sliding
goes
back into
Paladin.
the-
Interesting choice to go get Paladin rather than Cookbook.
Yeah, saying that the money is the problem here.
Yeah.
Eco doesn't matter. We're just going to get a tithe on R&D and go for the shuffle here. So technically, you can still run in there. The thing is, how do you charge the twinning? How do you see multiple cards? How do you steal the SDSs? Which, now that you see Kimberlite, you're pretty sure that there's 3 SDSs in the deck. It looks like we're on some rig shooting with Zapto.
Yes. Now, I believe Ashley's already down at least 1 simul chip, right?
I believe one was used
Okay.
to do the double botulism.
Cephalopod's got to be thrilled with every simul chip that hits the bin.
Now, you do have to remember, you can always, at instant speed, pop the buffer drive to put a card on top of your deck.
Oh,
if
yes.
you want to get the recursion angle. A lot of
Absolutely.
people miss that angle. It's a really cool angle.
And 3.
Okay, there's a Fencer Fueno. That's going to be good for getting the twinning charged again eventually.
Yeah, you're going to need to hit the board here. We're down to 8 credits. Whether you can now, with no breakers, just charge the Yakov and say, what are you going to do, spend money to keep me out?
3 strike fund.
Strike fund.
3 credits.
Dropping the Fueno as well, gaining 3 credits from the strike fund. Not able to charge the twinning and gamble. Now we're up to a healthy, probably around 12 credits, 11 credits.
Mandatory draw.
Still not a lot of pressure. We know Ashley's hand. There is no way in there to get into remote servers, to get into central servers. We have an Audrey, but that Audrey needs counters. It'll come with 1.
Chisel.
Likely not good enough against a single ice either. We've already seen cards like Envelopment.
You see that that's very interesting. Ashley hit a chisel off of the Lagu, and instead of immediately buffer driving to the bottom, you want to consider it, because sometimes it's best to have the chisel in your
Yes,
bin.
yeah, sometimes for simul chip, exactly.
It's often to be like auto resolve on JNet, just bottom everything. But
Right.
actually, you want to consider that sometimes. Some things are better in your bin. Seth going for install advance behind a single ice again. Unless you're worried about slash and burn or seamless launch, this could be the game-winning agenda.
Flower has been planted.
1 counter, feed me Seymour.
So Gorman's for next leg.
Romand as well.
We're on a good hedge against an SDS as well.
Yep.
I'm gonna run.
We're going R&D here. It's
Do you
just
break
for
the tithe?
Single.
I'm gonna.
Again, the damage here is just a bit of tempo. You can't get cards on the bottom of your deck, but we're going to let it fire.
Yeah,
It's going to be a
especially-
credit and a net damage.
With the buffer drive on the board, it's essentially just like if you had pumped Audrey, so not a big deal to take a net damage here, I don't think.
Worst hit here is probably the Nuka. That shouldn't matter, I don't think.
Yeah.
We're bottoming it. That's exactly where you want it in theory.
I'll see just 1.
Single axis here. Gourmand might push us forward. It's a spin doctor. You can trash it for credits, which is great.
2 credits.
This will give you Audrey your second counter, so you should be in a good spot to charge remote. And it charges the twinning.
Yeah, that was a really good hit to see something with a trash cost.
Yeah, real proper trash cost.
Cookbook.
I think he missed the twinning.
May have missed the twinning though. Seth pointing to it. Oh, good guy, Cephalopod Wizard.
Audrey as well.
Okay, we got our counters there.
A lot of moving pieces in these Lou decks, so I don't blame our players
Yeah.
for missing a few triggers.
No, round 1, oh my god.
Yeah, the
Yesterday,
nerves.
I'm knocking my deck over on my hand. It's a hard fix.
Charlotte Slim.
Actually, I think saying that this seems like a slim chance here, but the remote charge, and besides development, you're getting through most things. Audrey's cards for strength, fires counters for 2.
Correct. Cards for 3 strength, virus counters for 2 subroutines. Correct.
Yeah. So we actually can charge development and force it down to the worst.
That with the second counter, yes.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Mistakes happening.
Mistakes happen, we're running it, and it is development. We have enough counters to ruin this. And you can't get border control in the format. There's no way to keep it out unless there's a 4-cost asset or upgrade. But we should be stealing the agenda here.
Pump. Pump.
Double pump.
Break the.
Break 4 of those, the power
Got the
counters.
trash ice or trash subroutine fire.
Now we can go get a 4-coster, gain 2 credits off Yakov, but I don't think there's a way to keep you out of the server at this point.
Trigger. Yeah.
Unless you have exactly something in the remote server you can install that costs 4, and I can't think of something in the format.
Okay, we're gonna go get the anvil.
I believe we're going to be on game point for both players. Anvil on R&D, but an advanced card in the remote server we're about to touch, and we're going to be able to get more Audrey counters. This is a really good run.
I will.
That spin dart at the top was huge.
Huge.
Trash it.
We're going to trash that one first.
And then I'll see the card.
see a Kimberlite.
There's
There's
another
another Kimberlite
Gonna
field.
take that. So we're now 5-4. This twinning is getting more and more frightening.
Yeah.
Stream.
Gonna make sure, yeah, those are visible.
Your go.
Now Cephalopod's been reduced to no scoring server. While the credits are okay,
Nice, huge mistake.
Audrey should have a counter. I think that's actually a really big counter for Ashley to remember
Huge
here.
miss.
Because that is exactly what you need to pressure a remote server. One counter is all you need to charge a Sandstone, a Kessleroid, any of the size that you're expecting, especially with 2 envelopments gone.
Now I should point out, Ashley's sitting on only 7 credits, 3 cards in hand. Should Ashley be worried about measured response at this
I don't
point?
know.
Oh, I got
We've seen a
one
fair
on
few
that one,
cards.
sorry. Yeah.
Oh, good. We got the counter.
Okay.
I will upgrade HQ.
Upgrade HQ.
Cool.
Be Yakov.
I think there was one card that was seen. Yakov was known to be in hand and was drawn.
Direct, yeah.
Ah,
That's the read here. And with only one card in hand, Seth, if you're holding an agenda there,
2, 3.
you think
Pinhole.
empties? Pinhole also very good if you want to get those Audrey counters. Ashley now in a good spot here. All you need to do is figure out how to charge your twinning. Hopefully once a turn. We know 2 paladins are out, or more accurately, one's on the bottom of the deck, one's trashed. Answer final, if you want a pinhole here, you can charge.
Pinhole threading.
Here he is.
We're gonna go for it. We'll see if you res this. You might as well.
Hollow Man.
Oh,
Hollow Man.
that's important.
At this point, I think you missed
Yes,
it.
Trying to figure out if you got the Fueno credit. You did, actually. That
You
is a new
also-
credit.
You trashed my Yakov last.
Yeah, I did. So I would have used
Yeah.
it. So yeah, I used it right. So 1, 2.
So 1 and 2, we're trashing that.
Get
Charging
the
cascade of triggers
charging-
here.
counter,
Winning
get my
here.
loot counter, get my loot draw.
Yeah. The twinning counter is the most important one here, unfortunately. Do we get it?
Audrey.
And the Audrey.
There's really nothing on R&D that's going to stop you. Anvil does not end the run.
Nope. Just gotta send something off the ship.
For the Fenko counter.
Now that being said, everything on Ashley's board is playing a role here. It's hard to say what would be the thing to throw away. Normally I'd say the Fencer Fueno, but you really need that at this point to continue charging your twinning.
I think these are the cookbook. You have another
Cookbook,
one, right?
yeah, Cookbook is probably the best hit here. Maybe the Lago.
Oh yeah, the logo out there, yeah. I don't care about buffer drive, do you? I don't like that guy.
Well, if you don't think the game's going to go that much longer, you can throw away Buffer Drive.
Got the silent chip down, so now we have access to a lot of different things. Chisels, botuluses, you can even refresh the Audrey and it'll come in with 1 counter for the cookbook, so you're actually safe to purge against certain knives.
Right. Frankly, blowing up the anvil with a copy of Chisel sounds like a great move to me.
Seth is thinking here, definitely feeling a bit cornered. Losing the Holloman is really important. But the big thing here, unless you're playing Greenmail, which I'm kind of doubting, you need to score 2 agendas. If you do set up a safe spin doctor, sometimes you have access to the slash and burn angle, but I'm guessing the Kimberlite field is taking that sort of slot that slash and burn might have in these sort of lists.
Agreed. Yeah, there's only so much room for 4-2s.
So we'll see how we get out of this. A nice Zato could be a hard challenge, but Simultrip does usually beat that. Ashley thinking here. Again, I don't think he needs to exert that much pressure. While HQ is probably where you want to be running, as the agendas have nowhere to go if Seth draws them. You can just kind of set up for suffocation.
We don't have a great look at Cephalopod's hand
No.
either to see if anything's loaded.
Now holding cards close to his chest.
15 minutes left in the round.
15 in the round, just been called out by the judge. You can
15 minutes
basically
left in
mostly
the
see it
round.
behind Ashley
15
on the camera.
minutes left in the
Otter
round.
is back in the party.
I don't know if we are on our second cycle of the deck here, or whether there's a third paladin, but that means the cards that are drawn here, you should have perfect information, but it seems like there's a lot of cards left.
There are a lot of cards left. Well, there's not been that much going into the remote, and many times Cephalopod is playing around Lago by bulk installing his cards in a remote server. You can only trigger once.
We do have the Gachapon down, we'll probably crack it at the end of Seth's turn here. We'll see what we're doing.
Anvil?
Extracting the anvil, getting rid of it, getting 6 credits and looking for a 3-coster here.
I will search R&D.
I'm not sure what you're super excited about. Like, if you have a tech card, like a Mavirus.
A virus, okay. That's a good one.
Nice.
Ashley gives that a nice. You can play around this, though. You have to be very careful with the timing, though, because Simulchip, with your cookbook, you're in a good spot. Now, Purge at immediate speed to get a 2-coster. If there's another Hollowman in the deck, you do have to play around that.
My Lego.
Final Lago, bottom, a Charm. That should be the final Charm.
See what went to hand? Oh, it looks like Botulus, okay.
The Botchus, yeah.
Cool.
Second upgrade here, so worst case. Sato into... I don't honestly know. Yakov is still unaccounted for?
Absolutely. We did see a Manigram Skunkworks earlier, though it did hit the bin. I
think it hit
don't
the bin,
believe
yeah.
it has been shuffled in, and I'd be surprised if there's influence for 2 copies.
Okay. One Paladin, one
Turn triggers are going through here. Ashley can probably charge the
potential on
server.
Pico.
Unless it's Hollow Man into a 5-3, Seth is probably not winning off this turn. We also still have a very soft R&D and a lot of twinning counters, so you have a lot of ways to attack here. I'm very interested to see where Ashley wants to put the pressure. Cards in hand, a lot of cheap programs. The Gachapon was not fired. You can also use that in response, right? If Mavars purges, you just top rope for Botulus.
Right.
Especially if you're on the deck stack angle, which I'm not sure if we are.
Go in, click
It's
one.
the remote.
Confident chop.
I'm going to.
For the stream players who chop, the best. Obvious what's going on.
A Maskarovka.
Maskarovka
Also, I'm going to trash
and an immediate purge.
Purge virus counters.
Yes.
So that's going to get rid of the virus counters as much as we can bring them back. This barrier saw no play until, let me tell you, Elevation. Now it's one of the best barriers in the entire format.
100% agreed. And I think it's interesting that Seth is choosing to go get Descent and putting it on R&D. Do you think that's a tell that the remote is empty of agendas?
I think this is garbage. I think this is Yakov into something else. And it's not garbage because you still need to trash things and do Audrey. But we're going to Audrey Flicker. So Simulchip or Simulchip, you need to put it back. You need to trash a card and you can return the card because we haven't trashed a thing. We're going to perfectly break through this.
I will
So
put this at the bottom using the push for drive because I have to use it for the first one.
over to the bottom.
The second card you installed first, unless you want to reserve it.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
That's the game.
Game. I don't think I actually realized. Oh shit. Okay, I can relax.
Well played to both players. That
Well
was a cool one.
played. Yeah,
Love seeing a
very
card like
cool.
Kimberlite Field on stream. You don't see that one very often.
Yeah, as soon as you see the cards like that, you know like you're playing in maybe uncharted territories, and you start to get a bit more worried. But round 1 on camera, that is a way to start your day for sure if you want some confidence.
Also, if there's a determination.
Well played to both players.
We have 10 more rounds of this today.
I know.
This
it's
is
a
so
long
exciting.
day. This is really, really going to be exciting. And you can see a bit behind you. There's like a mezzanine layer, a balcony layer at the top too. There's a secondary room. There's about 400 players here.
And there's a
So-
whole other room around the corner
Yes.
that we can't get on camera.
No, we can't get that one on camera, but we're going to have a huge day in Netrunner here. Thanks so much for watching. Again, this is just round 1. This is the 2025 World Championship in Edinburgh, put together by Null Signal Games. My name is Andre, hailing from the Metropole Grid.
My name is Cranked, hailing from Madison, Wisconsin.
And we got a lot more Netrunner for you today. We're going to be throwing it to a break. We should be back in about 10 minutes. At that point, too, we'll be able to like dissect a bit of the standings, but more accurately also what sort of factions and what the field looks like today, because we don't honestly know quite yet. But with that, don't go anywhere. We'll be back. You're watching the Netrunner 2025 World Championship.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good night, Netrunner players. We are back here in Edinburgh, Scotland for the 2025 Netrunner World Championships. My name is still Cranked.
My name is Andre.
And we're about to start round 2 here any minute, but we have our answer as far as what are the most represented IDs, what IDs are popular today. As expected, on Corp's side, the number 1 represented ID, LEO Construction. HB is back. Baby.
By a fair margin. It is what you're expecting all your matchups to be today. No, I'm kidding. It's about 70 players. That's still the highest margin by a fair bit.
HB the most, I believe the most represented faction as well, though not by much, about 36% of the field, almost 37.
Things have changed.
Representing HB. Yeah, Elevation, when the Elevation came out, people thought HB was dead.
Yeah. And, like, okay, there's still issues. The agenda swing's kind of weird. But, like, yeah, we're seeing a fair bit of LEO. I think that's actually almost entirely LEO at this point. PD's not doing too bad. And I think we're actually expecting a bit more core damage PD, some combo PD decks. I don't know if we're expecting that sort of, like, you know, welcome to System Gateway 2021 World Championship, Rotom Appliance Classic PD. He's not playing it today, I don't think. But we're seeing a bit more of this combo stuff. I want to shout out Seb K, who just arrived today, taking a major Continentals, also on PD. And I'm expecting that to be the same sort of core damage PD, but we might find out throughout this day.
In second place, we have Ayuko, the big egg, the big scary egg, representing about 17% of the field. But then a bit of a surprise in third place, Jinteki Restoring Humanity.
Yes, and there's a lot of really strong players who are on this sort of RH Glacier deck. This is something that you might have known of the last couple of weeks. Restoring Humanity from System Gateway, you can play that 44 card minimum deck and only play 18 agenda points. And that ID ability is actually quietly really good. A lot of your ice is relatively expensive. And then it's up to you to figure out, are you playing only 6 agendas and having that really big Glacier option? Are you playing 4 2s and maybe even a 5-2 and trying to push a bit more aggressively? Where do you line up? And how does that matchup go against some of the criminals who are preparing for Glacier? It's going to be very fascinating to see this. I like this deck a lot.
And then heading over to runner's side, again, as expected, Criminal in top place with close to 50% of the field.
Half the field, yes.
Sable, the Yusha Sable Satashta, the most popular runner in the field, followed closely by Mostly Hot. Any thoughts on our new Criminal friends?
That's been the narrative for the last couple of weeks, if not last couple of months, is that Sable is like the #1 runner, but then Mostly Hot, being less represented, is doing better on paper. And I think we're going to see the same thing today. A lot of people I've talked to, if you're playing against LEO, you sometimes can't run all the time, and Sable's ability of being attached to successful runs sometimes feels worse compared to Mostly Hot, whose ability, while runs can be interacted with positively and negatively with LEO's ability, at least you get that sort of ID ability or ID value almost regardless of who you're playing against.
And then following up after our Criminals, we have Hoshiko in third place.
That's how it be. It's always going to be like that.
Good old Hoshiko.
Yeah.
Nothing beats that. And then a couple of Shapers. We got Lat and Magdalene Kino Chematai.
Yeah, it's cool. We also have a bunch of identities that, of course, have like 1 to 3 players in it. That's just how it's going to be. But those are the majority. And again, Criminal is the expectation here. And then we have a quarter Anarch and a quarter Shaper. I don't know. I think the RH is the one most surprising thing. And I think some of the players that maybe you were wondering what they're going to play. So, you know, we check this out. For round 1, we didn't get to see gameplay because we have 5 players cashing in a buy. But I believe like Soccer, for instance, playing RH Glacier. I know a bunch of folks, at least from my testing team, are playing some RH Glacier stuff too. It's a list we're going to see. I'm excited to see it on camera.
As you mentioned, RH, a lot of different builds. It's kind of hard to suss out what you might be up against. You mentioned a 5-2, spoilers. Even a 3-1 Regenesis plays really, really nicely in RH. RH can occasionally run into some problems scoring, especially if you're on the only 6 agenda suite. So having that 3-1 to sort of cheat out 3 extra points can be pretty critical. Looks like round 2 is being paired and starting right away. So we'll be cutting over to our table in no time at all.
Now, I can't tell too much because I'm stuck in this room, but after this round, I know we're going to be out, we're going to be walking about, so we'll have some in-field reporting. But I've heard from players that the dolls counts on the tables, kind of anecdotally, is high. And obviously 6 is already high for a certain deck, but it looks like dolls are being played. And so again, we'll see the decks that capitalize on that well. Maybe you have the Samasamoons in your RH deck, you already have that built-in sort of tech. Maybe that's enough. Maybe that pushes you in the right direction. But Anoetic Voids, that stuff works.
Yeah, dolls has a really hard time running multiple times in one turn, especially just early in the game when you don't have the engine set up. Usually takes until the late game when you have 4, maybe even 5 dolls, and that often isn't enough.
Yeah.
So.
Looks like round 2, we're just about to begin. We're going to do a real quick check on some of these alt arts. This looks good to me.
Ooh.
Perfect. Thank you.
That person has some good taste.
Yeah, really good taste there. Yeah, if you're watching again, it's very important to understand that alternate arts are available. You can play with basically, as long as it's standard legal, or sorry, tournament legal. So you might see a lot of alt arts that go back to FFG days. Actually, no, that's not true. Usually you won't see that. But NSG arts, a lot of arts from the community. There's a lot of different things you can see here. So we're going to try and do our best on the table. If you see a card, you don't know the card, we'll try and tell you what it is. We should know.
Alternatively, ask in chat. I'm sure all the friendly chatters, shout outs to chat in both Twitch and YouTube, and on the internet there, will be happy to tell you what cards might be on the table.
And we're just about to dive into round 2. And this is an important round. Again, round 1, we had 5 players with a bye. You do, at the end of today, we're going to be playing 11 rounds of single-sided Swiss. And then we have 3 more rounds to take it up to 14 tomorrow. Now, to be invited back to tomorrow, technically, you should be about 21 points. If you're not at the 21 points, if you haven't won 7 games today, you're not really competitive to the point that you should be playing tomorrow, or it makes sense if you want to make top 16 specifically. You can always just play if you want to. It's fun. It's Netrunner. That being said, tomorrow, there's a lot of nice stuff, side events, a lot of ways to get cool prize support tickets to take to the prize wall, which is a new thing this year. So we're gonna have a lot of people just playing for fun.
Yeah, absolutely. We have people playing for fun, not in COS yesterday. I know Oxu was saying that he was just drafting all day.
Yeah. Toronto's running a draft, so anybody not at COS, at least there's 8 players there playing this. I think it was up to Quorum, I've been told. So some old cards, specifically if you haven't been playing for that long. Trying to see some of the old FFG stuff is really fun. It looks like round 2, we're just about to begin. We might be throwing to the table here, so let's see what we have for us. On the left, that's Augie, Augustus Caesar. You get that, hello, my name is Tiebreaker, signed playmat. We're going to see some RH Glacier against Bridgman. Whoa, this is a round 2.
This is a banger matchup. Oh, I'm so excited.
2 of the strongest European players. Augie on the left, RH Glacier again. We're guessing it's a 44-card deck, and so our ability, if there's a face-down card in Archives, we're going to get a credit. Love to see it. A lot of the stronger players, they are going to ice up Archives relatively soon. Some of the interesting cards, we don't have subliminal messaging anymore, but if you throw out a petty cache, don't play it. Like, it just chills in there, and if they run it, then you just play the petty cache. So that is another line, another play pattern. On the right, sorry?
Go ahead.
Bridgman. This is Finn. You might know it. He appears on a card that actually Urban Renewal is no longer in the format, so maybe you don't know, but such a consistent player. 5 years in a row hitting the top 16 at Worlds. And while he has officially retired, in quotes, from competitive play, he's still showing up and doing really well at things, which is both frustrating, but also just a treat to watch him play, because he is a very interesting and a very, he builds up very cool decks that are very Bridgman.
One of the most innovative deck builders probably in the history of the game, I would say.
Multi-card combo shaper, that is one of his favorite things. My expectation is it's going to be a lat deck, maybe with Knick-Knack, maybe with some of these reusable breakers that have charges, and we'll see how he's going to push forward. See exactly when you get the Oiler down at the right time, when you get the Gauss down at the right time. That is the most important thing in the matchup.
And it looks like he is playing shaper. Here is Lat, the ethical freelancer, the menace of last year's Worlds, coming back to haunt yet another World Championships. Looks like both players doing a mulligan. And we are off to the races, Augustus Caesar, with the mandatory draw.
I think there's a chance we won't see the timer behind it. There is a chance that this table... Oh, no, we have a timer at the bottom of the screen, but this table might be on a slightly different timer. We're going to open it with a hedge fund. We're going to be icing HQ. We'll see if we get the face down to Archives. Hansei's a good opening. And some of the face checks can get really bad as soon as turn 1. Things like Cloud Eater, in theory. If you're on 10 credits, that's a real big res. But it looks like we're just going to get 1 piece of ice down, stay at 9, no RH ability. Lat, drawing 3 cards up with a Diesel-like. That's Ritual. You see the hand here?
Spec work.
Nothing super surprising.
We see a coalesce. Nope, that's looks like Echelon on the left side of the hand there.
Yeah, Fermenter,
Fermenter.
Slow economy. So we can dump here. We can do DZ, MZ, get down the Fermenter, get the Creative Commission. That's probably like the value line. Again, it's lat, so cards in hand is really important. A lot of these players are going to basically play their entire turn matching hand size to the corporation. Can't tell Augustus how many cards that he has in hand. So it looks like we're just drawing up again. We probably are on...
Oh, we're getting the lat die
nice.
out.
5.
Oh, shout out to Augie.
So we're going to go down, DZ, and there you go. Throwing out the Azuma, not going for the Creative Commission instead, and getting the lat draw, drawing into a simul chip. So nothing too spicy so far.
No, as expected.
Yeah.
As expected.
Augie. There's the Hansei review. So we'll see now. This is a 6-credit econ card, and there's the ice on Archives. Now, the face checks can be kind of bad, right? Like, Saisentan's always the nightmare here. But even things like a Vampira Nasa, or Teeny, those are things that you don't love to run in.
Boto, even. That's 2 net damage.
We'll see how Bridgman charges this. This matchup is going to be a bit tactical. It might be a bit slower. if it's only 6 agendas, right, the single accesses are not super strong. And for what it's worth in modern meta, Shaper is maybe the deck that is the least obvious what their win condition is in terms of just seeing more cards.
We did see a cataloger in Bridgman's original opener prior to the
Oh, did we?
mulligan. Yes,
Okay.
yeah, prior to
Super
mulligan
important.
we saw a cataloger. So that's a pretty good win condition.
4 cards in the match. That's a full art self-modifying code.
Gorgeous.
We're just going to go ahead and spec work it. So we're going to be drawing, I believe, 3 cards, gaining 2 credits. So just pushing yourself forward. 2-card combo, giving you a bit of efficiency. This does eat the DZ-MZ trigger, which is a bit ugly, but with this hand, there's not a lot of card draw I think we have access to.
2 cards.
1-2. We're going to be have a lot in cards in hand. Direct access.
Was that a direct
Yes.
access? That's a concession more than likely for Leo, the Leo matchup, right?
Elio, Epiphany, it beats.
Epiphany, sure,
Ayuko,
yeah.
it beats sometimes. Very interesting
Yeah,
card.
it's really good against Anemone, I suppose.
Yeah. I shout out. I played Bangoon yesterday. The amount of times I got direct access was frustrating. But for one influence, this is a card that, when the meta is, this much LEO, it makes a fair bit of sense as long as you can set it up with the pinholes, right?
Totally.
You need to get the upgrade, then you go for the
Yes,
access.
you have to get Mersha out of there first, but that's neither here nor there. Back over to Augie, setting up a remote server.
No advance on this card, so you're not worried about the early Charlotte.
You have.
Not sure exactly what could this be. Maybe humanoid for setup.
No, I practice with these. It's going to be very difficult.
And it looks like we're just going to continue on with the fermenter charging up here. 6 credits. We won't crack this too soon. You also need to be a bit careful face checking into things like the purge on the fly swatter.
Yes.
As Shaper players are concerned about that. While we have access to simul chips to reinstall, we'll see how that simul chip gets used. It's one of the most important, I think, cards in the matchup if you are dealing with some of the bigger ice, right? Like the turns that you get your Oiler down and you break a Vampire Nasa for 2 versus breaking a Vampire Nasa for 6 is such a difference maker.
Propeller going into hand.
On the
And
table as well.
and onto the board.
DZMZ getting that down for free. Again, we have 4 counters on this, so the early Samasamuns, the early Botu, we're not going to be spending that many credits to get through. Spending influence is also very fascinating in this deck, right? Like, we've seen a lot of Jinteki Glacier that spends influence on Brawn, and I've seen some players move off of that, and they're still playing, they're now playing Botus in that slot, and then spending influence on big, even Code Gates are really good right now. And they're on Code Gates. MIC shows up.
Yes.
Sometimes Sentries you can splash too, as much as people are expecting them. R&D for a single off the top of the deck, our first access. We're not going to see it on camera, but it looks like we're considering a trash cost. Just 2. That's a Charlotte. Very important economy piece on top of La Costa. Considering SMC, we are at 4 of 5 MU, and we're going to get the lat draw. Always want to check if that's a spin doctor in the remote server.
Rigging up going to hand off of the lat draw for Bridgman.
Yeah, we haven't seen a console yet. What do you expect?
Here's humanoid resources.
Oh, sick. That's tempo. Countdown here. Gain 4, draw 3, install 2, and if we have that operation, that's where this card becomes really quite good. So we'll see here. These are unknown cards. You do pay for these installs, but this card is sneaking into more and more lists, and Restoring Humanity does have that operation economy. There's the Hansei review. Technically a 5 credit card because we have the face down. But look at that money, look at that board state.
The money piles up. You said it earlier. Sneakily strong identity ability on Restoring Humanity. And here is the proof in the pudding.
Missing the first turn. Up on a very healthy 24 credits. No ice res yet, and that ice generally costs somewhere between, I would say, 3 to 6 credits. Maybe a Tattoo Bola sneaks in there. Bridgman's hand drawing up no Knick-Knack Engine, no console. So might not be the best. We have rigging ups, we have spec works. I don't know if another SMC is going to enter the bin just to get some more value here, but 4 cards in hand is something we can definitely work towards to get that lat draw.
Do you have an overclock in hand for the self-modifying code?
What do you think their mode is? Another humanoid? Like, the unadvanced card doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
La Costa, maybe?
Yeah, just chilling?
Yeah, just hanging out. It's usually not trashed. Folks tend to let that one stick.
Yeah, I think
especially with Bridgman only on $8.
Yeah, it's a super important card to deal with. We'll also see how long we're going for single R&D. We'll see how long that Fermenter goes for, because as long as Augustus has a card on top of La Costa, you're allowed to purge.
Yes.
Maybe you're happy that there's a fly swatter somewhere, but we're going to go for that old school sure gamble, a simul chips. We're going to get the lat draw there. Up, drawing the 3rd overclock, 2nd overclock. Augustus needs to consider here, mandatory draw. R&D is still open, but do you go for the purge? Knocking out 10 credits seems like a lot, but it's not, like, the economy's still okay on Bridgman's side.
Right. Sure Gable did a lot of work on that turn.
And the burst money in hand there with the overclocks. We might see enough events here that this is an Onicom list, like direct access overclock kind of pushes me in that direction. I do think Bridgman likes the 1 per turn triggers. It's a very satisfying goal in any turn.
It's always good to give yourself little mini games to play
it's
during your turn. Lat gives you one
fun.
every turn.
Yeah. Well, looks like Augustus taking a swig of water. That Arasana shirt is sick. Wonder if that's what he's playing on the other side, but Needs to set up here again. We have about 30 minutes left. This is a single-sided round, so this is the only game that matters this round. Thinking about this, again, Augustus has a lot of experience playing Jinteki Glacier, classically played Ag Infusion Glacier a fair bit. We do see the hand a bit. That's a Proprietary Negation on the right side. And a Fuji in hand, so we do have points for sure. I can't tell if there's also a send a message in there, but Proprietary Negation, definitely strong card, and we're going to be pushing for install advance with a third ice, saying, what are you going to do? Going to get the RH credit here with 2 Simulchips, an SMC, and an Overclock. The question is if that's an Anoetic Void.
Yeah, more than likely not the Lacosta grid.
Yep.
With the single advancement. No reason to do so unless it could be unless we're pushing out a 5-3.
Or we're bluffing.
Yeah.
Now, no pinhole threading in hand. If there's a pinhole, I think you have an easy line here. Open R&D, you can pinhole down the upgrade, you can charge remote server with Overclock. You have the ways to get in. The problem is that direct access is doing nothing. If you wanted a 1 influence card in this hand, that's not the one you're going for. Pretty useless in the matchup. Sometimes you just want to get that, I don't know, card cycling while running if you have an Onicom down. Bridgman thinking here again, Sisyphus on top of a Lacosta is pivotal. Proprietary Negation is obviously very important, but we're going to start click 1 with 5 Iris counters. That'll be 10 credits.
So much money.
Yes, a lot of money. We'll see if we're charging here again. Anoetic cards in hand really matter, especially in a way that also challenges Lat. But we're going to start here. That's 5 credits for the run. Full art. Scott Aminga doesn't miss.
Probably one of my favorite alt arts in the game on Overclock.
Very good. First ice, Sai Santan,
Ooh.
Sentry. Those subroutines are impactful. Now, if you let that fire, you can't just lose the game. So SMC, we'll see what the breaker solution is here. Echelon is 2 strength. That is good enough for this run. But if you're going for a Revolver and you're expecting to run back with an upgrade, so it's Echelon, going to be only for 4 credits because of the DZ, and then you break for 3 more.
I'm going to break for 1, 2, 3.
There you go.
Continue.
13 left in the tank. Deeper we go. So with the SMCs, there it is.
No step on snack. That's Cloud Eater.
Cloud Eater, massive, and this has text. So at the end of this encounter, once you pass the ice, you have to do one of these subroutines functionally. These are awful to break with Echelon right now. Echelon's 2 strength. I think you have to boost twice. That's 6 credits.
$6 sounds right to me.
It's bad. Now you can just go ahead and start to fill your board up, grab some of your other breakers with your Simulchip. That can save you credits not only in the long run but also in the short run.
Now Cloud Eater also heavily suggesting that there could be a cheeky little Sisyphus protocol in this deck.
Very common inclusion, and Cloud Eater is not being broken well by anything in the meta besides Revolver. Fizerum and Tangler.
Yeah,
really
Tangler
nice.
does a great job.
But this text is going to be active for this run. So the tags, we can just take the tags. The question is, do you have to play around Mindscaping? It's always this question mark. Jinteki tags are so strange because either they don't matter at all or they matter so much. And clearing 4 tags, you can't do that.
You can't do it. There's never time. Even with the amount of money that Bridgeman has, there's just not the time, and generally it's not worth it. Notably,
too, this card is unique. It's still if one gets res, the second gets trashed, or the other way around. But it's still something you have to respect because it's not uncommon. This is one of the better sentries in these Jinteki lists. I don't think we see that much Empiricist.
Bridgman deep in the tank on the snake.
This is hard again.
This is a really weird position to be in.
Super expensive break. You also can't choose to end the run on this, so it's not like you can't fire. Actually, I think the text may be on Cloud Eater. Doesn't care about passing, but just when the counter ends. So no matter what, bad thing happened. Yeah, when the counter ends. Thank you, Kato. Bad subroutines. Now, can you let this fire? 3 net damage, you will survive that. Give the runner 2 tags, you survive that. Trash installed runner card. I don't know what's the worst damage here, actually. You might just be it might be a lot cheaper just to let that fire.
Yeah, I would guess Simulchip is maybe the best hit here.
Yeah, I could see it. Very powerful card in the matchup. We so far have seen, Propeller, but we have seen regular, conventional breakers. So it's not like we have to do Revolver forever, but Unity.
Fires.
I don't know. I think we just let this fire. It's
Looks
way
like
too
it.
expensive.
Yeah.
4 cards in hand.
You trash 1.
Send it. You would love to hit the direct access. Big snake.
Oh, we're doing the trash first.
Yeah. Deciding
It
that
is
there's
Simulchip.
the Simulchip.
Take 2.
That's getting ruined. There's 1 card you're going to keep here. We have to do these all at once, but it shouldn't matter in this matchup too much. And we are losing direct access. Losing an Overclock as well is really important. I don't remember the last card in hand is, but the Overclock is probably one of the better cards you want to keep in that hand. And we're just going to pile the tags on. All 4 tags means 1 Mindscape and game over. Deeper we go. Anemone is game, but we are risking it.
Hafrun.
A sign of an awkward start, but that's saying you can't use the Propeller. You could flicker it with the Simulchip, but we're 2 Simulchips down this early. And we still have to deal with the Anoetic Void. We're going to go for it, saying that upgrade's not real. Simulchip or SMC.
Yeah,
No.
this also works. Go get your decoder.
Yeah, Afrun is both a barrier and a decoder, and when you res, if you discard a card, You can point at a card and say you can't use it to, I think, break subroutines is the text.
That sounds correct, yes.
Yeah. So we're going to go grab here. I'm assuming it's a Unity. Coming in for 5 credits, and it's going to break, I believe, for 2. This makes the Echelon now also 3 strength, which is nice.
Adrian Sace.
This is such an important side game.
This is so cool.
Okay, Adrian Sace has a lot of text. I know most of it sometimes. The short and the longest, you're going to play a side game, and you want to win it. If you don't win it, Adrian goes down. If you do win it, you get the agenda Adrian lives.
Yes, you're either accessing the agenda, or ostensibly the agenda,
Yeah.
or Adrian, but never both.
Yeah, roll the die. Always bid 0. I'm kidding, but like roll the die.
What do you, if you're Bridgman, what do you bid here?
Yeah. Oh, we're thinking through here. He wants to match this. Not very common. We only have 5 credits. Again, you're paying with your credit, so this does matter. This has an impact on the economy of the game.
No, I'm thinking.
I don't know. Yeah, it's random here. I think the credit totals are healthy enough that it's just, can you get in your opponent's head? But 2 out of 3 times, it's just the Adrian who leaves.
Now, Augie's on $7 or $5?
Can't tell. I think
Okay.
it's about 7. I think it's 7.
Okay. So
Money
yeah,
was pretty good after all those reses.
fairly irrelevant. Ooh.
Okay, you got it. And we're going to touch a proprio negation. 2 points.
Huge.
The amount of resources expended for that run. And still, we are 1 mindscaping away of 3 damage. Cards in hand on both sides has shrunk. I think it's like 2 to 1. But Bridgman still has a full turn left over. The overclock will hit the bin, but that's click 1 and 4.
Draw a card.
What a run.
There's a stone ship, too, to continue reloading
Yeah.
if you're Bridgman.
Thinking here again. With 5 credits, you could consider pressuring Archives as long as you have enough credits to break a Seisenton, but getting RH flipped here when RH is on low credits is like a very good angle. There you go. We're
Yeah.
checking Archives here. Give me a Konjin into the snake. It looks like no res. Cards are throwing a Sam.
Sam? Hello?
Throwing in a hammer.
Boto?
We're getting a Boto. We're at threat 5 here, so Boto is 6 strength. But that was discarded, it looks like, willingly with that Frun.
And we get the lat draw?
And we get the Latcher.
What a turn for Bridgman. 4 tags, who cares?
So this means we're playing more than 6 agendas.
Certainly.
So now single access is like just finding the cataloger is probably going to end the game for Bridgman here. Again, I don't think the standings on the board reflected. I'm assuming both these players are undefeated at this point. But this is a really, really powerful round 2 matching. You see the hands there. 5 points at a minimum?
Yeah,
We're gonna
Augie,
get flooded. Fuji,
Augie looking
Sam.
deeply flooded.
I wonder if there's a read here if you don't ice up R&D. It means either you don't have ice, you can't afford ice, or your hand is kind of agenda goofed.
Right.
Whether that makes Bridgman want to run HQ here, we'll find out. It is very expensive. Botu, at least it's not that expensive. It's 3 credits, but your propeller goes.
Yeah, three counters off of propeller is the important part, especially with 2 simulchip already in the bin.
Now, I do not know Augustus enough whether this body language is looking like an uphill fight. There's the Anacom, so the console we might have expected. You technically can rigging up the console, and it will fire because it sees the resolution of rigging
Yes,
up.
yes.
Very cool. There you go.
Here we go. Speaking of the devil, and he shall appear.
So we're going to get that free card draw again. This is really nice, too, if you want to just take some tempo damage and refill your hand.
Cup.
Oh,
Cup is terrifying.
Ah. I don't know if Bridgman has enough clicks here to cup R&D, then end the game HQ, but when the cup hits the table, Augustus needs to get those agendas out of hand.
Draw, get the lat draw.
We're drawing up. 5 in hand. Not going to get the lat draw, but again, those are tags. You can survive 1 mindscaping, not 2, but...
I think he can survive 2. Lat draw.
Oh,
up
yeah,
to
you can.
6.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, just have,
So you
have
need,
that many
I
cards.
think
Actually,
Augie would need
we have like
exactly,
7 cards.
Yeah, exactly the triple.
Yep.
No, triple doesn't do it. Or triple does, do it,
9,
excuse me. Yeah, 9. I can count,
You're
I
cooked,
swear.
You're cooked. Yeah. Augie thinking here again. This remote server, you have an agenda. Are you comfortable jamming? You're almost there, right? Like, that's a good server. We have Anoetic in hand, too, but that's harder to fire the worse the hand is. I think that's a void. Credit, discard to hand size is really nice. It's like clicking for credit, but you get that credit over the long term. And so we'll see here, the remote server can just be an Anoetic. We could just cup R&D, send it HQ, and say, I think you have points at this point because
Right.
your early game looks a bit ugly, and that could close the game out. But we'll see if Bridgman wants to just continue to set up.
Now,
Again.
is there a world that Bridgman thinks that
20
tucking the Sam into
minutes
archives
left
is a
in the
play for a
round.
future Regenesis?
20 minutes
I don't know. I don't think you can be on Regenesis if you're on Proprio. I think
You
you
don't
just
think so?
way too many agendas.
Okay.
My guess is you're on mostly 5-3s, and then you have like 1 Proprio,
Right.
or like maybe 2 or 3 Proprio.
Sure.
It's really tricky. I don't know, this deck, if it's not that slow moving, if it is slow moving, maybe you can place fewer agendas, smaller agendas, excuse me.
Your stone ship.
Just cracking that, click to draw 2. gamble, an easy way to fire the Unicom this turn if you want.
Loads of money in the hand now.
Yeah, creative as well, mind you. Welcome back to the meta. Doing a lot to boost Shaper, as much as only 25% of this meta today. Richmond thinking here again, those tags are just going to stick. And while Shaper doesn't have that many resources that are super integral, it doesn't look like it's an environmental testing deck. Maybe there's a telework or two. Dr. Nuka's nice. Single off the top, not getting the cup down. That's going to return there. Now the cup comes down for free. Definitely not a great spot. And creative commission to end the turn. 4 credits and a card draw off the Onicom.
And I have to pitch a card, and that's going to be...
Don't have to discard, but we should get lat draw. No, we did empty, right? No, we should get lat draw here, shouldn't we? Maybe not.
I think he took lat draw.
Yeah, maybe he did. Install, double advance again. Anoetic is underneath there, so we do have a window here. I think there's another agenda in hand.
I agree.
The question is if the read here, we've seen 2 agendas on the top, I want to say about 20 cards. Maybe you expect there to be one more. I think you would. So whether the cup is just to get a card you don't like off of R&D and then you send essentials into HQ. Well, let's talk about running this server, right? Like, I don't know how you deal with the Cloud Eater.
I don't think you do.
I don't know if you can let it fire because then you... That's the weird thing about having the Afrun behind the Cloud Eater is if you target the Fractor, they break it with the Code Gate Breaker.
Right. Yeah, I don't think you can let the Cloud Eater fire. The trash a card subroutine is really the one you're fearing here if you're Bridgman.
Drawn up. Some no-nonsense Shaper stuff. You want to install that Cupulation. Again, you have that Coalescence. Comes in plus 3 credits. Now you can spec work that or do all the other sort of tricks Shaper loves. Again, a lot of their economy is kind of program-based moderately. But I haven't seen a knickknack yet. But Creative Commission, we're just setting up saying, hey, you can score the first one out. And if that's just a Fuji, you don't mind. And send a message also on this board state. Not a lot going on.
Nice outside archives, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, Pinhole, huge drop.
Yeah, Pinhole's good.
Now still, there seems like there's 2 targets in the remote server that you care about Pinhole. One of them could be Lacosta, but I think we know it's an Anoetic from the top-down camera.
Pinhole also a really nice way to load up this Cupulation.
Double advance or triple advance. A Sisyphus. Not amazing. Petty cash. Good. Now you do get plus 2 credits, but you do remove that from the bin face down, so it does cost you credit. I think we're going to be discarding at the end of turn, so maybe that's okay. And there's a send a message. 3 points there for Gus's clawing back. And the only ice we can res is on archives. Just a bit of Vampy. Pretty good into Unity. If best case you're breaking it for 5, maybe you let some subs fire. And we're sliding that over saying, hey, there's something in HQ, or I want you to think there's something in HQ. We know it's the former. Bridgman looking focused like normal. R&D still wide open, but we're going to start with the Pinhole here. Whether we're going to go for HQ and then throw the Adrian back at the HQ that he was protecting is rude. Onicom draws a card. I believe we drew Fermenter here.
Bridgman threw almost his deck's looking awful thin.
Been drawn a lot. Onicom does do that. No Nuka so far, but now we're going 3 credits. 3 counters.
Do we know if Augie's only down to 1?
I think it's down to 1 unless he threw the Fuji out. But this is, I think, a 60% chance to seal the game. 1 credit to throw the Cupulation. This is 3 cards Axis tier. This is massive. And we've been seeing a couple cards drawn.
There it is.
Good game. I don't know if there's more in there. We have a Botu, the Henoetic, Charlotte.
There were 2. Okay, so odds were very much in Bridgman's favor.
Well played. That one big run on the remote server is so expensive, and that side game decided so much there.
It was. The whole game came down to that side game, I think, off of Adrian's face.
Betting 0 on both sides of the table. Bridgman one massive run, but definitely taking it there. After round 2, again, that's an opponent. Either side of the table, you know that's it's going to be a hard-fought victory, but well played to both players. This is by no means the end of Augusta Caesar's run. There's a whole day today, and if there's a player expecting the top cut, I'm rooting as well for Augie. Well played to both players.
RH doing RH things, though.
I'm glad we saw it. Again,
yeah.
I think we'll see more of it, and I think there's slightly different brews. I think that Cloud Eater is alive and well. That's something that a lot of people are going to struggle with today. That's a massive sentry.
Nothing in the game breaks it.
No, well, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's big. Turns out it's big. And the text is incredibly awkward because there's a lot of times no good choice, and you're going to have to deal with that. Let alone sometimes, twice with Sisyphus Protocol, which is really fun. That's round 2. Again, we have so many more rounds today. We'll be jumping to a break. We'll be back in about, I think, 15 to 10 minutes. We have 9 more rounds of Netrunner today and even more tomorrow, of course, before the top cut. We're going to be throwing to some other nice folks who are going to be
Yeah.
taking our place at this table. My name is Andre.
My name's been Cranked.
And thanks so much for watching. Again, do you want to spam some hype in chat? But we'll be back in about 15 minutes. We got a bunch more rounds ahead of us. You're watching the Netrunner World's 2025 Championship here in Edinburgh. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to Netrunner World 2025 in Edinburgh. My name is Baran Wu. I am here with the H-Man, Eric Hayden.
Eric Hayden. Hi, how you doing, everybody? Welcome back. Round 3 is about to be started. It's paired, and we're awaiting to find out what players are going to be selected to play on stream for you.
Yeah, we've had some fun games so far. I think we saw some ob with playing Kimberlite Field, which is
right.
A bit of a favorite of mine as a thing, and a pretty high-profile match round 2.
That's right.
Augustus Caesar versus Bridgman, two very prominent players in the scene, which went to Bridgman in the end on a lat deck.
It did after a very long and critical run into an Adrian Seiss side game that ended up going in his favor, which was very, very impressive. Play on both sides and a lot of restraint, and you could see the skill and the practice that goes into being able to play at that level.
Absolutely,
so
and we saw a big snake rest on stream already.
We saw Cloud Eater, so stream complete. We might not do any more games after that because we've hit our high point. No, we are really looking forward to finding out who the next players are.
Yeah. What's your immediate kind of guess for what's going to win Worlds this year, Eric? What do you think?
So I called shots earlier last week on my podcast, and I said I thought it was going to be a Seb.
Okay.
And I'm trying to remember what corp I thought it was going to be. Maybe a Glacier RH or something like that.
Okay, interesting. My feeling is that Leo is very, very good right now.
Yeah.
I also think that Leo unfortunately stuffs Seb a little bit. So as much as I think Seb is very, very strong, I've gone for the slightly more boring Hashiko as my pick for what's probably going to win.
Yeah, I do remember. I actually said I thought it was going to be an ob that I don't know what it is yet, and I thought SDS was going to win Worlds because it was going to blow up some dolls.
I mean, there's definitely something pretty strong there. SDS is a pretty big threat, and I mean, dolls is something which is seemingly pretty huge. I think we were all expecting this going into Worlds. The AI breaker, which hosts a bunch of other of itself.
Right, we're saying dolls. It's Matryoshka's the card for anyone who's not familiar.
Absolutely.
With the kind of the lingo, lingua franca. I shouldn't use terms that I'm not. Anyway, the terms of the players. There we go. Matryoshka's on stream.
Yeah.
On stream. One card that you can include 6 of in your deck, which is very, very odd for a Netrunner.
Yeah, I mean we've seen this in the past. You might be familiar with cards like Out of the Ashes and a favorite of mine, Spy Cams. I think this is probably a little bit before your.
No, I was playing during. I wasn't playing competitively during that time, but yep.
But yeah, Spy Cams Haley was an old favorite of mine, getting to install an actual bunch of them for free and then using tech traders to pop them off. But we should probably talk about current cards.
If you're just tuning in and you are playing, coming from that time frame, this is the NSG time frame. FFG has stopped producing the game, and Null Signal Games, as represented here on my T-shirt, is producing the game and doing a fantastic job. All of the FFG cards have now rotated out of the cycle. The game is entirely NSG run and produced. And we had an announcement yesterday about a new set coming out in Q1 of 2026.
Yeah, which is super exciting. We all want new cards. New cards are exciting. I'm often just as excited as cards rotating out, and I don't actually think there's going to be a rotation this time because the card pool is so small, and I guess they're just kind of building it back up.
How do you feel about the meta right now?
It's interesting. It's like because the card pool's the smallest it's ever been. Then I'm kind of there's less unused cards, which is my usual stuff. I think we're going to throw to the table now, I believe, so we can see who we're going to. Oh, we've got Leah or Core Gang on the left here, playing some MBN. Looks like
Praz.
Is it Pravdivos? It could be Pra. We'll
find out.
We'll have to find out on that one. It could be a Pravdivos ID there. And then Dungeon Mixter on the right. Veishi playing as Hashiko there.
Hashiko. And we see a red level clearance to start the game.
Okay, so maybe this is actually a PD deck.
It is an HV.
Okay, right. It's now an HV deck. So
it's a precision
design. Fantastic. Okay.
Wow, an asset style. We're installing 3 cards. So do you expect this kind of play out of PD?
Not usually, but maybe this is kind of a fully operational deck. That's a card which I would expect to see if we see any HB deck go wide. There's some pretty powerful cards, like Scatterfield is a very good ice if you're kind of going wide with any HB. Here we're seeing a clean getaway running in, seeing a nano management on the top there. So we've definitely got some fast advance going on.
Right. We have seen a score 7 points in 1 turn PD deck out there. I believe Gentuno, but I'm not quite sure who the deck creator was. So that'll be an interesting thing to see.
We also see a Powers of B, which again suggests kind of a little bit of combo here. Definitely a deck that's wanting to score. We've seen Nano Management, which is usually used for fast advancing agendas. Powers of B, which triggers when you score agendas. And obviously PD also triggers when you score agendas.
We've seen some interesting influence on Dungeon Mixer's side. We saw a Clean Getaway, which I think are 3 influence, and then a Creative Commission there out of Hoshiko.
Okay, yeah, I mean, this is... I think Clean Getaway has seen a lot more play in Hoshiko. It seems like a good way of spending influence. And Creative Commission, having just been unbanned, let's put it in, because if it was good enough to ban, it's probably pretty hot. Yeah, over here on the PD side, we see an Auto Campaign res. Not a card that we see a huge amount of, but one which will drip for a bit of credits and also allow some fast advance options, because if this ticks right down, this is going to gain some extra clicks.
I have only seen Auto Campaign played out of Luxury Poetry at like right now as sort of a they're going to get back and back onto the table and installed, and you have to come and keep trashing them. Otherwise, I will score agendas. And it seems like maybe something like that's about to happen. The auto is getting iced, which is a good thing to protect us. Otherwise, it will get trashed before it goes off, because it is 1 credit to trash.
I think it's 2 credits to trash.
Okay.
What we're almost... I would put a lot of money on the fact that somewhere in this deck there's going to be 3 copies of Wage Workers, because that's something which is going to allow some really bonkers combo turns alongside cards like Auto Management and Nano Management.
That's right. We have a Keiko coming down as a console on the Hoshiko side, and that is going to provide a lot of economy over the course of the game. A lot of companions, I assume, will be in the deck, or at least some, who will give some drip economy from that.
Absolutely, it's you can get a lot of money out of Keiko. It's basically 2 credits a turn as soon as you get a companion down. We've seen a Botulus there installed on the Ice Protect in the Auto Campaign. Probably should have a counter on it, but hopefully that's caught before too long.
That's right, and and the players are catching that right now. We did see a cohort guidance program out of PD. Again, more influence. 2 or 3?
2 influence cohort, and another card which is all about tempo cohort. It's a tempo card. It's also a win condition, all in one kind of juicy little package, allowing often to sort of never advance out cards or just generate a ton of tempo.
Still trashing this.
Okay. We're seeing an overinstall to trash the Botulus here in front of the Auto Campaign, which is going to present a little bit more of a problem. Now, we did see the Matryoshkas in hand, so I think as least copies, 2 copies. So I think we have a way in.
Yeah, I saw definitely 1.
I saw 2.
There might have been 2. Yeah, okay. So installing those is pretty economically fine, but the Hoshiko here is only on about 3 credits from what it looks like. So we're kind of going to need to find a bit more money if that's going to be the way forward.
Yeah, they're the 2 dolls.
Okay, having a think here. Obviously, kind of wants to put a bit of pressure on here, because I believe this Auto Campaign is going to tick off next turn, which is going to get Leo the last 2 credits and also an extra click on their turn.
Right, so it does seem like the game plan here for Dungeon Mixer needs to be to get a steady flow of income, a good solid base, and then to be able to contest these assets over and over.
Yeah. I think finding a companion is probably going to be the most important thing here. Getting that drip for either playing events or installing stuff.
I wonder if there's a fencer in the deck.
That could be pretty big. We see an ablative here. Not at threat text, so this is just going to be a simple end run.
White space.
Ooh, that's a nasty face check here. That's going to rip the last 3 credits out of Dungeon Mixer's hand.
This is worse than damage right now. This is really heartbreaking.
And then because Dungeon Mixer is obviously under 6 credits at that point, it's also going to end the run.
Click for 2 credits. Yeah, just have to recover from that. The auto campaign will fire.
Unfortunately here, we're only on 2 credits, so I mean we can score out, but it's gonna put Leah down pretty
borrowing a click.
Pretty light in terms of credits. So we kind of got to see what happens here. If there's an off-world in hand, you can score that out with exactly the right amount of clicks and credits.
Advanced event Luminal. Oh no, it is not. It is
just an Ingaton.
Yeah, Project Ingaton.
This is going to get a PD trigger. Pulling something back to hand. Deciding not to go for the over-advance here, which could have technically got a second thing back from the bin, but probably wanting to jam something behind that white space with the last click, I would assume.
Cohort guidance program coming back to hand.
Okay, that makes sense. That might well go into this this white space server, because at 1 credit we can res that next turn. Start getting that.
That's got to be the card.
I would assume so.
Yeah.
It's a scrappy game so far.
Taking the credit back, or the click back. Mind if I have my power to play the full turn back?
Okay, so who had Nico pop an auto campaign popping off on their bingo card?
Yeah, I did not. Hoshiko, importantly, getting a drip credit at the start of turn there. Or at the end of turn? I'm sorry, Hoshiko.
Hoshiko's at the end of turn.
That's right. Maybe that was a click for credit.
But I think that was a click for credit because I don't think we actually accessed.
Here we go. Should be on, I think, the sad side of Hoshiko right now. So there's no accessing.
So here we're just taking some money. We're gonna lose a credit at the end of next turn, but draw a card. And yes, we do see the cohort guidance program. So Leah has a choice here. Most likely going to discard a card from hand. That's going to draw a card and gain 2 credits and starts generating tempo. But at some point we can use that other clause on cohort to flip the bin face up, or one of the cards in the bin face up, and put an advancement counter somewhere. This can lead to some pretty wild scoring strategies using a sort of never advanced game plan.
Right, so Leo, it looks like it's storing the face down cards above archives just to keep them separated.
Yeah.
And we saw a spin, install, and res to draw 2 cards. Spin Doctor. One of my favorite cards. As ubiquitous as it is, it really enables a lot of really fun gameplay. I love this card.
Yeah, it was a pretty important card that kind of came back a call out to our Lord and Savior Jackson Howard. So I think we saw an install, a draw, and a new remote with nothing in it. So we're just kind of setting up a bit more board state here, ready to jam something else next turn.
Yeah, that cohort, if it is allowed to sit there for very long, will become a major issue. Both generating economy, drawing cards, as well as then eventually turning into a scoring machine.
Yeah, Dungeon Mixer here, back in the money, playing a show gamble, so taking up to 9. We also see some crews in hand here, which is potentially going to be a problem as Leah's ice appears to be very, very low in terms of its strength. White space is 0, for instance. So I think we're going to be eating some of this ice for breakfast pretty soon.
I think we're going to be seeing a lot of dolls today. It's worth mentioning how this works because it's an odd breaker. The first copy you install for 3 credits, and then from there you can click to install for free. You host a copy like that just got flipped onto the ID, and every time you want to break anything other than something that doesn't say you can't break with an AI breaker, you flip a copy face down, and it refreshes each turn. So you have a limited number of breaks.
Absolutely true. Although it turns out that having 5 seems to be enough.
It's hard to run more than 5 times a turn.
Yeah.
Or break more than 5 times a turn.
And most decks which are playing dolls are playing some alternative, either backup breakers as well. They'll be playing little one-offs, or they'll be playing something like Botulus. Or in this case, we've got these the Aaron Sayers crew, which is another way that if we need to get through ice or deal with ice.
Yeah,
there's that as an option.
Boomerangs, or like a copy of Marjana out of Criminal usually for a few. There are like a handful of cards that say, no, your Matryoshkas may not break me.
Yeah. So Dungeon Mixer here, obviously taking an access on HQ,
We saw a ablative barrier, I think.
Yes, I believe so. Sort of deciding that they don't have the credits right now to really start challenging this board, which is probably pretty fair. Wants to find a little bit more. Definitely needs to find some of this Drippy on. We assume that there's some companions in here somewhere, but we've not found them yet.
Right. I think maybe next turn, if we can generate some econ, if we're talking about me, I would be prioritizing getting rid of that cohort. It will cost 4 credits to do so, so we need some money.
Yeah.
And that doesn't seem like much, but 4 credits is a sure gamble's worth of credits, which is a lot. Basically a turn's worth of money.
Yeah, and it's hard once you've gone down that low to bounce back up, and that'll be where the creative commissions really come in.
Yes.
We're seeing Leah here jamming this new remote. Second piece of ice from the looks of it as well.
We're going to install this costing a credit and then click for a credit.
Okay, so we've got a double ice server sort of respecting the doll here. Dungeon Mixer could potentially get in here, but the money's going to be an issue. We're going to probably need to install the crew that's in hand. We need money for all sorts of things here. So
we see an alt art card just notably on the top. I think that's a greasing the palm face up in archives, which is a really fun retro alt art.
Yeah, and that will allow just allowing Leah there to install and gain a bit of money with that. So again, it's kind of low tempo, but keeps the corpse sort of moving forward.
Leah's smiling, seeing a Devil Charm installed, and there's an Aquasaurus crew. These 2 cards in concert represent destruction of just about any ice in the game right now. So long, actually every ice in the game, so long as we don't have extra advancements on it or some special condition. Certainly everything that Leah is probably going to be playing will, if res, be immediately trashed. On encounter, the Devil Charm gets removed from game, and then that ice becomes either 0 or negative value strength, and then the Aquasaurus crew, for 2 credits, can just trash that ice.
Yeah, I mean, this is tricky here. There's very few combinations of ice which Leah can res here, which is going to stop this, even with only 3 credits.
No res.
Oh, we're seeing no res on...
This is click 4? Yes.
Okay.
This is last click. On 5 credits, it is a very tough proposition to say, I'm going to res an ice, go to low credits, and then it doesn't really do anything because the crew is just going to trash it.
Okay.
Oh, we have 2 white space. Okay.
So this could just get immediately crewed, or we can pay 2 to go through. I think you probably pay 2 to break it because it's kind of the same. I guess the ice is still there.
And we hope this is an asset that can't be trashed. This is an off-world office.
Okay.
Okay, that's a good steal.
Yeah, and again, this is where next turn Leah could have used that cohort ability to score that out. So flipping over a card and then advancing 3 times, getting back in the money game.
I think that was a pivotal moment. If this did not happen for Dungeon Mixer, Leah would be in a much better position. But now this is actually, a state of recovery.
True, but we do have a scoring window here. I mean, even with these breakers and ice options on board, we still need money to use them. So it could be click for 3 credits and go again, I guess. That seemed to be enough credits last time.
Yeah, let's see if this is a cheeky face-down off-world office sitting next to the ID. That would be very exciting.
Be amazed. We haven't seen that card raised, and it's been there since turn 1. So
yeah, hey, so I've done crazier things with when I'm flooded.
Yeah.
I'm just reckless. Okay, installing a new remote, and we're condensing the board state. This happens with asset spam sometimes.
I know, it's more just stream.
Do you, when you are faced with this problem, do you go second row?
We've got a slight problem here because Leah has accidentally resed 2 spin doctors, but we're just sorting that one out.
Thank you for
So if you end up with extra assets, I don't know if you're an asset enjoyer, do you go to second row in the front, or do you kind of walk off the edge of the mat into the end of the world?
I go second row in the front. It's normally, I've got like 1 ice server, I move that next to HQ, and then everything else becomes a grid of cards for them to pick from.
It's an interesting insight into the organizational views of the player. That's like, how do you like to, when you have too much stuff, how can you put it on this playback?
Unfortunately, I missed what went back in with the spin doctor here, but I believe it was the greasing the palm, which kind of makes sense. We just need that bit of money, that bit of tempo there.
Was it a single greasing, I wonder? Or were there 2? There should be usually 2.
very possibly also a red level clearance, but we can find out for sure. But we've got the second Spin Doctor, so now Leah draws off that Spin Doctor. So we've resolved the slightly out. That's the Spin Doctor down there in the bottom,
half off the screen here. I think Leah became distracted in shifting the cards over, so we'll get there.
44, I guess.
Mine's not. I need to start drawing cards.
So 5 credits, no credits. Right. Dungeon Mixer is about to lose the credit that is on top of Hoshiko. That is the kind of reserve for, I don't have this for real.
Yeah, we'll get a free draw, but again, they only had 3 credits when they ran the server last time, and that seemed to suggest that they would be able to get in with those 3 credits by Leah not rezzing. So I think, technically click for free, run the server is a possible turn.
Sure. So install credit.
Obviously, if we get to the bottom and there's something we need to trash, there's not going to be enough money there. So.
Start of turn here, we've lost the Hoshiko credit. Flipping your dolls to refresh them.
4. Click 1, draw.
Drawing a card.
Here's a fun little fact for you. If you ever run a HQ with alarm clock, you can use the dolls before you flip them back. I'll leave you with that one.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it's all start of turn triggers.
How does that? It's it's Inception with dolls.
Yeah.
Presumably
So we saw a run on R&D and an ice.
Yeah, I think that we saw Hagen, which is a pretty good answer to the kind of doll meta that we've got.
Hagens are surprising. So not in the forefront of my mind until recently, when I've said it's HB ice. I'm just going to do some face checking, run into this ice without any breaker to deal with it, or maybe a botchless on another server, and get surprised because it does do some damage. It trashes programs that are very useful, and then ends the run for you. So
yeah, I mean the one issue here is that obviously we've got this Devil Charm crew, and that's going to eat the Hagens for breakfast.
That's true. Yeah. And it's a good answer to it right now. The face checking is basically something that you can do with Abandon right now. As Dungeon Mixer, she can just, with 2 credits in hand. So, clicking for 2 credits can run and force Leah to expend resources to res ice that are maybe going to be wasted. But again, these assets are going to, they seem like they're coming back. We do have a scoring remote set up. It is not the most strong scoring remote in the world, given some money on the runner side coming back, but it's a tenuous. This is really fun. It's like threading the needle. Can I identify when I can score here? And I believe
we see a wage workers there. So that's the card which was not rezzed, which I put a lot of money on the fact that it would be in the deck somewhere.
Ooh.
That's a luminal.
This is a big score.
Yeah. So there's going to be a lot of clicks here because we're going to get clicks back from Luminal, but then we're probably going to do another thing 3 times and get another wage workers click, because so far we've got a wage workers click from a triple advance.
Luminal might be the strongest card in Hasbiroid as a faction right now. It is a 3/2 that you can only include 1 copy of in your deck, but when you score it, you get 3 clicks back, and you can no longer score agendas for the rest of the round, but you can do a lot of setup and a lot of work with that to then push forward and continue the momentum. When you see it and score a Luminal, the percentage of likelihood that you're going to win the game goes up dramatically.
Oh, huge. It's a big swing in the game. I think we've just seen a draw, potentially a third one to get the free wage workers click.
Just reloading the server with a new threat. That wage workers was huge.
Yeah, so ditching 1.
This is a really fun style of PD. I haven't seen this, and I've had conversations with folks recently about, this is a relatively small card pool, but the smallest we've seen for a very long time, and it's seemingly, with ubiquity of things like LEO and Sable and Muslihat decks, it might appear that there's just very little left to dig out of, creatively out of deck building, but. We're finding again and again that is not the case. People keep coming up with new, interesting ideas, even with such a limited card pool, and I love that about Netrunner.
Yeah.
You are an example of that. Barem Wu streams the game and comes up with some really, really interesting decks.
That's always been my thing, is to try and dig into the lesser used cards.
How would I use this card that no one is playing, right?
What people would refer to as the binder cards.
Yes.
Unfortunately, not been able to stream at all this year, but maybe we can bring something back in the new year when the new set comes out. Okay, so Hashiko's still in this kind of credit hole, which is a problem.
Click for 3.
Yeah, and then we'll see if we challenge the server. We do.
Run. Click for 3, run, like you said. We do have the ability to trash the white space. We've rezzed an ablative barrier. Oh my.
Now this is actually, this makes sense why this wasn't rezzed before as well, because now we're at fret. So Leah has scored 4 points, which means we're at fret 4. And once this ice, if it's fret 3 or more, is online, Leah can install something from either HQ or the bin, as long as it's not an agenda.
And it can't get installed in that server.
Yeah, it needs to be a different server. But
so what are you looking for?
I think here we're potentially getting back to the auto campaign, unless there's something spicier to kind of go for, because just the two credit cost is significant enough as a trash cost right now, based on where Hashiko is, that it could be good enough.
No install? No, just confirming it was last click. So we did see an install. It was from HQ. So unknown for us.
Yeah.
We are spending 1 to break the ablative, and we have 2 to crew.
Yeah.
And we're going to do that. And Devil Charm. No, we don't need a Devil Charm. It's a 0 strength. White Space did its work, though. That card earned its res cost. And we stole an off-world office again.
Leah,
so now we're
just pushing in this remote, like kind of fearless.
Tying things up, 4-4.
Yeah.
But again, here's Hoshiko, Dungeon Mixer, act down to 0 credits. And I think that Creative Commission next turn would be pretty critical.
Yeah, and I mean, we're seeing Fermenters in the hand, which are a lot of money, but they're kind of slow money. So whether we can get them down, whether they can, have a decent effect on the game. We're seeing the cohort trigger here, so trashing a card to draw a card and gain some credits.
Cohort giving the ability for Leah to bounce back to 4 credits, and having the option to click Wage Workers for 3 credits and have an extra click is, like, Leah's springing back very quick.
Yeah, whether you want to be clicking for 3 credits here is the issue, I think.
Right?
Like,
yeah.
I mean, it might be correct, but we're seeing a draw, so we are just looking for more things to create problems for Dungeon Mixer here.
So ideally, like traditional scoring pattern, since you have to get 7 points to win the game, on 4 points you are looking for a 7-point agenda to score, or some combination of another 2-pointer, maybe plus with like a Elvagar bifurcation, which is a 2-1 out of HB. So either 1-5-3 to win the game, or we have been seeing a lot of vulnerability audits, which are a 4-3 agenda that costs influence, otherwise it's a blank ID, or blank agenda, rather.
I can see it. I thought I got a glimpse of Leah's hand and saw a sender message, but I couldn't be sure. Greasing, icing up that other server there.
This was the ablative install.
Yes.
Which we thought could be potentially...
Well,
so it had to be an agenda. We know it's not an agenda, and we did think that it could potentially be an auto campaign. I'm not sure what else of value is out here besides maybe a second cohort.
Yeah, and I'm less convinced that it's an auto
would have been
now,
res.
because it would have been res.
Right.
Or I would have felt like it, unless Leah didn't feel that they had the ice to protect it. But
sometimes you want to remain mysterious and waggle your eyebrows a little bit and have a threat that is a distraction. Because I don't know, auto campaign ticking down at this point would actually be very strong. I would have definitely res it if I was Leah. So yeah. So either something we haven't seen in the deck, or maybe a cohort is my guess. So clicking for 2.
The thing is, I kind of feel like cohort gets res as well.
Oh, powers that be.
Powers that be. Okay,
yeah, we did.
Right.
Yeah, we saw a flicker there. Clicking for 2 and running this remote on 6 credits. We'll see what the ice is. No res?
I think just no res. It's a Plutus.
Oh my goodness, it's not a powers that be.
Okay,
Plutus.
okay.
We are cooking today.
Right, so-
Plutus, can you explain Plutus?
Yeah, so Plutus is a pretty cracked card. This allows you to play specifically a transaction from the bin, but it will be clickless, and you do that at the start of your turn. Now, all of a sudden, the red level clearances and the greasing the palms make a lot of sense. We can use those to either gain back clicks or to install something install an agenda at the start of the turn.
And that couldn't be trashed. That was free to trash.
Yeah. So we don't have enough to trash here.
Leah's smiling.
If Leah has an off-world in hand, then right now we can.
We're rezzing it.
Yeah, we can score this off-world using like a greasing the palm to install the off-world and then 4-click it with the wage workers.
You also have really good interaction with the cohort guidance program because you can trash cards from HQ to res it, and then you have face downs that you can use to fast advance.
Yeah, that's quite nice. And potentially here, I think this might work in.
Does it go before the turn starts so that you can use it on one turn?
That's something which I would normally ask my
judge.
my rules geek son. I can never quite remember because it's all sort of start of turn triggers. I feel
What
like
is
they
the
might
exact
have to
text on Plutus? Does it say like before the turn starts or at the start of turn, and then you can order your triggers?
It's a start of turn trigger.
When your turn begins. So when your turn begins and you can I think, judge, approval pending. I think that you could use it to put a card face down with a greasing the palm, and then you could use the cards that you just trashed, resing it with the cohort guidance program to advance the card you just put there.
I'll tell you what, if that's the case,
correct,
and there's a 5-3 in hand, Leah wins. Leah wins
right
this
now.
Turn. But we
see a greasing.
We'll see.
We see a card.
Yeah.
No way.
Gaining the credits. I mean, whatever happens, this is like definitely going to be a score.
Counting. We have 10 credits.
Also, the nano management here would, even if we don't have this ability to do the cohort.
Advance, wage workers. Nano management. 1, 2, 3, 4.
This is a 5-3.
It's a 5-3. Advance, that's the game.
Score, send a message.
It's a send a message. Wow, that was an incredible way to close this game out. I think, and this is the wonderful part. Look at the smile on Dungeon Mixer's face, who just lost, but
lost
on
in
stream,
a cool way.
Lost in such a cool way.
Okay, we just saw a little glance here. Dungeon Mixer showing what's in the hand, and it would have been a spicy one. There was an eye for an eye in there, so like if they had the way of going in and trashing everything from HQ, maybe seeing that send a message, that would have been pretty hype. Anyway, here we see Leah on stream. Real congratulations. That was a great deck to see. Not an archetype we've really seen. Like,
no, I've never seen anything like that. Plutus out of PD? Are you kidding me?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I was gonna be playing Plutus out of Mirror Morph yesterday, but this deck seems far more fun. Playing super low to the ground, but managing to get it done.
I'm building that the second I get. Yeah. I'm gonna play that, and this is the thing. Some people after Worlds closes out for the season, and now we do know that like in sometime early Q1 or Q1. The announcement yesterday was Q1 2026. There will be a new set coming out.
Yeah.
So people will treat this time as the off season for Netrunner, and then sometimes a new format comes out to kind of keep things going, where they bring banned cards back or something like that.
Yeah.
It's my favorite time.
Yeah.
We go take the decks that everybody brought to Worlds that are new and go play those for three months.
I mean, what I'll also say is this sort of dead space, as it's kind of known. Like you say, there's often some like pretty interesting alternative formats and things like that happening. Something that I'll shout out, which happened last year, which I believe is happening again this year, is the Eternal Super League.
Yeah.
Which was a really fun kind of alternative. We had a kind of semi invitational tournament where a bunch of Eternal players came and played
in person.
No, it was
it was online.
It was all online.
Yeah.
But an asynchronous tournament, but we streamed all the games.
I remember this.
And it really kind of revived a lot of really interesting things. There's some pretty fun things going in Eternal right now. That, like, obviously the Eternal card pool never gets smaller; it only gets bigger.
That's right,
so.
And it seems to be a difficult thing to manage over time. I know that it's managed with a ban list. For folks who aren't aware, this tournament is played in the standard format,
absolutely,
which is a set of cards that NSG trims over time. We just had a big rotation where older cards get removed from the legal list of cards that you can build decks with. But Eternal is every card that's ever been published, minus some bans.
Minus some bans,
and
some
then
which are really
there's
interesting.
a point system involved
Yeah.
where cards that are very, very high powered are assigned points, and you get a certain number of points, and it is a separate thing from your influence on how to build the deck. Right?
And it just means that you can't just play all the most busted cards.
And you're sort of a big proponent of it. You're the stan of Eternal. If I think of a person who's like, I think of Jeff, Usynchronous, who is running this tournament today, and I think of you. And I've never played Eternal, and I am a little afraid of it, and because I feel like even as a player who's experienced those cards in the past, I didn't live the competitive scene at the time, so a lot of old heads, people who've been playing for a long time, will be like, yeah, they already know all these busted combinations that they can. Oh, what if I could took when I was taking this busted combo from that meta and then this busted combo from that meta, and they go well together. So I don't have that index built into my head that you do.
Yeah,
but
it's a fun thing. I mainly got really into it because I was like, no one's playing Arasana in Eternal. You should be playing Arasana in Eternal. So I just came in and played a load of Arasana and started doing pretty well.
So people with the old sets, and they've rotated out, if you're interested in using them in some way, check out Eternal.
Yeah. But yeah, so we've got how many more rounds of the day? 7 more rounds today.
Is it 10 rounds in total?
Yeah, I think so for the day. It's going to be a lot of Netrunner. We're going to see some pretty amazing games. I think we're probably going to throw for a break for a second while this round kind of eases out, and then the two of us will be back for the next round.
Yeah, for round 4. We'll see you then. Stay tuned, and go catch a water, get a bathroom break. We will too.
Cheers. To the Netrunner World Championships 2025 here in the beautiful city of Edinburgh. My name is Baram Wu. I'm with Mr. Neon Static himself. This is Eric Hayden.
Hi, that's me. We're back for round 4.
And we're straight in here. So round 4 here, we've got Tim on the left of your stream, going as he, him, playing Isuak, which we'll maybe explain in a second. QTM member Pailu on the right playing Maggie. Eric, tell me what Isuak does.
I love Isuak. This is an agenda, or an ID rather, that interacts with installing or scoring agendas that weren't advanced this turn. And there's a notable thing about Netrunner. Advancing a card with a basic action is not the same as placing an advancement. And so there are several cards like Seamless Launch that place advancements on cards so that when you score them, you technically didn't advance them this turn. When you do so and score one of those agendas, you get a power counter on the ID, and you get to that acts as a fake agenda point, basically.
Yeah.
Your threshold to win goes from 7 down to 6, down to 5. So
we've got some pretty funky alt arts in this one. It looks like a hedge fund that was played early there, and then something's been jammed in the remote here, which I saw the card. I couldn't tell you what it was at the moment.
Okay, more alt arts. We'll find out what they are. Magdalene is a very popular shaper option right now, right? Which wants to draw over hand size, discard a card, and get to install it at the end of the turn.
Yeah, we've already seen some pretty spicy things in that hand, though. There's a Trickster attacker floating around in Pailu's hand there.
Regolith mining license?
Yeah, that's pretty fun. That came off the top of the deck, right, this Regolith. I think we're probably trashing this. Isuak not usually the richest of corps, so getting rid of a Regolith, which can be a lot of money, is a pretty big option here.
Going down to 2 credits to do it.
Yeah, but Maggie can afford to sort of click for a couple of credits and then use the Maggie ability to do an install here. So
we are going to see the install here now. I do like that Fermenter would be a great install.
I don't think there's a Fermenter in hand there.
Yeah.
I think that's an overclock, so it's probably going to be something. We also see... Okay, so the DZMZ is getting installed here. The other card that we see thrown out looks like a propeller.
That's right. There's a bit of glare. We're fighting the sun here.
Yeah.
But we can confirm cards on the table, which is really nice.
Yeah. Okay, it looks like it was a Spin Doctor is the alt art here. So drawing a couple of cards off this one. The DZMZ is going to be like a pretty large amount of money going forward for Pailu, because looking at the hand, there's quite a few programs in there which are 1 cost from what I can see. So already kind of getting that classic shape of value engine going.
It's great. Also expanding your MU so you have more program space to install them. And we do see at least 2 agendas in hand right now. Hedge fund again.
Yeah, a couple of agendas, a little bit of sort of big... nasty looking ice. That's an empiricist from the looks of things, which I think we're just jamming the 3-2 behind.
Interesting.
So whether we're gonna try and just score that out the normal way, or if there's some tricks here to get some kind of Isuak counter on here so that we have to score 1 less agenda, or maybe even 2 less agendas.
The most successful Isuak decks that I've seen out there are the products of Wenjong, who did a lot of jamming on Isuak. I'm not sure if he's playing that today, but they tend to be glaciary. You get a lot of money. You put a lot of ice that are hard to break in front of them, and then you stick a La Costa grid in that server and let it slowly cook to advance the card. And you almost all 5/3s usually. Although this is a 3/2, you said. This is a longevity serum.
Yeah, I think this was a longevity from what I caught. Yeah, and I can confirm that Wenjong is not playing Isuak today. I did speak to him yesterday, so we're installing the Rising Tide there, maybe forgetting the DZ value, because I feel like we paid a credit for it, which is a bit unfortunate. Okay, we've taken the credit back. Yeah, we're all good. We're all good.
And in a tournament like this, especially when the stakes are high and you're on stream and things like that, that can happen. And I'm glad that the takebacks is a nice. When no information's been revealed, generally the community's pretty good about it.
And here we do see a fermenter, so that's exactly the kind of econ which Pailu is gonna need to get themselves kind of back in the running.
That is a QTM special alt art for fermenter. A bunch of smiley smiley guys and they're in gals and its and days and all sorts of things.
It's a pretty nice one. I like it a lot. So let's see what Tim does here. This will probably kind of give us a good idea of what the game plan here is, and it is just triple advance. Ooh. And we're scoring out that longevity. Probably using it to get back maybe a couple of hedge funds if they want a bit more of that money.
Could fix the hand too if we don't want that agenda in there this early.
True. Like it might be a case that Tim feels that they do want to jam that Fuji fairly early.
That is true. Shaper classically will have a lot of game into the late game, right? The longer you let a Shaper set up, the more unlikely it is that you can jam and score a remote without fast advancing.
Yeah.
So early and fast might be the way here, although it is sort of antithetical. I don't know words. It's the opposite of what you want to do, usually. Antithetical. I thought of it myself. I didn't hear it in my ear. What are the alt arts in the top left of the hand? Is that a bite? Are those 2 bites?
I
think that's the participation. There are 2 bites in hand.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty scary. That's going to do a bit of protection on HQ there, but also this ice on HQ is probably doing enough to stop Pailu wanting to go in there. Now, really interestingly here, we're seeing some more spicy cards in hand because this is a mantle, which is a stealth credit engine, essentially, giving you a credit a turn to use on programs or hardware. But most importantly, that is a stealth credit. So there are some programs in Netrunner. In the past, they've been very powerful. Currently, their power is scaled down a little bit, but they were able to kind of generate very cheap, efficient runs, but only if you had some stealth credits to use.
So the stealth breakers that come to mind right now are After Image, which is the killer.
Yep.
That lets you bypass big sentries.
Yep.
When you use stealth credits, that is, and also break very efficiently as well.
Yeah, and we see the other one in hand. The name's escaping me for a second here, but it's Penrose. Is the essentially it's a decoder, but when you put it down that turn, it's also a fractor.
Yes. And very efficient, right? Plus one stealth credit for 3 strength.
Yeah, and comes in at 2 strength as well. I miss the days of being able to play stealth smoke APOC, but we won't get into that right now. Okay, we're seeing a ritual to draw 3 cards. Got to play it first turn because that's the rules.
3 counters on the Fermenter here is a very good place to be as well.
It is, but a scary prospect here, bearing in mind that there is at least 1 seamless in hand. So, I mean, Tim's close to sort of getting to game point here without even any Isowak counters, and maybe it just becomes a regular 45 card deck.
You think so?
I would,
if mostly just because I'm so attached to actually getting the Isowak scored here, I would try to wait to score this. But you can see that the pressure is building. Oh, now with breakers coming down, this is going to get challenged right now.
Yeah, my problem with trying to go for an Isowak counter here, that's going to do a lot of damage.
It's an empiricist.
My problem with going for an Isowak counter here is that it's not actually going to help you win, I don't think. Because
it's not.
You'd already be at 5 points. So unless there's 1-pointers in here, which you can score out with a seamless, then you might as well just try and get the normal points here.
So Empiricist has some complicated subs here. One is draw a card, and then you get to put anything from your hand back to R&D. Do net damage and a tag, I think?
Net damage and a tag, and then 2 net damage.
Yeah, do 1 net damage, give the runner 1 tag, do 2 net damage, yes. And
that tag's probably not a problem. That's losing the Taka, though, and that's
more stealth credits.
Yeah, and I would assume probably 1 of in a deck, because that's a free influence card, so not something which you can deal with most of the time. Pailu here has to consider
getting the
stealing
Fuji.
And that's another 2 damage.
Now, if there is a desperate run from Pailu, you're going to have an issue with seeing one of those bites.
Yeah,
that could be fatal. So we need to rebuild, hopefully.
But correctly kind of reading the board state that if they don't challenge on that turn, then Tim is in a position where anything that he jams into the server just becomes a threat.
Wait, we just drew another bite? Where's the other one?
No, we've got the 2 bites. I think we just drew a Fuji.
Okay, I thought
which we could see install advanced. Although Tim now actually
2 credits
down on 2 credits, so that's a pretty big problem. I feel like probably clicking for credits, maybe installing the Spin Doctor as a bluff is an option.
Install? Yeah. It's scary. You also don't necessarily want to like res the Spin Doctor and dilute the hand if on the you would like to be able to fire the bite if it's fatal. Right, so clicking for 2 seems important.
I mean, the other thing
and
is
resing the eyes.
You might just click for 3 credits here and discard a card because you've got this Spin Doctor out. So.
True. You could discard the Fuji if you're not interested in scoring it right now. And no breaker behind the Empiricist. Okay, draw.
Drawing more.
That was a Vampire Nasa that got drawn?
Yeah, it looks like
there is also a Vampire Nasa in hand, so 2 copies. Seamless, Fuji, Spin, Bite.
I mean, you know, Penrose boosts pretty efficiently, but you still are going to need to pay 4 credits if you want to break all 4 of those Vampire Nasa subroutines.
Yeah,
so
click for credit. What do we do here?
I think we're just discarding 2 and then
No, jamming the Fuji.
Wow.
Jamming the Fuji, because it is very, very hard, if not... Well...
Okay, so here's the thing. If you top deck a Seamless right now, you can score that Fuji next turn.
Score.
You have exactly the right amount of credits, and you'll have enough. So Tim here putting on the pressure and knowing that there's 2 more Seamlesses, I'm assuming, in this deck, and they could just score out to 5 here and then be on a pretty resounding game point. Also, with no other kind of options in hand to go with, this probably seems pretty good.
Those are lily pads. The console that got drawn 2 lily pads in a row. I don't think exactly what Pilot is looking for right now.
No, lots of money to
checking the top
install
of R&D.
But is going to need that.
Mindscaping.
Ooh.
That's a great card for Tim to see right now.
Yeah, because I was going to say the tag didn't really matter that we took off the Empiricist, but maybe it does. So this is a card. It's a bit of economy, but it's also potentially a bit of a kill threat if Pilu ever decides to float some tags, because we know that they're in the deck now. I think using it for its economic value here.
Yeah.
So we're going to draw. We're going to put 1 back on the top. We're going to see if the card that gets put back on the top is maybe one of those bites.
Lacasa and Hansa. Yes, a bite on the top of R&D would be a great way of protecting it, especially now that we have some money. I didn't see what it was.
I think it was one of the Vampy. Yeah.
There's 1 bite in hand.
Oh,
right now.
Okay.
No, it might have been a Vampy. There's no second Vampy that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So that hands eye gets Tim right back into the game in terms of the money. I feel like that might have been the Spin Doctor which was thrown out. And we're installing another piece of ice.
So that is a Vampy.
That's probably the Vampire.
Which we can now res, and we can see in hand. So we did pitch a Vampy earlier. I think it was, yeah. So there is a bite on the top of R&D right now.
Yeah, which is potentially pretty rude, but
it could be
Palu has the cards in hand to check it. We're checking archives here.
We have the Spin to protect, and there are agendas we want to shuffle back, I think. No. Okay, Vampy, so there it is. There's the Vampy and the Spin Doctor. Also, and not popping a Spin.
Possibly here a little bit of Regenesis respect.
Yes.
We don't know that this is or isn't on Regenesis, but just making sure that Tim doesn't have an opportunity here to suddenly score 4 points out of nowhere.
And notably, Seamless.
You couldn't Seamless the Regenesis.
Yeah, you can't, because the card goes in. I was trying to work through that. So the rules text on a Regenesis say that to get it to do its special thing, where you get to add an agenda that's face down in archives into the scored area, no cards can have entered archives this turn. So Seamless does not work with that. That's the bite. That's the bite.
Yeah.
I got so excited. Like, how many bites are there? Yeah. It's too bad that didn't get. I mean, it's not too bad, but it would have been exciting, right?
Yeah.
Click to install ice over R&D now that it is no longer protected, and putting the Lacosta grid.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is again, we're threatening this score of the Fuji next turn. We'll have enough credits as long as Piley doesn't force some credit usage out. But we can res the Lacosta, that will give a counter to the Fuji, and then the Seamless will get 2 counters, and then just advance.
What is the res cost on Lacosta? 3 credits?
3 credits.
Okay, so 3 credits, you get the free advance, and then you can Seamless advance, and score the 5-3 next turn.
It's like 6 credits total, I think, to do the whole play.
Right.
Which is very doable. Doesn't leave you quite enough to fire one of those bites in hand, unfortunately.
No, but you are on game point in a good way there, and I'm not sure. Again, traditionally you see a lot of 5-3s, and then I think it's like 6 5-3s and a 3-2 in an Isuak deck. Although this is not a traditional Isuak deck running the bites.
True. I mean, what is a traditional ISO?
I just think of one dong stack. I really just know the one, so I'm treating my experience as canon. We're discarding, I think.
Yeah,
and
discarding
installing.
2 lily pads, using that magazine ability to install one of them. That's a Alexis Spicer alt art, which is one of my personal favorites. I really love that one.
So Reza Lacoste getting the free advancement, drawing a Cloud Eater.
Cloud Eater, second Cloud Eater on stream so far today.
Big snack is our favorite snack.
Yeah. So here it's whether Tim just decides to score out here. So this will be pretty telling about the makeup of Tim's deck. If there are 2 1s in the deck of any kind, then the argument would be to let this Fuji cook for 1 turn.
So that you can do the
so
trick.
so you can just 2-1 out, because you will be able to just fast advance out a win with a 2-1.
Sorry, so it is a 5-3, so yeah, we're going to see the score here.
Yeah.
Because you can't really get the ISO active fire next turn either, right?
You could advance it once.
You could do a single advance, yeah. Okay.
But
but that would be a very big tell and say, you better come and run this right now.
Absolutely. This is going to do 2 damage as well.
Yeah, that's not nothing. Going down to 3 credits, we know that there is a 7 cost to res ice in front of Empiricist, so that's unresable at this point.
Losing a symbol chip is really, really big, actually.
Oh my goodness, and another mantle.
Yeah, okay. So unfortunate. Now, luckily, Pilot can probably put a little bit of pressure on here, knowing that Jinteki Ice is pretty huge. Here we're seeing that after image. So the big Empiricist, which we have here, is going to kind of get pretty eaten up. Although we do need a second, form of options to get through it here. We need another credit from stealth, and we've lost quite a lot of stealth credits to damage so far.
True. Yeah. We also saw a Chromatophores get drawn. There's some cool cards in this deck. Some stuff that is just not commonly seen, but this is, again, what I love about Netrunner. People are creative and come up with awesome solutions to the problem. It's not just lock-picking in the game, it is lock-picking outside of the game.
Absolutely, and we're stealing Fuji here, so we're 5-6 right now. This game's going, like, fast. We're losing the afterimage. That is pretty huge.
And the simulchip.
And the chromatophores, which is the other way that Pilu potentially had to deal with sentries. We've also lost 1 symbol chip, notably, so this is getting a bit interesting.
Yeah. So what are the options for if another agenda gets jammed here? How do we get into the server? Just tank damage?
I mean, tanking damage is always an option.
This is a Vampire Nasa that, I mean, even if it gets rezzed, it doesn't stop you.
It doesn't, and we can deal with the Vampire Nasa. We just need, we've got the 1 credit on the mantle and then 4 credits to fully break it, so that's kind of fine.
Penrose is code decoder as well?
Penrose is a decoder.
Yeah.
It's only a fractor when it comes in.
I was thinking the other way around.
Tim just jamming something here. Unsure what it was. It could well have been the bite. Because
table bites are a good.
I didn't see much else in hand. I know that we drew into attack Ebola.
Without knowledge, it's curious. But given the fact that Tim is on 3 credits here, that would make a lot of sense. Even if you can't fire it, just to tax the run.
Yeah. It maybe protects your Lacosta a little bit as well.
And you could let this cook with Lacosta, because Lacosta doesn't care what card it doesn't need to be an advanceable card, so we could just sit there cooking and make it look like it's just going to get scored out.
This is absolutely
while you
true.
Make some money.
So like next turn you can just click for 3 credits, and then Pilu essentially has to do something about it, because it could be a 5-3 which could be stored.
Coalescence, Simulchip. Making some money, have the ability to flicker cards, get back that after image now. Or a mantle.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. Like with the after image, you can't boost enough with that 1 credit to actually deal with the Imperial.
You need both, right? You need another simulchip. 2 simulchips.
So it might have to be the Chromatophores.
Minutes left in the round. Remember.
Oh, do we have a second chip? Maybe we have a second
There was an
chip.
installed simul chip, but not a second. So we're getting chromatophores. And this is going to become a code gate.
Yeah, I mean, it's now technically everything. So it's a code gate, it's a barrier, it's it's everything that it needs to be.
Yes, chromatophores is not Palangi. I'm thinking Palangi, where you can spend virus counters to assign a type. Now this is all types, right? All subtypes.
Absolutely. Now this is a lucky run for Pailu if this does turn out to be the bite, accessing before Tim has enough money to trash it. So
this is the early bird, and then it turns out everybody bird. Participation prize, foil, bites, full art.
Yeah. Yeah, if you weren't an early bird, you were too late to the party bird this year.
That's right. So really not very taxing, but it was a click, but we have a solution in hand.
I mean, you say it's not taxing, but that it cost a simul chip, and bearing in mind we've already lost a simul chip, and our only, or most likely our only killer is in the bin. That means there's potentially only one way of getting it back. Now, there might be other recursion, there might be a harmony, AR therapy, or something along those lines, which could help out, but
But Pailu still has a solution to the Empiricist, which is the main thing.
Yes,
right?
yes, but not one to the Cloud Eater, which we see in hand, which is pretty
far
off from resable.
Yeah,
it's very far off from being resable.
With Mindscaping in hand, it looks like, for some money. Clicking for 2. Installing, jamming, probably another bite.
It probably is the other bite, because I think that's, again,
now
the
it's
only
fireball.
thing in hand.
You probably don't want to spend 4 credits to fire a bite if it's not going to be lethal, but it could be.
Yeah, you probably don't.
It is the bite, because we see Cloud Eater, Mindscaping in hand.
Although,
Bite,
you
Mindscaping.
possibly do, because it's going to give a tag.
Yes.
And if Pailu doesn't clear that, then yeah, there is a problem here in terms of...
That is a way out.
Potentially just, it represents 5 net damage, which isn't necessarily going to kill you, but could do. It could wipe your whole hand.
I wish we had could do in American. We don't have that. It's very good.
We see things like, we see some money in hand, but again, I feel like it's all quite scary at the moment. Okay, we're going to go and check this.
We're overclocking.
I think there's 1 click left after this, there is the option to clear 1
Cards
tag.
in hand looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I think there's 5, and so we either need to draw or we need to clear a tag after this run.
Will we? Because we'll be on 2 tags, so we'll bite. We'll do 2 net.
Yep.
3 net.
3 net. I'm sorry. Yes, and we'll be on. Then we'll have two cards in hand.
Okay, maybe
we're not in lethal territory, but it's still quite bad.
Yeah. Okay, fine.
Maybe you can spin back a Mindscaping and top deck it. That's a lethal line.
Yeah.
Again, spin doctor.
Tim deciding here to pay the money, so we are taking the damage. More cards going from Pailu's hand here. We lose the creative. That's a shame. That's good money. The overclock. We're gonna have some money. I wonder if we trash the grid here. There's 2 left on the overclock, so feels like you might want to use them to get rid of it. It's a big part of the threat here.
Yep, it's fun. That is a way, right? If you don't react right away, for Tim to just put something in and let it slowly cook, like we said.
Yeah.
It also makes a 3rd bite less of a thing you need to check until you're ready.
Yeah.
Clearing tag, which is going to stave off that lethal scenario.
It does, but it takes us down to 3 credits. 3 credits is like, and without the creative commission in hand to bounce back is a little sketchy here.
What is the second ice besides Cloud Eater in hand? Is it a
I think it's a Tadibola.
Tadibola.
Well, I definitely saw a Tadibola get drawn. There's a chance that it went on R&D.
Let's see now. It is Tatubola.
So we're just taking credits here. I think Tim's sort of rightfully realizing that they're going to need some money for something. I think that's a ritual.
That's right. Apologies again for the glare. We will do our best to communicate what's happening. Second click here, running R&D on 4 credits. Good time to do it. It might seem like a scary proposition for a newer player to consider running against cards that you're not sure what's going on, but you always have to consider the fact that you are costing the credits to res this ice. Now, Tattoo Bowl is sort of an exception to that because it costs 2, and then if it is broken, we'll swap a card, potentially, with HQ, and then gain 4 credits back, although we often see people just bounce in this scenario.
I was going to say, I think I bounce here. We'll see if Pailu... Yeah, Pailu does just bounce. Like
You're on 2 credits now.
Taking Tim down to 2 seems perfectly reasonable.
Another line there could have been to run HQ and like say, I don't think you're going to... Maybe you res another Tattoo Bullet, but now you're on 0 credits. Yeah.
Also here, a classic thing, with Tim being so low, we can leave this nuker knowing that Tim's not really going to be able to trash it, even though we are tagged.
That's right. When the runner's tagged, right, the core has a basic action of clicking once to trash a resource after paying 2 credits.
Yeah, but using your last 2 credits to do that doesn't feel like great value.
Especially if it's just card drop.
Yeah, exactly.
So another Tattoo Bullet in hand, so we can play the game where we swap a Tattoo Bullet for a Tattoo Bullet.
Yep, and then you can see the Tattoo Bullet on HQ when you run it. Probably just thinking about clicking up for credits again here. Tim's in a bit of an interesting position because he'd really want to be jamming stuff in this remote. He wants something like a Charlotte or some way of generating some value from that remote, which also is a kind of threat. This Lacosta might be it. We might pop that in just to kind of force a run.
If this is a boxing match, Tim is in the corner with his arms up around his face right now.
Yeah,
like trying to just recover, find an opening to get back out of this economic hole. We did see draw, install, credit, I think.
Yep. So it's actually the Spin Doctor that's gone back in there.
Great card to put in there. It's going to help you draw in the future. Might bait a run. I don't think it would in this scenario because it's not threatening to score.
Tim definitely needs to find some econ. We can assume that there's 3 Charlottes in this deck, and we haven't seen a single one yet.
So the players don't know each other's deck lists, and there is a potential line for a win on Tim's side if that was a hybrid release, which is a 2-1, and there's a Seamless in hand, then Tim would win the game by scoring a 1 point and triggering Isuak.
Absolutely. I think we're most likely to see this game resolve either way without Isuak getting any counters, which is a bit of a shame. We're going in here, overclocking the remote using the Penrose. So again, that Empiricist, which is usually a Sentry. Right now it's a Sentry, a Kogate, and a Barrier. So we can use anything we want to break that. Pailu...
Penrose Chromatophore is pretty good.
Well, After Image Chromatophores is even better.
Sure. But even just 1 mantle out, right? That's
yeah, that's the problem here. Okay, Pailu using the credits from the overclock to get a Coalescence.
Off of a SMC?
Off the SMC.
Nice.
Decided, you could either hold on to those credits in case there's something here which you want to trash. But Pailu deciding that they want to sort of offshore those credits pretty immediately. Tim looking through what is a very large discard pile now.
Yeah.
We've lost a lot of cards.
Damage and cycling and also, several bites. This self-modifying code that just got cracked is a classic Shaper toolkit utility piece. Lets you trash it once it's on board to go search your deck for any breaker you want, which makes up a lot of what people consider the identity of Shaper. Being able to find the solution in the moment, and that is a Spin Doctor.
Yeah.
We see the res and remove from game off of the Spin Doctor to add a Hansei Review and a Seamless. That's maybe
considering
not.
the Seamless.
I think a Seamless is a great option here. Yes, shuffle those back into R&D.
Yeah, and I think just the money is what Tim's looking for here. The Hansei Review being the first thing that he picked.
So that was the cracking the naked, the unprotected Spin Doctor.
Yes.
And so that the new Spin Doctor can be rezzed, which will draw 2 cards when the shuffle is finished here. So could potentially draw that Seamless launch.
Yeah, and or the Hansei, which would be... Did we just see an end of the line in hand, or...
We saw an end of the line in hand.
We saw an end of the line in hand. Now
Quite an end of the line. Whoa, this is a super modernism Isuak.
This is terrifying because Pailu has floated that tag. And I don't know how many cards are in hand right now. I hope more than 4.
This is not a vegan Isuak. Vegan is a term that gets thrown around, I should explain, by a deck that is not trying to kill you in any way, not trying to flatline the runner on the corp side, but rather just win by scoring points.
I mean, also just
Into the
there's
line.
kind of an attrition here, because with Pailu losing so much kind of recursion and Sentry Breaker, we could potentially get to a lockout state. We also see an Urtica Cipher in hand.
Jam the Urtica.
A very
Tim's playing it super cool too. Look at Tim's face. Not revealing a thing. The Urtica Cipher is not live right now. We see it. Okay, there's a Tetupola. Seeing the end of the line would be huge.
Yeah, I mean, this is like what Tim's got going for him right now. Is like at any point if Pailu steps out of line without either clearing that tag or not respecting the thing here, then we could see 4 damage, and the Mindscaping would obviously do another one. So at any point, if Tim has five credits, there could be a kill here if Pailu drops too low.
Sorry, refresh my memory. End of the line, is that 3 or 4 credits?
It's end of the line is 3 credits.
That's what I thought.
And we'll do 4 damage.
That's right. So right now it is playable, but not lethal.
Exactly.
2 p.m.
And then the other 2 credits that you were talking about in the combo were for what?
Worth of the Mindscaping, because that will do 1 extra net damage. Right.
Mindscaping is 2 to play?
2 to play, I believe, and we'll do a number of net damage based on the number of tags up to 3.
I don't play Mindscaping often enough. I thought it was 1. The numbers index in my mind is not super sharp, so I'm happy that you are here.
I mean, there is the fact here that Pailu using the sort of lily pad and the mags ability can often end with 6 cards in hand, but this is still sort of really sketchy to see another bite.
Third bite. So if this is you in Tim's position, are you going to try and play this for a flat line, or are you going to consider using that end of the line and the tag just for value at some point? Value meaning just to put them behind, put Pailu behind.
It kind of depends, because at the moment I think if Tim was a bit more flush and drew into something like a Fuji, then you could just go for a sort of install Fuji on top of a Lacosta, and then play an end of the line and be like, I don't think you'll have enough cards in hand to steal this.
To use it to open up a scoring window, effectively.
But I think right now Tim's probably going to hold on to that, because it's the biggest threat if Pailu just steps out of line. And with the bites in hand, you can kind of do that at any point. True. If Tim jams another bite, then that's a significant hit to cards and tempo, and again, another tag which Pailu will have to consider removing, otherwise the Mindscaping becomes more of a problem.
Did we see what card went in the remote?
It was the Lacosta grid.
So there's a third Lacosta that's in hand?
Okay, maybe not then. In which case I'm unsure of what's in the remote.
You still know this is a Vampirnasa, so we can't res that. We're going to pay through to check this card. Not sure how many cards are in hand. We're accessing. It's the Urtica Cipher. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Free to do 2 net here.
0. You don't have to pay anything, but 2 net damage.
That would have been also very nice. I can see the synergy in this deck with the Urtica and the Lacosta grids. Let it cook. It's like, you want to check it? You
exactly.
Can check it.
And again, this is Isawak, so a lot of the time you kind of have to check them at some point.
That is a spec work.
Using the spec work there.
And a creative commission.
The spec work would have been particularly good off with that Coalescence in hand. Deciding not to trash it, there's no reason to, other than the fact that technically it's going to kind of protect the Lacosta a little bit if that goes in next turn.
So 5 cards in hand still? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5
still
cards?
Safe in terms of
not
just dying. Also, we are coming up on time.
6.5 minutes.
6.5 left, and Pailu is ahead by a point.
So Pailu just needs to not lose.
Yeah,
right. They don't need to do anything besides not lose.
That's excellent advice for many Netrunner players. I think we see a Tithe here, which is actually a really problematic ice for Pailu right now.
It might seem cheeky to say that, right? Like, you know, obviously you don't want to lose the game, but in this case, what I mean, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, no.
Is just that you don't need to really actively seek out the point. You just need to watch the remote and camp the remote, and if something is in there that looks like it might be the scoring agenda, then you need to go get it.
Yeah, that is kind of true. We are seeing the bite being installed here. So Tim doing his best to make Pailu lose.
Exactly, right. A second tag and a bite score with the end of the line in hand could be the way out for Tim.
Yeah, and the problem here is that Pailu probably might run this. They've been checking lots of things, but kind of doesn't have to. However, the minute that Tim installs the Lacosta grid in this server, then it becomes more of an issue.
Right, and I was wondering about that, but Tim is still only on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 credits, so the Resing La Casa is prohibitively expensive.
Okay, right. The game state has changed because we have found the final sim chip, which means all of a sudden there is a way of protecting the
Burst draw.
Well, that, but also getting the after image back.
Getting the but can you still use it if you only have one mantle? But you could.
That's a great question.
Save the simul chip in an emergency situation to draw off of lily pad, potentially, right? This is a little bit of armor for Magdalene.
Yeah.
Now, again, I don't know if Pailu is like playing against the end of the line, thinking about those lines.
I wouldn't be.
I would not be either, but I also you see so many snares, you might start sniffing that out.
And we've hit the bite here, so this is going to be 3 more cards from hand. Second tag, which is super relevant right now.
Yeah,
there are a lot of cards in hand.
A lot of cards in hand, and the credits to clear 1 tag. And we did see Pailu clear a tag earlier when they were on 2.
Losing a Game Dragon, losing a SMC, they're pretty good hits in terms of Pailu probably doesn't mind losing them too much. The Game Dragon's pretty nice with after image. It can take it up to.
There's a propeller.
No, I think
it's a hyperbaric. Yeah, I'm sorry, I confused the art, and I knew immediately. Hyperbaric is a decoder that works very well with the mantles in this deck because on your off turn, on the corpse turn, you can use the mantles to pump the strength of that usually to charge if there's a twinning on the board. It can charge a twinning. I would not be surprised if there's a twinning in this list somewhere, but usually only 1 copy because they're very expensive on influence.
This is huge.
A burner.
Find
the end of the line.
When we were seeing this
no res.
End of the line. If
cards?
Tim loses the end of the line here.
Okay, we have a 2 in 5 chance of not being seen. We see the end of the line! And no reaction from Pailu there. So I think that was not a surprise, and we bottomed those cards.
Yeah, absolutely.
No spin doctor on the table either, so we can't shuffle them back to the top.
That is such a swing of a turn.
What a heads-up play. And the lack of a reaction on Pailu is either that Pailu is just completely stone-faced or knew that was there. I don't know what the case is.
Yeah, who knows? But that's huge information which Pailu now knows and has kind of dealt with.
The major win con.
Yeah.
That is the way that Tim could win this game, and it is now kind of swung in Pailu's favor, in my opinion.
Because now potentially Tim has to score, which
it's hard.
It's going to be hard because we're assuming that the rest of the agendas are probably 5-3s. We don't know that yet. We've only seen the Fujis and the and the longevity, but it would make a lot of sense if the last ones were just that. 2 minutes for Pailu to stay alive and Tim to try and force a way of that not happening. It's going to be trickier now, though.
For everyone watching, if you're not familiar, this is like some of the best Netrunner. This is a fantastic game. We've had some fantastic games on stream. I hope if you get the chance, if you missed some rounds, go back and watch them.
Okay, so we sit in a hand's eye review. That's going to take Tim back up to money, but again, it's the clock now is the big thing for Tim, who had a pretty sort of bursty start and got to 5 points very quickly, but Pailu has just been checking this remote
mercilessly,
fastidiously.
Yeah.
And
you chose a better word.
Eating damage left, right, and center, but knowing that as long as there's nothing left in the remote, Tim probably can't win.
In fact, there are no cards left in the stack.
And there is that twinning, which you assumed was in here. I don't think it gets installed this game.
No, probably not. You don't need that. You just need to survive. And again, those cards are probably HP.
Yeah.
You just can't die to attrition here.
Now, at this point, Pailu can sort of slow down, maybe just click for credits. The problem is, Pailu is out of stack.
Exactly.
So, can't take any more damage and be safe from a potential end of the line. We don't know that there's not 2 in the deck.
Right.
3 seamlesses would be 6 influence. 3 spin doctors would take us to 9. So 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, okay, maybe you can't play a second end of the line.
Counting influence is an important skill for a top tier player like that. So with 30 seconds left in the round here, when the timer goes off, whoever's turn it is will get to finish that turn, and the other player will get to have one final turn.
Yeah.
At that point, that will be the end of the game.
We've got a Lacosta in the remote, but I didn't see what went on top of it.
Me neither.
Which is going to be fun for us all. But if it's an agenda, Tim will need to top deck a seamless.
And here we go.
Assuming it's a 5-3.
So Tim is going to have one final turn. Pilu's turn is now when time is called. Hopefully the players are aware of that because they were on an offset timer. We're counting on our comms to the table to make sure they know that, I think. Or actually, technically, the judges have they manage the time extensions that that stream gets as well. So our timer's not canon. We are running the remote. No res on the Vampire Nasa. We hit the Empiricist again, and we see this. This does not seem like he's playing like an agenda. It's the bite again.
Another bite.
This is the fourth bite resolve? Yeah, this is the fourth bite.
So a top-decked Mindscaping here? No, you need 2 Mindscapings.
So also that Lilypad Simulchip that I was talking about, well, the Simulchip's gone, but that is no longer in effect because there's no cards to draw.
Yeah, no cards left at all.
That's a pretty wicked spot. Tim might have the flat line here if because he doesn't have no
because we know
end of the line's
on
the
the bottom. Exactly. The burner here was an absolutely huge burner.
And then you'll all be back here at 2 p.m.
We have lunch break coming up after this. We'll talk about the details soon. And that's just Tim does not have it. Good game, Pilu. Took that game. Congratulations to both players. Well played, but congratulations to Pilu.
Wow, that we saw a lot of damage get eaten up that turn, but essentially the card that won this game was that burner. If the burner doesn't come down and doesn't see the end of the line, then we very possibly lose. On the last turn there, because if Tim still has that end of the line in hand, Pilu's going into that last turn with 2 cards in hand and tags. Very, very terrifying. But one hell of a game.
Very cool. So with that, that's the conclusion of round 4. Round 5 is going to be coming at 2 p.m. here. We're going to have a lunch break for all the players. We've seen every player who's finished their game has gone filtered off to go get lunch while they have time here. And then round 5 is going to start at 2 p.m. We hope sharp, but these 400+ player events.
I think it'll start pretty sharp. So that's in an hour from now. It's 2 p.m. UK time.
I should mention international viewers.
But it will be pretty much exactly an hour from now. Will be when the next round starts. We've got an amazing gaggle of commentators today. So lots of faces to
Is that
see
metric
and
unit?
talk.
Is that a metric unit?
Yeah, I think so.
A metric gaggle?
We only use Imperial for like pints and things. So join us back in about an hour. We'll have
fresh voices.
6 more rounds of Netrunner today.
Yep. We'll be off. We have some fresh voices and faces here, and see you then.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and actually, I'm sorry. We won't be entirely offline because we will, I forgot. In this off time, we're going to have a special announcement coming up, so do stay tuned. Hopefully you didn't already tune out.
Yeah.
Juniper Theory, who is the stream lead here, is going to come and make an announcement and interview, I believe, AMS, who is a voracious volunteer who I saw at last year's World, I think the Worlds before that, and stay tuned for that.
Excellent. We'll catch you all very, very soon.
Hello and welcome back. I'm here with a special guest to a short interview. My good friend Ams. Do you want to introduce yourself and say what your role is in NSG?
Hi, my name is Ams, short for only having 3 letters, and I am on the development team for Null Signal Games.
Yeah, and you've worked on the newest set that we announced today, Vantage
Yes,
Point, right?
so I joined the team last year during Elevation development, and then I have been throughout the entire process for the upcoming set, Vantage Point, yeah.
Well, I want to talk about that, but first I want to talk about you also helped run the cosplay contest last night, which was fantastic.
Thank you.
It was so much fun. Did you? Why'd you end up choosing to do that? Like, what was the plan there?
I can't remember if it was even my idea originally. I was just very excited that it was happening. And then someone asked if I could run it, so I did.
Oh.
And I truly wasn't expecting that many people to show up and actually take part. I was in my head imagining if we get 5 people, that's a good turnout. And so I put out some feelers for like how many people were interested, and I got 25 responses. In the end, I think we ended up with 27 individual teams or people taking part, about 40 people total.
Depends on if we count the 12 Bazes as one team or not.
I think they count as one team. They're not getting a mug each.
But yeah, it was fantastic.
It was honestly incredible just seeing how many people were up for taking part in something like this, especially with no like precedent in previous years, and like some people really took it to the next level and how much time and effort they put into the outfits. But I also just think that the fact that anyone put any effort into it is incredible. Like, my whole thing in the Netrunner community is I like it when people do things. I like it when people make things, and the fact that it's expanding beyond people just making like art for the game and actually like making cosplays now, I think that's incredible, and I want people to do more of that, and I want people to do more other kinds of expanded media based on the game.
I think it was really fantastic just to see how excited people were about doing a different sort of artistic project. It also worked really well for Crown of Servers that day, just because it was so much fun. Since Crown of Servers is a more casual tournament, you got a bunch of people who were showing up to Crown of Servers in cosplay and just playing all their games in the cosplay. It was great.
Aesop Stables, I think, played their entire tournament in their little cowboy hats.
And I was walking around like helping choose games for the stream and just seeing a bunch of Bazes all over the place and giggling to myself. Yeah, that's fantastic. Yeah. But you ended up working on the new set. Is there anything you want to say about it before we show something special off?
Oh, so what do people want to know about the set?
Oh gosh, I'm not sure. Anything we can expect? Any specific sort of goals or vibes with the set that we can look for?
So, I guess what I'd say about the set is when we were putting Elevation together, we were beholden to a large number of different competing requirements. So how do we make a set that fills the gaps left by a large rotation? How do you make a set with cards that complete a core set experience with Gateway? How do you make sure the cards are simple enough that you can engage with them as a beginner? But also, how can we make it so that they're engaging, once you've had enough fun with Gateway, they feel like a step up? And in trying to put the set together in that way, we end up with a lot of holes in the standard meta where we weren't able to print a card that filled specific niches that otherwise would be important to us.
Yeah.
So having a standalone small set like this means that we can fill those gaps a little more specifically. So whereas many sets would be, here's an initial design vision with like either a focus on mechanical themes, maybe like in Borealis you have every runner gets their own keyword. That was the design hook for the set. In Liberation you had this overarching story told across the 2 sets about the rebellion, and in this set it was very much more a mechanical first. How do we get standard back into a place we're happy with, given the large rotation and what we weren't able to achieve with Elevation?
Sense. Any specific fun cards that you can tease? Any things?
Oh.
What's the highest cost of any card in the set?
10.
That's what I was. 10? Okay.
10.
Okay.
I'm very excited about that. We had a lot of argument over that card, whether it should cost 10 or 11.
It should have cost 11. I don't know what it is, but it should have cost 11.
Oh, but 11's... Here's why it's 10, okay? Because it's not that good of a card, but it feels better if it's 10 because 10 is two digits and 9 is 1.
All right.
And that is the kind of conversation we have sometimes.
Well, eventually you'll see what that card is. And for now, though, if you're at Worlds, or if you know someone at Worlds, that's the other thing. So what do you do at Worlds every year?
So I first attended Worlds in 2022 in Toronto. I went kind of on a whim, and I justified it by being staff, and I ended up being on the front desk. And my job there was like sign people up, register people, and generally be a friendly face. And they also let me do some gunslinging for the Parhelion set, which was upcoming at the time, which was very fun. And I had a lot of people say that they really enjoyed that, even if they were having a rough day playing in the main event, the fact that there was someone they could have a fun, chill game with, like, really improved the vibe for them. So every year since, my goal at World is not to take part, it is to just be a friendly face at the front desk and to offer silly games if anyone feels like they want something less intense than what you'll get in the main event.
And this year, those silly games have a couple of spoiler cards in them.
Oh, they sure do.
If you want to see those, or you might want to ask a friend who is at Worlds if they want to go play a game against AMS and can maybe see what those are. But we do have one of them to show off for you, if you want to show it off. Yeah, that's all you get to see. You're not going to get to see the full card. No, I'm kidding. We have an image of it on screen. But yeah, from the upcoming set, we have Corsair, Fractor, with interface, 1 credit, break 1 barrier subroutine. And instead of a strength upping ability, 1 credit, the barrier you are encountering gets -3 strength for the remainder of this encounter. Spend credits only from stealth cards to use this ability. Interesting card. Will we see more stealth mechanics in the new set? Who knows?
We may well do.
Yeah,
Some may even say it's present in the room with us, but I'll never tell.
Some may even say that if you go and play against AMS, or send someone to go play against AMS who's at Worlds, you could find out if there's more stealth cards in that deck. But yeah, it's a really cool card. I'm excited to see more from the set. I mean, I work for NSG. I could go see all the cards, but I purposefully avoid doing that so I can be excited about them when doing stream stuff.
Well, something about being in dev is, yes, I get to see all the cards from their initial design vision to the final text and numbers we put on the card. I don't have any real say in what the name of the card is, the theming, the art. So every set, I still get that one beautiful moment where all the art starts coming in and I get to gorge on the complete templated art, and that is for me just as good as getting to see them entirely fresh. I still get a lot out of the spoiler season each year whenever a set comes out, because yes, I know what the text is, but seeing the complete card is a different experience, and seeing how people engage with it who haven't been with the card throughout the process is an entirely different experience.
And I'll say, personally, playing against you is a delightful time.
Thank
I
you.
went and did a gunslinging game earlier when I was off stream and had a great time, and honestly really liked the new card. It was interesting because you were on runner and I had a what's the, oh my gosh, my brain is blinking out. I had the new Wayland Ice that you put a bunch of advancement counters on when you res it based on cards and arc.
Logjam.
Yeah, Logjam. I had Logjam on the board and was thinking, okay, I need to make sure this is 4 strength. Because you had Corsair, and it was like, I need to make sure you can do that. It has really specific strength requirements, and that's fun. Cards like that are always fun. But yeah, thanks so much for being on the stream.
No worries, thanks for having me.
We'll be back in somewhere around 50 minutes for the remainder of the rest of the rounds today. We'll see you then. Tune in. Yeah, and we'll have some more stuff for you then. I believe it'll be me and Izzy on stream, so that'll be a real fun time. Tune in then.
Cool, thank you.
Hello and welcome back to round 5 of the Netrunner World Championships. I'm Juniper.
And I'm Izzy.
Yeah. She, her.
She, they.
Yeah. Excited for more Netrunner. This is the first time I'm going to get to commentate today, so I'm excited to actually watch some games. Yeah.
And I'm excited for this one. Looks like we've got a Sable into Restoring Humanity queued up.
Yeah, somehow we haven't seen a single criminal yet today, which is wild because I believe that almost 50% of the field was criminal. I have the stats, yeah. 48.2% of the field right now is on criminal. And meanwhile, only 8.9% of the field is on NBN, which is we've only seen we haven't even seen any NBN either. That's not really a surprise given there's so few. But yeah, shocking we haven't seen a criminal yet.
Yeah, very excited too. I play a lot of criminal, so always excited to see what people are bringing
up. I'm also a criminal. Ever since Andromeda, I've been a big criminal fan. But yeah, excited to get into it. Looks like we might be starting in just a second.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Just got the announcement. Round 5 is starting. Let's see how this goes. So yeah, we've got development on Sable versus Cable Carnage on Restoring Humanity.
Both players who have been playing for a really long time. Both very established players. Been a standard on the East Coast. I see them a lot.
I'm not as familiar with the East Coast meta being on the West Coast now at this point, but I've definitely heard of them.
And both of these players are very strong criminal players. I know Cable Carnage plays a lot of Sable. If I'm not mistaken, got to play Sable into Sokka at Worlds last year.
Interesting.
Or 2 years ago.
Actually didn't bring Criminal to this tournament. Brought Hoshiko instead.
Always a safe bet. Ben, perhaps best known for their op decks.
Yeah, that explains it. I associate op decks with my local meta, where we have Gordon, who's always showing up with. I brought 80 card ob and such. I got to stream that on. I got to stream that in the Crown of Servers tournament. It was beautiful. 74 card ob. All right. Looks like we're ready to go. I'm curious what these decks have. I know there's been a lot of very normal, like, I'm curious, most criminal decks I've seen are running Matryoshka?
Yeah, it's been a lot of dolls. Hansei Review pitching something on the RH side, and Icing HQ makes sense against criminal.
And I assume, and taking a credit. Interesting.
Probably the RH credit.
The RH credit. And drawing a card then, I presume, for the last click.
Okay? Yeah.
I'll use this for the mark.
All right, going to be rolling for mark.
I see a Class Act in hand. I think that was the only card I really caught in the runner hand, but honestly, Class Act is enough to just keep a criminal hand a lot of the time, especially into the Jinteki matchup.
So which symbol is that on the die for mark?
That's HQ.
That's HQ. Okay. Not what you want to see on the first thing. Although it is sometimes safe to just do it. Much less safe against Jinteki, though.
Maybe in hand. That's a lot of value this early.
Starting with...
yeah, Petty Catch makes a lot of sense as a pitch. And the Mamie coming down, Class Act. Yeah, beautiful start. That's so much value for the criminal game.
Checking archives just to make sure you flip the card over. I mean, necessary for a lot of reasons, but necessary just to double check that you're not going to get blown out there.
And anytime you can do it safely against the RH, like anytime, especially early in the game, keeping a lot of cards face up makes it so much easier later in the game. As the cards pile up face down, it becomes so much harder to go flip the ban up.
Getting that Class Act down early is going to be a lot of card draw, although it does mean you won't be able to use the Class Act to recover from whatever shenanigans Jinteki might throw at you. I sometimes want to save a Class Act just to, like, what's going to hit me? Am I going to run into something am I going to run into Fuji and really want to draw back up or such?
Yeah, if there's 2 more in the deck, I always play the first one.
Makes sense. Just good to have. Putting the token on the deck to keep track of whether or not you've used Class Act yet.
Install twice?
Install twice, yeah.
Draw, install twice. Okay. Simple place. A lot of drawing from Cable Carnage. Wonder what's in his hand. If it's a rough hand or if he's just searching for something specific.
It depends. Do you have any idea what this RH game plan might be like?
Nope.
I don't know what we've seen today.
I'm genuinely not sure. I mean, I know I've seen a couple of RHs in the past that are going all in on some really wild stuff. It could be... My dream is that it's a really funny Sisyphus Protocol deck. It
I
probably
certainly played
isn't,
one of
but
those
my
yesterday.
dream is that it's one of those. I think the main things I've seen out of RH recently are sometimes that, usually just normal FUT stuff, and then sometimes there's the combo with end of the line and the scoreable or two.
Yeah, see how they run.
See how they run, yeah. Where you can use see how they run to deal 1 damage and then end of the line for another 4 damage.
Yeah, RH is an interesting spot. Last meta, I would always sit down and expect to see punitive counter sprite. Measured response doesn't quite fit into the same slot in the deck the same way.
Yeah.
You're much more often, I think, now seeing a sort of a twist on Glacier. You're using the Glacier to do something, though, in RH. Like, you need a reason to play it in RH versus an ID that gives you a bit more benefit just of playing straight Glacier.
The deck isn't immediately signaling Glacier, though, with not icing up R&D.
Yeah.
Usually a Glacier deck, you're going to want to immediately ice up your centrals just to be safe.
Agree. Early Shibboleth, very nice to find. That can be a lot of value in the early game.
So, and then just clicking for 2 credits?
Seems like.
Yeah, interesting. Taking it slow. Wonder what they are looking at where they feel safe taking it slow here. What they think might be in the deck.
There's just very little that could be in the remote, I think, from RH that's worth going and poking that ice for. Like, Criminal, you're probably looking at cards in hand that you don't want to lose to random net damage at this point. You want to have more control. I see there's a Boomerang in there. Like, any of your breakers, they very well might be singleton. You very well might not have the recursion to get them back.
All right, installed something in that server, so now there is an upgrade. Upgrade is interesting. That seems, I'm guessing that's the grid, the Lacosta grid.
Could be.
What I've seen
Makes
a
lot
of
of
time.
sense.
It could be. I mean, it could always be something else. It could be Hollow Man. It could be Anoetic Void. But my
I did
guess
see
is
a Mitra
Lacosta.
Amon in the hand. That might be my guess for it.
Interesting. Let's see, two on Mystic Mamie. Definitely want to play something to start doing stuff with that. It's always scary to start actually running against Jinteki. Like, at what point do you actually start pushing on the deck, start pushing up against it, and suddenly find out that you don't have that you ran into a
is such a hard pick between at this point in the game. Goodness.
Yeah,
I probably picked the bans for the draw. I was bad picking the gamble.
I presume just because take the money when you're only on 6 credits.
Yeah.
Really looking for it. 10 credits. Finally feel safe running.
Leaving the Spin Doctor on the top.
Doctor. Interesting.
It seems fair. Like, we're not worried about stuff spinning back right now. The 2 credits is worth more.
Putting down a Carmen. Simple Carmen. So I presume
that makes running a lot safer.
I presume the deck is not on the Matryoshka dolls then. Since
No,
we're seeing,
no, real breakers. I would expect Chesva then too, probably.
I mean,
which is another reason to bottom.
I expect Chesva from every single criminal.
It's so true, especially stable. And it makes another reason to bottom the Baya. You want much more value from that when you can use Chesva credits on the install.
Oh, I didn't notice. We have 3 cards in that server, so it looks like might have been on Cable Carnage turn. Install something on R&D, and then install something in that server. So now on 20 or 15 credits and 3 cards in the server.
15 credits is not that much with 3 face down ice, though.
That's true. That's true.
Bravado or transfer? That is a heck of a pick.
Ooh. Transfer's dangerous, although we did see the Boomerang in hand, so it's safe. So it's some level of safe. But
well, it's safe, but we've got, is it Samaxamoon that can't be broken except by a Fractor?
True, true. Also, it should be noted, I mean, the Corp has 15 credits. At what point do you not care about...
No, it's about getting the 6 for yourself, and depends on your read whether there's going to be tag punishment in the deck. You can probably float 1 tag in this matchup. We saw Pylu do that on stream very carefully earlier.
We see Shuffle back in with the Spin Doctor.
The Bravado with the full Mamie makes a lot of sense. I didn't see which was picked. Looks like the Bravado's in the middle of the hand.
There is at least 1 transfer in the hand, so we'll see where this goes. All servers iced up now. So the thing in that server was definitely a spin then.
Very nice.
Bravadoing HQ without playing the breaker. So we're just
you just end the run if it's a barrier.
Yeah, we're just.
You're worried about maybe 2 net damage.
res the Tatibola.
Yep.
And there it is. Not a huge deal. You're still getting all the credits off Bravado. Bravado's so good.
Laundering
Makes so
those
much
Mamie
money.
credits. You've got 6 real credits now. Very often just totally happy to bounce off a Tatubola.
Let's see.
Drawing last click.
Alright.
Very reasonable.
Click 1 is
Click 1.
a Hansei review.
Another Hansei. A lot of money in this. A lot of money in Restoring Humanity. Icing up Archives. Okay, now it looks like a Glacier deck.
It's certainly looking that way.
Yeah. Still don't know what's in that server with all of the upgrades.
Shortcut saying
Yeah,
make
yeah.
a run.
Yeah.
As long as it's not a run event.
Yeah.
Start turn triggers. Run
All right.
D.
Noting, as Ben just said, they'll be shortcutting make a run to mean with Debbie. So just implicitly now running with Debbie to spend those credits unless
Yeah,
it's a
if
run
it's
event.
not a run event, always doing that. Makes sense. Makes sense.
I wish Jane had let me do that.
There's no restrictions on Debbie that say once per turn or such, like a lot of cards like Hannah or such. So you could just do that without issue. No remote server or anything like that. Seeing a Hermes in hand, that could be really good to get
Finality
down.
in hand? Is that what? No, it's a twinning.
That Hermes in
2
hand
copies
would
of
be
twinning in
really,
hand.
really good to get down.
2, 3.
Yep.
Ooh, okay. Going for the transfer.
So that's here. Okay, so you break it.
Getting in.
I'll bounce the Tatibola.
Mark is R&D here.
This ice here.
So we're not gonna get the mark, but we are gonna get the.
Sorry.
We are gonna get the 6 credits and also just get into HQ, which is gonna get to see a card.
And all this ice, other than the Tattoo Bolas and a couple of small barriers, is probably going to cost like 7 or 8 credits. I don't know if we're expecting to see Cloud Eater in this. But
Cloud
like,
Eater is one of those cards. I'm always one of the fascinating things about Netrunner is how much more dangerous it can be to be in the middle of the bracket than at the top. 'Cause
Yeah.
If you're a top level player and you're at the top of the bracket and you're playing against the other top level players, you can usually know what's going to be in their deck. They're going to make reasonable choices and play good cards. But if
much
you're
more
if
predictable.
you're in the middle of the bracket, you can run up against cards that nobody expected and they're just miserable
Lacoste
to go
Charlotte.
against. You can run up into, here's an ice that's not good to play because it's so expensive, but absolutely destroys you if you didn't expect it. And when you're in the middle of the bracket, there's much more of a chance people.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyways, Lacoste Charlotte gonna start making money and drawing cards.
Can you make out what the card is?
Which card?
The face up in the new remote?
The face up in the new remote.
Oh, it's a Spin Doctor.
Spin Doctor.
That's the 3rd Spin
Not
Doctor.
sure.
There's 1 in Archives, 1 RFG. We'll see if the 3rd one goes back in the deck without first spin, but we're like getting a little tight on recursion already at this point in the game.
This is a problem.
In terms of setup here, it feels really even to me. Like, the Criminal is very nicely set up. Having 2 breakers down, 12 credits is like a very comfortable spot to be. Like, the engine here is clicking for the Criminal. Hard to keep getting value, though. Like, we don't have a free run to make. The Corp's going to have to res ice soon. I think, as long as that is clicking the advancement into 2 credits a turn, that's going to be a lot of value for the corporation that might pace the runner if there's not a good way to deal with that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's sort of the question is, how do you deal with that? Or do you say maybe the credit total, I'm just going to let them res the ice and deal with it with all the tools I have to cheat past ice, and they'll just overinstall it at some point and just let that money go through. But the money is not quite at that point yet where it'd be like, no, just let it go. It's still worth controlling.
Part of the issue is that the Tattoo Bola was in hand, and now there's a second piece of ice there. So that could be very easily be the Tattoo Bola, and you don't have a way through that yet.
And that's my pick for what it is.
Let's see what gets played here.
2.
Putting down the twinning.
4.
Ooh.
Are you running?
I will.
Mark is R&D.
Current servers R&D. Dangerous to run last click. 1 card in hand. Definitely. I don't think I'd run. You see the anemone, you could just lose out.
Anemone, Fuji off the top. It feels risky.
Let me pay for my stuff and then decide if I'm running.
Okay, 2 cards in hand, so it's technically safe, but still scary.
Yeah.
Are you taking an access with 2 cards in hand against Jinteki?
No.
Yeah, I'll make the run.
Okay.
Making
All right,
the run.
Here we go.
I'll rest Cloud Eater.
Res a Cloud Eater.
Oh gosh. Okay. So Cloud Eater, Sentry, so it can
So
be
it's
broken.
7 credits
Res
to
this
go
turn,
through
trash
it, but we
one
can only
installed
break.
card unless the runner takes 2 tags or suffers 3 net damage. Okay, so 3 net damage kills you. You can't take that. 2 tags is potentially okay if they aren't on tag punishment. You don't know if they're on tag punishment.
If they're playing Cloud Eater, I feel like they probably are. You're only playing that if all 3 subs matter.
All right, so
Unfortunately, if they're not on tag punishment, the twinning's going down. Fortunately, another one in hand, but like.
7.
So I assume you're going to let the.
So break, and then I will.
What are we going to see happen? The tags is the choice if you're not scared at all, but then again, if you let the tags go, you'll lose the twinning anyways.
Yeah, well, we have another in hand. We do get a click back when this run is successful.
Yeah,
so we are going to have 1 click left to deal
more
with this.
worrying
It's
is
not
how
last
many
click.
breakers do you have? Because if you lose that sentry, how are you getting it? How do you have another sentry in your deck? Are you just running one of everything? I would not be running one of everything at this point in the meta, but
are you just going
taking the 2 tags? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Alexis 2.
Okay.
Makes sense. Spend the counter while you can.
Stays.
Seeing.
Stays.
Is that Mitra?
Right. I
Couldn't see
believe
what that
it was
was.
a second Charlotte, but I'm
Charlotte.
not sure.
1 click left.
Yeah.
Last click. Not sure what you do here. All of the options feel kind of bad when you're tagged like this.
I think you have to clear one of them to not die to double mindscaping.
Okay.
Draw.
Start of turn. I'm gonna do Charlotte. Let's gain 4 credits. Draw
Right.
Charlotte. Mandatory draw.
Although we do know it's not on the top of R&D. So like we have some safety.
Click 2, I'll
Trash twinning. Okay, so we're not dying this
Just
turn.
trashing everything. Oh, wow. Clearing the board. Okay.
Yeah.
No actions, just clearing the board. That's really, really rough. But you are alive. You didn't die. The corp spent 6 credits. You can recover from that.
16 credits if it really.
True, true. And yet the corpse still has 9 credits left.
Yeah, but that's like enough to res 1 piece of ice here. Oh, Nuka off the top is huge in this position.
Absolutely gets you those cards back. But you do have to get, the problem is you have to get rid of those tags, otherwise you'll probably just lose them again. Need a way to make money here.
Install draw 3, let the corp trash your Nuka is probably fine.
That's fair, that's fair.
Yep.
Taking 3 credits, okay.
Charlotte again. Charlotte. Draw.
I would be so scared to do that because he's just still drawing through his whole deck. And if it is tag punishment, if that is what is here, at any moment that end of the line could show up.
Is it 4 in hand?
I believe it was 3. Might have drawn 1. Probably drew 1 with the... Probably drew 1 with the...
Daniela goes down. I wonder what's going in. Probably an agenda push here.
Feels pretty safe with the 2 tags and 3 ice. Don't have many tools. Okay, 4 in hand.
I like the HQ mark here. You're not going for archives, and that Cloud Eater is not fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, saving the Nuka so we can get the class act trigger with it makes a lot of sense to me.
Let's see, getting that down. When will we see those tags get cleared, if anything?
Honestly, with the runner's tag, like clearing the tags might be game losing. You might just have to say that like until I recover more. Like if the kill happens, the kill happens. I lose if I do this.
Let's see where this is going. What influence have we seen on the corpse side? We've seen 2
Spin Doctor.
spins. That's it. So we still don't know what's in there. Don't know what sort of stuff this deck has. There's 3 upgrades in that server.
Yep.
All right.
The less influence we see, the more I expect measured response.
Or end of the line. Let's see. taking a lot of time to make a choice here. Wonder what... I mean, your options are limited here. I wonder... It's so scary to potentially let that fire. But then again, I mean, if it's a Sisyphus... Oh, going for it! All right, starting with a Tattoo Bola, nothing you can do about that.
Yeah, so it's a question, too, of, like, the other thing with the tags, right? Lie low exists in runner decks. We've got a Nuka, we've got a Class Act, we can dig for that.
True, true.
That is the way to clear 2 tags.
It certainly feels good.
Seeing the no free lunch seems makes that no likely, but just taking it for the credits makes so much sense to me at this point. Like, if you can't clear the other tag, what's the point?
All right.
How many? There's 2 face downs. Yeah.
Installing 2 ice on archives. That's so much ice. This is almost certainly a Glacier deck, which makes me think it might be Sisyphus.
20 minutes left in the round.
Certainly fun to shove someone through Cloud Eater twice.
Yes.
Well, fun for the corp, not fun for the runner.
Yes.
Yep.
All right. Taking 3 more from...
Finding the barrier breaker.
Oh, sorry. Do you mind?
Yeah, roll the mark. That's fine.
Mark is HQ.
Not super helpful still.
Although at this point in the game, I expect there to be 1 or 2 agendas in HQ in addition to the one on the table. Probably
True.
1 in HQ.
Depends on how many agendas are in the deck.
I'm guessing 6.
You think just 6? If it's...
Could be Sisyphus.
If it's Sisyphus, it's more... It
If it's
depends on
Sisyphus,
what
it's
exactly the
7,
strategy
is that the math?
Possibly? Probably. All right. See what gets played. How do you dig yourself out of this hole?
Looks like the Kurapira in hand. Ooh, and we have a pinhole threading,
Pinhole
but
threading?
nothing to play it on.
I mean, you could go through the Cloud Eater. It's better than nothing. Not
Is it?
fun, though.
I don't think it's better than nothing. I think it's better to hold the card and wait.
Let's see.
2.
Yep.
All right, playing the Kurapira.
3.
Carpe Diem on HQ. Will we see the run?
I'll make the run.
Oh, going to make the run. Okay.
Yeah, all 3 breakers in the money. It makes sense here.
Yep, and you're forcing the Corp to res things. The Corp only has 13 credits right
Yep.
now. That's a lot, but if the Corp has to res 1 big piece of ice, that's 7.
Yeah, like it's a lot, but not in this deck.
Yeah, I mean, imagine Corp reses 1 big 7-cost piece of ice. They're not down to 5 credits. You can run that other server without much issue.
And like if we're expecting measured response, then you want to just keep
And
10
there it
credits
is. That's
back
8
anyways.
credits right there. For... Which ice is that again?
Microweb.
Yeah.
Strength.
Ooh.
And this is a good microweb round if you have targets. No cave gate, just the sentry.
Face down ice.
Sorry.
Yeah.
That.
Do I want that fire?
Fires? Is that what I heard?
Trying to decide whether to let the
No
microweb
under-res
fire.
code gates.
No.
I already paid to get to strength.
Yeah.
I'll break, and let the last subroutine fire.
Okay, letting the last subroutine fire.
Letting the code gate subroutine fire. Yeah.
Because there's no
No code
gate
gates.
res on the board.
Nothing.
Yeah. And you need to break the sentry one.
Yeah, I said break.
Break, but there's 4 subroutines.
Oh,
There's 4 subroutines.
Yes.
Yep, I made that mistake too when I first looked at it. I was like, oh, 3
Sorry,
subroutines.
sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hang 1 more to break 1 more. So now the Corp is on 5 credits. So presumably you might be able to get in. Like, you might even be able to get into that big server.
Do you bounce off a Tattoo Bola here?
Oh, I don't have enough money. It's a game loss.
Oh.
Judge.
This should just be a warning, I think.
Yeah, this should just be a warning.
Revealing hidden information.
Revealing hidden information is like almost certainly just revealing hidden information, especially because that puts you at a disadvantage.
Yeah.
The runner knows that now.
Do you res it and you concede it's a bit of information?
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
The runner now knows that that's there.
I didn't think it was a game loss.
Yeah.
I don't think that. Yeah.
That's not an immediate game loss, especially because it actually very much hurts you knowing what's there.
This one?
It is some information that you could potentially use.
You have a Charlotte. That's probably a good takedown, but for
I'm not sure
2
you wanna pay
credits,
for that. Yeah, 2 credits when you're on 5 credits, especially because you still have 1 click remaining that you could potentially even use to try and get into that big server.
We've got 2 gambles out, so like how much you're trying to hit the 3rd gamble.
Oh, you have 2 clicks left because you got the click back from
Yeah.
me getting in.
You have $5.
The identity is RH, Restoring Humanity, making a small amount of money.
Like, honestly, though, with the Corp also on 5 credits, it's a really hard choice, right? Like, because if the Corp scores out here and they're on 2 credits, they need to jam that Charlotte. So, like, you're sort of trading a lot of your tempo for a lot of their tempo, but letting them have it here, keeping both of their tempo, keeping the game moving a little faster, seems entirely reasonable.
Having, if Envelopment has some good way to make money right here, even just like the final sure gamble, that would be so valuable because then you could play that and then make that run. But
Clean Getaway Archives.
Clean Getaway Archives. Ooh, that's good.
Break.
Paying
The
1 to break the
Tattoo
Tatu Bola.
money.
You're on 1 credit event stuff. Ooh, that's dangerous though because it's going to give the Corp back credits, which they can potentially use to break other stuff.
We do get a Kurapira counter, which almost certainly matters with that Atini on HQ.
With the
that we
Atini
should
on
know
HQ
about.
and just this deck definitely running very large big ice.
And before access, I will use the Spin Doctor. I will shuffle back.
Going to Spin Doctor. That's 2 Spin Doctors removed.
Spin Doctor.
Yeah, putting 1 back, so...
And a face down.
Okay.
See, that's really good though, because as soon as that Tatu Bola goes back up, I get really scared. Just like, oh gosh, what else is on Archives? You can now res something. Previously, you were safe to get in. The Corp had 5 credits at most. Resing anything, you could probably break it. But now, do you have the money to get in? Unfortunately, it does mean that the Corp probably has enough money to res whatever's behind, especially because of the Tatu Bola on server 1. Definitely has enough money to res everything, keeping you out of there. Still, really valuable to get in there. Just see Archives, force the Spin Doctor.
I'll do it.
Okay.
Valuable play there.
I already paid the credit to break this.
Yeah, okay. I will do Tatabola again.
Okay, going to go for it anyways. So you get the swap. Corp gains 4. Corp is now at 10 credits, so could res like another Cloud Eater or something, which would be really rough.
You were broke just a second ago.
Sorry?
You were broke
That's
just a
Tatu Bola.
second ago. That's just not fair.
Complaining that the Corp was just broke and now no longer is.
Chat pointing out that I did indeed mean Botu.
Yes, it was Boto, not Atini. We're so used to seeing Atini in games like this.
Yeah.
If this deck isn't running Atini, I would be shocked.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a very good ice. All right. 2 counters on Kurapira. Being able to grind those off of the Tatu Bolas is really good.
At the cost of fueling the Corpse Econ.
Yeah.
We need to play fast.
Yeah, I know. Just one moment.
Corp is trying to decide what to res here.
I think
What do you
Tatu Bola might be the best barrier in Standard right now.
Fascinating. I mean, I could see it. What do you think is in that server? I mean, assuming the one thing is an agenda, which I think is a pretty safe assumption, like, what are the other upgrades there?
I think there's a Mitra.
A Mitra?
Is that a Patrick on cell 1.0?
Is that a Braun? That's an Ansel. Yeah,
I think it's an Ansel.
I think that's an Ansel. Wow. Is that an Ansel?
Yes.
Yeah, it is an Ansel. Right, and resing and using the Mitra. Can we get Mitra on the screen real quick?
The swap is
Mitra, whenever runners are approached to pre ice, if you do gain 3 credits, you may swap the ice being approached with a piece of ice from Archives or R&D. Okay, so paid to break the so we paid to break the Ansel, ran into the next one. Then when the next one showed up, Mitra was rezzed to swap it.
Yes.
And now we're running into
a
Vampirnira that has been rezzed.
Vampirinasa that was swapped
cannot
there.
be broken.
But a Vampifire is, like, honestly so often what you want. And it's the Sisyphus.
And there's the Sisyphus. Oh. That's good to see.
That is such an important steal.
Yep.
I don't know how the Crib Econ, even with Chesvas, keeps up if a Sisyphus gets scored here. Like,
yep. Getting that is really valuable. I wonder, it's got to hurt a little bit to have the Vampirinessa.
And it's a Mavirus.
Mavirus doesn't do anything. It's got to hurt a little bit to have the Vampirinessa in hand as the ice that you have, because if that had been a number of other things, it could have really, really messed up the runner. But because it's just the Vampirinessa, while it's rough, doesn't really kill them.
Very few pieces of ice kill the runner outright in that position.
I feel like
But like a little bit
fair.
more damage, and you're at the point where they like have to ask, if it's Fuji, I need to jack out.
6 yo-yo card. It's this one. I'm going to credit.
That
Right.
is 100% the Charlotte that I did not trash.
Yeah.
Knowing what it is, couldn't trash the Lacostas. The Corp is immediately going to start getting that money back. The thing about the Sisyphus decks is that they are slow. No matter what is happening, they are slow.
Yep.
Even if you're losing, they're really slow. If they score a Sisyphus, then
It's the nature of
it's just
Glacier.
over.
You don't want to draw more than you need to. You want to just like, honestly, like so often a mistake I see players make in Glacier decks is like they look at their hand, there's nothing to do, so they draw a card.
Yeah.
Just click for credits. Don't draw. The more you draw, the more agendas are going to flood up, and if you're not ready to push, just let them come to you. Put them in the remote as they come, and let them go out naturally. Don't speed up the game. It's
10 minutes.
Playing Pinhole on Archives. Oh no! Playing Pinhole on Archives. Seeing the Sisyphus.
Oh, it's not the Charlotte.
It's not the Charlotte. Going to advance it twice. And then, oh no, the Seamless. Oh, and there's the scored Sisyphus. Oh. No money in hand, but now there is a Sisyphus scored out. Oh.
Yeah, that's brutal for the
That's
runner. That was
so
such a
rough.
play. I don't think the Sisyphus in hand. I think that was a top deck.
Makes sense. That is awful, awful to see, especially when you had the credits specifically to trash that. And the worst part is if you had one more credit, you could have gone for the Costa grid instead.
Yeah.
And trash that. That hurts a lot. You still scored one Sisyphus, which helps a little bit, but Krim is definitely on the back foot now.
And 2 credits both sides of the board, but the Jateki is happy clicking for credits, and the criminal falls so far behind if they do that at this point.
Why couldn't I have rolled Archives?
The one...
Quick one, I'll draw.
Yeah.
Getaway's a good recovery.
Getaway's really good, especially here with the 2 credits, because there's not a touchable on Archives, I don't believe.
And even if it was credit, and Getaway gets you there, but like again, a shame not getting
credit, Getaway.
No res. No res.
I'm playing around Tattoo Bola here.
Yeah.
Getting in, making the money, seeing even more ice. Just the most miserable Glacier deck. I'm not sure what got Hermes bounced when the thing was scored.
The bow 2 on HQ.
The bow 2 on HQ.
Innermost on HQ.
Innermost on HQ. That makes sense. All right.
Yeah, I think at this point it's the Corpse game to lose. The runner has a lot of work to do in this board state. That Sisyphus push was really nicely timed for the scoring window. Difficult call to make sometimes having such low credit total to push an agenda, but with the res dice that you have, it's like...
There's still only 1 ice on HQ and R&D. And while you can ice that up, you have a little bit of time to potentially find something there. I don't know. We'll see what happens here.
There's just so much work to do for the runner. Like, if the runner could install the twinning and start charging the twinning, I'd be like, yeah, that's great. But even if you put the twinning down, you lost to the Mamie. You don't have that source of charging it. And you can't because you're tagged still. So, like, you don't have a way to get the multi-axis engine going.
And having lost the pinhole, you don't really have a way to trash what is almost certainly a Charlotte in that server.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. No, that wasn't a Regenesis into Sisyphus. That was a flat Sisyphus scoring with 1 from Lacosta, 2 advancements, and then a seamless launch on it. It was not Regenesis.
The other trick here, 6 minutes left in the round. Depending on when the next agenda comes up for the corporation, if the runner does find a cheeky single, then it's just like, at what point does time get called? Does the corporation have enough time?
Okay,
the transfer here is really beautiful.
Interesting. So going to use the Sisyphus to shove you through that ice twice, which is going to cost a lot, but you're going to get the money back.
There is a res code gate now, so the full microweb matters.
Yeah, that's a lot of cost.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sisyphus triggers.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh no! Forgot about the Sisyphus trigger.
Yeah, that does. How many cards in hand?
3.
That might be lethal.
I do see a
that's
three-pointer in
lethal.
hand.
Oh, no, that's lethal.
That's lethal.
Oh. forgot about the Sisyphus trigger. Oh, that hurts.
Yeah.
It's a powerful card. It's incredibly hard to score, but if you actually manage to do it, it utterly dominates people. Solid game though. Well done from both players. Yeah. That one single score of that one single pinhole threading made such a difference. It was such a rough thing to see, but really fun Netrunner to watch.
That he could push the Sisyphus there. It was game winning. I think even if we hadn't seen the flatline.
Yeah. Really great game though. Great game by both players. Really glad to see Ben Velleman on stream.
Absolutely.
Really well done. They did an amazing job.
If I let this trash
It's so hard at that point to know what to do, because at that point you're so far, you have to figure out how to deal with the Sisyphus, and you're pretty far behind, and you have to start looking at all of your options.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like a shaper can deal with a Sisyphus being scored. A value Anarch, you can crew it down. Crim does not have a good answer.
Crim has so few options, especially in a Glacier deck like
that.
Yeah,
and so many of your answers are like, I'm going to get through the ice once to make the specific run I need to. Having to go back for it, like your boomerangs are useless. So, like so many of your tools, like your Cheswick credits are spent.
You have to completely change how you're playing, and even then it's just to squeeze out barely a possibility of a win. Fantastic game, though. Really great
absolutely.
Launch. Yeah. All right, we're going to go to a quick break while we wait for the next round's pairings, and then we'll be back with one more round to play. We'll see you then.
See you all soon.
Hello, and we're back with round 6 of the Netrunner World Championships. Excited to see more games?
Yeah, absolutely.
And I believe Vic, our runner, has chosen a Bangun game.
Yes.
Vic mentioned this last round, so I assume that just really excited to see a Bangun game.
I'm excited to see a Bangun game.
Love to see it. I love all of the newer Stranger Identities. I really hope we see more of them as the meta evolves, especially with new sets, seeing stuff that we didn't see as much of previously. I am so excited for hopefully at some point Poetry to be like really good.
I've learned over my time with Netrunner to never say a card we'll never see play, because somebody will figure it out at some point and make you the fool.
I used to say that nothing things will never see play, and then Girls happened, and that became a real deck. The fact that people were actually playing Akiko as a real deck and it was good is completely changed my ability to say something is unplayable.
So on one side of the table, we're going to have the Bangun. I'm guessing a Super Modernism?
The Akiko showing up on stream. How was this card playable? 12 influence. Why did they do that? Yep, probably some sort of Super Modernism thing. And then on the other side, we're going to have a Sable.
You reckon dolls or reg breakers again?
I'm hoping dolls. I love dolls.
I do like the dolls.
Love to see them. All right, looks like we're going.
Round 6 starts now.
All right. Let's see this.
Good luck and have fun.
Do we know if this is a keep or a mull? We do see the measured response immediately. 6 points in hand to start the game. We're going to be playing a little from behind.
Yeah, 6 points is very rough.
No ice, I think. I'm going to guess this is a bad mull. Oh, 1 ice.
Immediately seeing that go on HQ makes sense. Now, the problem here is, well, the good news is that was a logjam, so you can protect yourself against a boomerang.
Yeah, honestly, might just be enough to hold all game.
Oh no, going for the draw and finding another agenda.
Wow.
This game might be over soon. Are you still down to do that interview?
Yeah, yeah, I am. Archives mark, so the stable's going to be a little slower. We are on dolls. We've got 2 of them, a twinning, a clean getaway. I do not know what that last card in hand is, though.
Well, we will see once it comes down, potentially. Oh, and there it came down. So which card is that? Let's find out in just a second.
It's a sure gamble.
It's just a sure gamble. Fancy alt art, sure gamble. Good start. Now, the real thing here is that ice on HQ, that's just a logjam. Now the downside is since you're up against dolls, dolls can break that. You're not like dealing with like a Kurapira situation where it's things. That's the one real big benefit of dolls is once you have 2 down, you can get through anything. I wonder if we're going to see them come down very quickly here. Nope, putting down the Nuka instead makes sense.
I think always try to find the econ first if you're not trying specifically to get through the ice. Makes so much sense to me. We did see the single off of R&D. Of course, we know that's not where the agendas are.
Seeing another single, and that's another piece of ice. Good to see, honestly. Now, I wonder if at some point you just... The one thing about having so many agendas potentially is being able to, if you can get measured responses...
I was just thinking, it's one saving grace.
Them out and go for that. Okay. Drawing.
And I imagine dropping a 3-2 in the remote right here.
And installing it face up. Oh, right, because Bangun. Yes. I saw it and my brain immediately went, did she just throw the game? Did they just throw the entire game? And I don't know.
I certainly don't see a lot of Bangun play, so it is a very different... It's been a while since I've seen a public agenda.
Loss right now, but no, I love to see a public agenda.
R&D is the mark. A good mark to have. Happy to take a single here. Happy to play that clean getaway.
Especially because you assume that measured response is what it's going to be on. You can just keep hitting R&D and hoping that you can trash them potentially.
Yep.
Which is always good. Just being able to find them.
And I see a Chesva and...
a twinning.
A Carpe Diem is the pick. That's totally reasonable.
Yeah. Playing Carpe Diem.
It's your same 3 credits and you get the run.
Gonna see the top card. Now, you might have wanted to play the Chesva first, because you could have used the Chesva to trash that. But still, either way, getting the Carpe Diem credits is just...
Danielle is an interesting pick for influence. That's 3 pips right there.
Yeah. Could potentially... additional cost to steal an agenda could just be some sort. Makes sense a little bit.
No,
with
it makes so much
yeah.
sense. Damage
Just as
matters. More
we're-
hands out of play seem.
We are putting as many cards as possible to make scoring this miserable. We'll see. That is that's 2 ice. So now is the point where the runner is looking this down and saying, okay, I know the agenda's there. I know exactly what's happening here. Do I go for it? 4 cards in hand.
And it's a big question. Like, you probably want to get the twinning down before you go touch it.
Can we see the text of Bengen again? You may install agendas face up. Whenever the runner acts as a face up installed agenda, do 2 meat damage to give the runner 1 tag. So you definitely can't hit it final click is the thing, because if there's the end of the line in hand.
And we see the end of the line in hand right now.
Oh wow.
And we did find another ice. Big question here. Do you put it on the remote and say dolls only have 2 of them? You put it on R&D. It goes on R&D.
Right, so challenging the runner, just saying, go for it. Sure.
And we're
try
just
it.
not scoring the agenda. We're just putting it in the remote and leaving it there. Advancing it once.
On my third click, I will.
Then third click.
Gain the credit back.
Just taking a credit, putting 1 advancement on there. So I presume going to, once again, daring the runner to go for that. Which, honestly, I assume we'll just see that first click here, potentially.
Yeah, my guess is...
You don't want to lose that Chesva, and you don't want to lose that twinning.
Right. My guess is this, the Bengun loses on Centrals.
Yeah.
I think the tax on Centrals is way more important than the second ice on R&D, so I really like that ice placement.
Yeah, I wonder if you want to just...
Clean getaway probably on Archives.
Yep. Taking the money from that. Then we'll see the... I presume we're going to see... Now, you do have to stay up a little bit on cards because of that. If you're not going to go for it, then you have to have enough cards that the Ares doesn't just kill you.
Yeah, putting Ozef down is honestly, like, it's really interesting here because the Corp does not want to trash any of this ice.
Yeah.
So it's really hard for the Corp to score this Ozef here. I think I'm happy to leave it.
Yeah, it might be that the reason you put 1 counter on it and then just move on is just to say, okay, playing... Which card is that just got played? Okay, just another sure gamble. Yeah. So has so much money, really probably wants to play something. I wonder if the reason putting 1 counter on it is just so next turn you could just install something and then score it and trash it and deal the damage. But is the damage even worth it? Or is it just worth it for the 2 points? Let's see.
Yeah, I think...
last click, I'm so worried. I would be so stressed about that twinning. I would want that twinning down.
Yeah, I would just install it right here.
Nope. Gonna...
I don't recognize this alt.
Go and play another alt art.
It's a bravado.
Another bravado. Running on R&D.
So it's not last click? Because we're getting through this.
Yep.
Solendra. Do you know how to spell it? I don't know how to spell it.
SY. Solendra. Down. Spending a lot of money to break it, but you have that money, you do all the stuff. And this is a bravado run, so you're going to get some money. Seeing just another piece of ice, not what you want to see.
It's interesting. It's hard with the twinning in hand. I probably let that fire and keep the money.
Getting the click back. I think you go for the twinning here, or the okay, choosing the Chesva over the twinning. Both of those are really important to just have on the board.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think you're saying here that the Corp can't really afford to trash something. They need to find something to install to do it.
See if they do.
I don't like what's going on here.
Corp also only has 5 credits, so at this point you're also saying, okay, are you gonna install something, advance, trash, and then like...
Ice a new remote. Interesting. New remote. Could just be fodder.
Here.
Credit.
2 credits, okay. Not sure what the plan is there. Interesting. I feel like this is a deck that's kind of waiting for the runner to hopefully do something with measured response, but
yeah.
I'm not sure. I feel like that's a good way to lose the game, essentially, to give the runner too many options. That's part of the danger with all of the decks that are always like, I'm going to wait for the runner to overextend and make a mistake and then kill them is, what if they don't? What if they play safe?
Right,
or
exactly.
What if hit their big advantage and just have such a huge advantage that they could steamroll you.
Because the only way to get the runner to overextend is to have the threat on the table that says, if you don't overextend, I've got you. To put up the metaphorical rock and hard plays.
As F plus public trail plus end of the line is kill on 2 advancements. Yeah, but we're not seeing it yet. Okay, getting the log jam. All right, so we're going to see it get broken here. And now, are we going to see 2 cards or 1 card from hand? Currently, it looks like just 1 card.
I think I would just spend 1 code. I don't think I've been twinning here.
Oh,
but we
spending
are.
the twinning. That's not good.
It's always hard to say on the couch because we know that there's agendas in hand.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. We do have the 8 credits for measured if we touch the next one.
Yeah, and the corp has.
Oh,
no
but we see the end of the line instead.
All right. The corp currently has no credits, so now is honestly a pretty safe time to go get that agenda.
Yep, absolutely.
Can't res anything. Can't res anything. Isn't going to be able to punish you. You can't. You have the money and time to clear the tag. Drawing up instead.
No tag.
If you take the agenda.
Oh, the one in the remote. Yeah, absolutely.
If you go take the agenda in the remote, you get a tag. You have the money and time to clear the tag.
That's right. Bangun has text.
Yes. Someday Bangun will be really good. Just wait. I'm excited. Seeing a second doll in hand.
And it's coming down. That does feel like we're going to go get the agenda, but not the click to clear the tag. Draw last click.
Draw last click. I mean, the corp doesn't really have the money to do it.
No, you can leave it.
Yeah.
Even if they click for 3 credits, you can still go get it next turn. And that's exactly what we see.
Well, clicking for 3 credits. And this is a pretty safe opportunity unless, I mean, the corp could, there aren't a lot of ways for the corp to kill you here. Also, you have the twinning. You can just hit HQ, hit R&D. The runner's in a very good place here. Let's see. Drawing up.
It's interesting. I wonder if the Bangun is importing planograms. That might be a nice little include. Helps you find your kill, helps you get that money.
Helps you especially with money. That would help a lot, especially on 4 credits. It's really hard though because against Sable, it's really hard to get the runner to end on no clicks left.
Yeah, absolutely.
You want the runner to end turn on 0 clicks, and so you want the runner to end their turn tagged without having enough clicks to clear the tag. But it's really hard to do here.
Yeah.
So are we seeing we're seeing another run on HQ?
Yeah.
And seeing another agenda.
This honestly might be just like tough to keep the runner from making value runs on HQ here. You can't really advance the logjam manually when you're so low on credits. But we are now at the point where measured response is live.
Yep.
So we're going to have to see how that's managed. We are on exactly 8 credits. That's going to be very tough to manage. That does mean that the runner has effectively spent all of his sort of free money.
Well, all of your free money,
liquid money.
if the corp has 10 credits. The corp currently only has 4 credits.
Yeah.
So you don't need to worry about it too much right now. There's some ways to get a lot of money fast, but not enough to get from 4 to 10 instead of 2 clicks left over to measured response twice.
Yeah.
It is something you need to be careful
you can't
of
do
going
it.
from here.
It's because you don't want to end up in the hole, right? Like you want to be able to have that money going forward. You sort of want to set it aside in savings for 3 turns from now when the measured response threat is live after the court's gone credit, hedge, credit, hedge, gov sub. I wouldn't be surprised to see a gov sub come out of this deck. And like getting to that point very quickly brings us to like a point where like if you spend this money now, turns out you needed it later.
Yep. Let's see.
Spending 6 to break a Silendra.
Trying to get in. Gonna see. Okay.
Gonna see 2.
Gonna see 2. Oh. Now,
bite, it's hard to pay for here. I think you do, because truly, I've never said no to a bite, even when I should.
Yeah, it's fun to make it happen. There's also potentially
Bravado Revolver Dolls hitting the bin.
Does the runner has one more click here?
Runner has one more access here. And this is not the mark. The mark was already run. I'm not sure. I think
if the runner has
one more
click
click
remaining. Okay, yeah, can clear the tag. Because I was going to say, if you can't clear the tag, then you could potentially planogram end of the line.
Yeah.
For lethal, but with that tag, you're gonna click for credits most likely. Still, it's fun to hit the runner with a bite. Who doesn't love dealing 3 net damage and hitting him with a tag? It'll always be fun.
HQ mark?
Right, HQ mark. Have not seen a single spin doctor.
It's a 3 strength logjam, so it costs 4 credits to go through, 1 to boost, 3 to break. 2 of those are Chesva.
Runner is currently completely broke. Carpe Diem would be really nice here.
Yeah, credit Carpe gets you into HQ with a credit left over if you want to make the run. You probably don't, but
I don't think you want to make the runs here. Just at this is the point where you have to start being like, I'm up 4 points. There's 2 points on the board. This is the other thing. There's 2 points on the board. So if you make a run on R&D or HQ and you see a point, you can then safely go, okay, I'm just going to run and grab the last point.
Yeah.
But okay, you do want to make the run for that reason.
Yeah, brutal after clicking for 3 credits to get transferred.
Transfer, lose all credits. Runner gets 6, and they're going to look at either 1 or 2 cards. Let's see.
I think there's 1 agenda left in HQ. And we get our click back.
Are we going to see 1 or 2 cards here?
I think you see 2 cards here.
Going to
Why
go for
not?
2. All right. Let's see. End of the line again. And that's 2 points. All right. I think that's that's game because you can just
go
run
run.
the server.
You just go run the Azov.
You got the clicks. All right.
But
well,
clearing the tag.
Fast game.
It's not ideal. Mandatory draw.
Rough game for both players. Well, I mean, the game isn't over yet, but didn't go for it? Huh.
Question in the chat. Yes, the poker chips are provided.
Yeah, the poker chips are provided for the camera. I'm surprised didn't go for it.
I think just missed that they couldn't res the ice.
Yeah.
It happens.
Sense.
It's a stressful day.
Not a huge downside because, I mean, the corp's pretty out of options. Yeah.
Click 3, I'll take credits, yes.
Just going to concede. Okay, yeah. Rough game that sometimes you get flooded. Sometimes you just see all of your agendas really fast. And that's never a good time.
Yeah, hard to play out of that.
Yep. Especially, we did not see a single spin doctor in that entire time.
No spins.
Yeah, no spins, no nothing. Looking for options.
All the kill pieces, none of the money.
Yeah.
A little bit of ice, but the logjam wasn't going to hold against the Chesva doll.
It's a good stop. It's a good start at the beginning, but it just Chesva plus doll can get past things like that so easily.
Yeah.
If we had seen like a tree line to make it bigger or other stuff,
tree
it
line
could have
is
helped. But yeah, really, really rough.
Yeah.
Still fun game to watch. Glad we were able to do that. Yeah. We've got some time left over, so I'll probably take a short break. And then, are you down to potentially? I was thinking of maybe doing an interview with someone at some point.
Absolutely. Happy to be on.
But for now, we'll take a short break, and then we'll be back in a bit with something else. See you in a second. Hello, I'm Juniper, and I am here with a special guest who definitely wasn't just on the stream before, Izzy.
Hello.
Do you want to introduce yourself and say why you're here?
I'm Izzy. I'm head of the community team and now president of Null Signal Games, as well as a member of the steering committee.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to talk a little bit about what we're doing.
Yeah, so I want to talk to you because obviously you're president of Null Signal Games now. Can I ask, when you first got involved with Null Signal Games again?
Goodness, it would have been just so I joined in recruiting while Elevation was in the pipeline, and then I joined the community team. I remember my announcement was with the Sisyphus protocol,
which we just saw on stream.
Which we just saw on stream. So that was a nice full circle moment right after I've.
Well, you wanted to talk about, I wanted to ask you the process of how a set gets designed. What teams it goes through and the structure of the teams.
I mean, the answer is all of them, right?
Yeah.
Which is why it's so interesting to now.
It turns out that we make Netrunner, it turns out that that's, we're putting it
it's
together.
Everyone
This is what
Netrunner.
we do.
Right, absolutely.
Yeah. Who would have expected that our organization, everyone involved works on the product, making cards?
So I'm not in the studio, and yet even outside of that, I work so much with the teams in the studio to help make the set, to help everyone get all the pieces in the right places. So right now, and our process has changed a bit over time. So we're at a point now where we have a set starts in mostly in design, but we have we call them pods, right? So you have a bunch of people who are in design, and then people from narrative, people from development in the pod from the get-go. So as the ideation for the set gets going, you have the voices from the entire studio working together so that we can have this cohesive vision for what a set's going to be, what the cards need to do, what story we want to tell with them, and have that all the way carried through from conception through release. And so the design process is really that ideation process. What should the game feel like? What should the game be at a very foundational level? And then from there, we're coming up with card ideas that express that, express the play patterns that we're hoping to see, express the length of game we're hoping to see, express the kind of power level that we're hoping to see. But you don't start with a card that gets that power level. You start with an idea that's it would be a cool idea if a card for Transfer Wealth, right? It's not it starts, it's the corp loses 3, you gain 6, and take a tag and get an access. No, it starts with it would be cool for a criminal card to take money from the corp.
Well, I assume it starts with it would be cool if we had a count siphon again.
Okay, that's maybe a bad example, but for novel ideas, absolutely. And so from there, design gets the set to a point. And they do play test it at that point with numbers that are, I wouldn't say made up, but with numbers that are
just what
not
they feel,
final.
What feels like
it's a good starting point to tune the set. And from there, it hits a certain point, and it's cool, well, the ideation's done. We're going to hand this over to development. Development's going to take that, and now we're going to have fewer design members on the pod and more development members. And they're going to take that through, and they're going to get those numbers right. They're going to look at which ideas actually work in the context of, Netrunner is a game with an established play style, and not every idea withstands the test of reality, and some ideas end up looking a lot different through the development process. It's all about figuring out how do you take a card and honor the design idea, but make it a card that's actually fun to play, and a card that's balanced, and a card that works for all levels of play, from the kitchen table through competitive events like Worlds. Yeah.
And then it keeps going until eventually
and it keeps going. Throughout this whole process, right? Narrative is involved and art is involved. And as the cards start taking a more final form, you're able to start saying okay, we wanted to tell a card that was the story of take the pairing of Finality and Katorga Breakout, right? We want to have this little bit of a story. How do we then say, okay, well, the narrative here, right? Finality, you're going to get in, but at what cost, right? And then the answer is well, the cost, you might lose someone, right? And so you can sort of start depicting that in the card, and then carry that through to something like Katorga Breakout. It's well, somebody's been lost, you can get them back.
Yeah, that makes sense. And eventually it'll make its way to me covering it on stream when it's in the tournament.
Absolutely. So
all the way down to my job, which is way out here after it's actually been made.
Right, and a lot of what I was doing on community team was very much at the end of the pipeline. You have that narrative set, you start getting the art done, and then community starts getting involved. Okay, cool, we're going to be hyping this set, we're going to be previewing this set, we're going to be entering that relatively soon with Vantage Point, where finished cards are coming to me, and I'm like, okay, what is the order that we show these to people in order to show off the set in the best light? What is the order that makes sense? Like, who's good at talking about different cards? Like, how do we distribute them to different content creators? And having those conversations, like having that context from narrative all the way through to be able to, like, well, here are the stories we're trying to tell with the set, so how do we then make that happen as the set comes out piece by piece? Because, of course, the whole set comes out slowly over time. Like, we're not releasing all the cards up front. You get a little bit and a little bit of drip feed over a couple of weeks leading up to the actual launch of the set.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. And so I also wanted to ask just like what's your identity of choice for Corp and Runner?
Oh, goodness. I'm always picking a criminal.
Well, I meant faction, but also I'll take those specific identities.
Okay. Well, identities is where I'm going with it. So I'm always picking Mercury if I can. I haven't found the Mercury deck for me this
That's
meta.
valid. Yeah.
So it's been a lot.
Mercury's been struggling a bit.
It's been a lot of Zaya for me. Although we put, you may have seen the Dirt Eater deck. Some of you may be familiar. We put that in Musliha, and I've been loving that. It turns out seeing the top of the deck lets you hit the Musliha draw every turn, and that feels so good.
Oh, yeah.
To do Q loop, to hit lily pads so you can hit your Musliha draw and play it. It's so much fun.
Is that the deck that Pylu was going to bring, but then
as
found
a meta call
different deck?
picked something different?
Went with something different instead.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
And Corp side, I've been playing so much Precision Design. I love Discord Agenda. I have to tell you, it's every time I play PD, it's like, wow, that was a really good game of Netrunner. I sure did just play Netrunner right now. I sure did put an agenda behind ice and say to the runner, hey, it costs you this many credits to get in. Are you going to do it for this one? Are we going to do it again? And just like, and I think a lot of people, PD starts looking a little simple, but the reality of playing it is it's such a balance of where you can spend your limited pool of credits, because PD is not a rich deck.
Well, unless you fill it with money.
Yeah, but if you fill it with money, you're sacrificing other sides of it. You're sacrificing the speed, you're sacrificing the scoring potential, you're sacrificing other things. So it's like you want just enough money in the deck to res just enough ice to score out.
Yeah.
And the ice isn't cheap. Fast. Your ice is brawn, you've got on sell in there recently. Yeah, you want to be going fast. It's a deck that says, like, I can cut Spin Doctor because my answer to Flood is just score the agendas.
So, on the other hand, how long have you been playing Netrunner for?
Oh, goodness. I mean, I had an original core set back in the day, so I've been playing a long time. But I didn't actually end up picking any of the expansions up. I just played the original core set as a board game for a long time. And then after the pandemic, I was like, hey, is Netrunner still a thing? And it turns out it was.
That is what I did, except it was during the pandemic.
Yeah, I was in Austin, Texas at the time, and I found a really dedicated group of locals. Shout out to all the Austin crew.
Wait, you were in the Austin meta?
Yeah, I was in the Austin meta. We kept missing each other. You know that?
I did not know that.
Yeah,
holy cow.
Yeah, we just missed each other. We just kept. I think we met at like one standard tournament where Brandon lent me a criminal deck. And I discarded a paperclip. It was my first time playing standard. I'd only played start up to that point. And I came to this tournament. And that was when I learned that, what was the Wayland card that removed a card from the discard from the game?
Oh, God. I don't remember.
Anyways, that was my introduction to the fantasy flight card pool.
Yeah.
Was having my paperclip removed from the game in my first standard tournament in the first round. But here I am, still playing Netrunner.
So what were your identities of choice back then?
Ooh, back then I was playing a lot of Kit. And I was really just exploring on the Corp side. I was really just playing whatever. I was going on NRDB, picking whatever startup decks I was seeing that week and just sleeving things up and bringing them to play.
Yeah, that's
having a lot of fun doing it.
The first criminal I ever played was Andromeda, and I've been in love ever since.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you get the chance to, I don't know, through a RAM tournament or something, get to play some Andromeda.
Is a choice of mine.
So much fun.
Classique is one of my poisons of choice. Are you not familiar? Classique is a set of like classic matchups throughout Netrunner's history.
Yeah, no, I've seen
just
that,
a bunch of deck lists that are sort of chosen to play nicely against each other and representative of the time period they're from.
I love off-meta events. Yeah. Always a big fan of that. But if you ever get the chance to somehow play old Andromeda, do so. It's the best you can have with criminal.
Are you doing the October event this year?
I don't know if Austin is. You'd have to ask the Austin meta. I've wanted to run it in Seattle for a while, but I've struggled with it. If you don't know about it, Austin has, for a number of years, done a special October event called Costume Party that is a tournament where you can play any identity through all of Netrunner's history. However, it has to be color shifted to a different color. So you can play green noise or purple spark or blue Seb or something, and it's a lot of fun to come up with some decks for that. No, I saw that. Someone actually played that. Yeah, there was both in the tournament.
It would be good.
The best deck we had, or the best deck I saw in it, because when we were doing it was back in Standard, and it was during the period where As was in, or it was in Startup, and it was during the period where like As, Masterwork, all that was in Startup. And someone showed up with blue Nasir, and it was beautiful because you know Nasir.
That's the one where you lose the credits and gain the credits back when they res ice?
Can you pull Nasir up on stream? So Nasir is, when you encounter Piece of Ice, you lose you lose all of your credits, but you gain credits that. And so the deck was running Masterwork and Prognostic Q Loop to spend all of its credits and running Bravado, so you would go down to no credits, make a run, spend everything you had, then get a bunch of credits from the ice, and then get a bunch of credits afterwards, and it dominated the tournament. And it was like, we've had a lot of really fun stuff. I brought Green Khan one year that was just Arisana and a bunch of other things, but that deck is the one time when I've seen a deck completely dominate and also be like, this is the most fun thing anyone brought.
Yeah, that's cool. Because I've also always liked draft a lot. And my favorite draft formats are Hypercube, which means you draft playsets instead of singles.
Interesting.
And where you draft identities and you have to respect the influence. So it's like, it's such an interesting deck building challenge.
Yeah.
And you end up with some really weird things when you do that.
I love interesting deck. Netrunners, it's interesting how much I find off meta and like random weird side things compelling, just because there's deck building is already such an interesting challenge in so many ways that as soon as you just make one thing different, you just ask one slightly different question, the puzzle immediately becomes a completely separate puzzle.
And it's enough of a different puzzle that like a lot of the skills translate over, but it levels the field in an interesting way for deck building. Where like I'm not an amazing deck builder. I'm an okay deck builder. I can put a functional deck together. I'm not coming up with necessarily the unique twist that's making a meta breakout all the time. But you put a pile of weird cards in my hand, and I figure out how they work together.
Yeah, exactly. That's always been my thing. I just love looking at a pile and being like, how can I sort of make this work? How can I make this work well enough? It's why I love draft, even though draft is so hard to play.
Yeah, I mean, I recommend Hypercube if you're going to draft.
At some point,
It is a lot more functional when you get a playset. Feels like real Netrunner instead of comparing whose deck is better and saying, like, okay, cool, we've done the fun part.
Interesting. All right. Well, yeah. Anything else you want to say as the president of Null Signal Games? Anything that you really want, like? Well, I'll ask. How can people get involved in Null Signal Games?
Yeah, I mean, we're always recruiting. Check our website. See what teams, what we're looking for.
Please come help me specifically. We should be recruiting for like video editing and stuff. Please come help me genuinely.
No, just that I'm so excited for how many people are here in person, for how many people are watching the stream. I'm so excited for the set coming out. Again, Vantage Point Q1 next year.
Yep.
It's just a really exciting time to be a Netrunner, and this event is giving me it's so much life in the game, and it's so clear how much people care about it, and that's just really inspiring. So
it's still so exciting.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm glad you could come on. I know it was really hard to get a hold of you during the tournament, but you were so busy, and you just getting you into the stream room was so difficult. But after this, I believe it's going to be Baramu and Extract streaming again, which is, I believe, the same stream team for Continentals or some. There was a major tournament in Europe that the two of them streamed.
Not sure, but
I don't know which one, but they were the mainstream for major tournaments. So that'll be a fun reunion. And then are you going to be on later today? Yeah, you'll be on later tonight, and then you'll be back for the
tomorrow.
Finals. Yeah. So we'll see y'all around. I believe I'll be on tonight again, but for now, we'll see you in round 7 of the Netrunner World Championships.
Take care, all.
And welcome back to the Netrunner World Championships 2025, here from the beautiful city of Edinburgh. My name is Baran Wu. I'm joined by someone who will fight any pigeon that you put in front of her. It is the glorious Extract, aka Vix.
Hello, hello. Good to be back.
It's great to be commentating with you again. For those of you who might have caught the stream of the UK Nats last year, 2024 would be the correct one. We had a great time doing that, and we're back here to see 400 people from around the world battle their wits, and we've got two excellent players for you right now. I think we're going to throw to the table. We've got a sort of a pretty favourite criminal for some people.
The underdog, you might say.
The one that everyone wants to do well. On the right here, we've got Alpi playing Baz. Barry Wong, I think is the full name.
Barry Baz Wong.
Yeah.
Ex-Trimath.
Tell me what Baz does.
So when the corp reses an ice, even not during a run, you may install one resource or piece of hardware from your grip, paying install costs.
Lovely stuff. And really importantly, this is anytime. It's got that magical anytime word on it. Sleeper on the left here is on RH, a deck which we've seen show up in pretty big numbers today, which maybe, a couple of months ago was maybe not really seen so much. So
so we're seeing a lot of RH. They tend to. We saw it on stream a couple of rounds ago actually. Sisyphus Protocol, very big. If you score that, it's an uphill struggle, particularly for criminal, but also just generally trying to build big glacier type remotes, score big agendas, and generally make the runner's life miserable while doing so.
It's a funny thing where ice is useless, but if ice is really big, suddenly it becomes a little bit of a struggle.
Yeah.
We have possibly just lost some sound for a second here. We're just going to check. I'm unsure. Oh, there we go. Lovely. Apologies if our sound cut out for a second. We've seen Alpi take a couple of runs on R&D here, seeing a Tattoo Bowler, I believe, off the top, and trashing a Spin Doctor.
Yes. So RH playing a pretty close game at the minute. They've iced HQ, they've based R&D. No remote to speak of yet. That's a Spindo in the bin, and another one out on the remote. No board state on the runner side either. So could go anywhere from here. So we've got a class act down and a transfer of wealth, which with no board state that would seem like a very losing proposition versus an iced HQ. But of course, versus RH. Oh, is that not a transfer? Oh, it's a stone ship. Excuse me.
And we're your scary thing when it comes to Baz is. Much like playing against Arasani, you never quite know what they're capable of.
You can just snap their fingers and cards appear out of nowhere.
Absolutely, and you'll be amazed how often Baz always seems to have a boomerang in hand. Now, the nice thing about Jinteki Ice is quite a lot of it has more than 2 subs. So, so there's often going to be a little bit of an extra sort of pain, I guess, maybe coming the runner's way here if they can't.
You do get to pick your poison. If there's 3 subs, you don't have to break the first 2. You can break 2 and 3, 1 and 3. So you don't have to. We see a Tattoo Bowler on the remote, which.
This was a Bravado run as well. So again, we've seen that boomerang come from hand. We've got a Lacosta, which we're being shown here. A nice alt art version. So a very, very common card in RH.
Interestingly, the boomerang is sitting on top of the runner stack, so I'm guessing they used it to go through. Didn't swap the Tattoo Bowler.
No.
So no other ice in hand that they want to swap out at least.
Yeah, and here's the reason for playing those Lacostas. Charlotte Cachador, probably one of the sort of best econ assets that we've got going in the game. If you can get a free advancement on this every turn with Lacosta, it ticks along like anything, and we see some spice in the hand. There is at least one agenda. There's 2 agendas. One is a send a message, but the other one, that would be a Sisyphus Proto.
That would be. Now, probably not realistic to think they're going to score it anytime soon behind a single Tattoo Bowler, but Sisyphus Protocol, absolute beast if it's scored, forces the runner to re-encounter a code gate or a sentry first time they pass it, which they usually are because many sentries don't end the run. forced to re-encounter again, it can be absolutely back-breaking for a run of financial speed.
Yeah, and with some of this big ice, it's like you can break the big cloud eaters and mycob webs and things along those lines, but they normally cost about 6 or 7 credits. You have to double that when you're playing against Sisyphus, and making a run on a single piece of ice and having to pay 15. We see a second Sisyphus pulled into hand.
So loaded at the minute. Three agendas, and we see an Anoetic can do stuff, but you really don't want to be pitching cards to pay for that. So we're going for a Sisyphus.
No, this was a Charlotte push.
Oh, she's going for a Charlotte push.
Which is maybe sort of fairly obvious, but unless Alpi can find either boomerang in hand or a way in here, then the Charlotte is going to start ticking Sleeper up and will find them some solutions and things which they can start pushing in that remote, and a bit more ice, I think, is what Sleeper really wants to find.
Pinholing to kill off the Charlotte again.
Yeah, absolutely. Sleeper popping that Charlotte, so it does have a fast sort of an immediate kind of option there. So just taking the free credits from it, but Alpi kind of correctly assessing the fact that it's probably a Charlotte and that the pinhole would deal with it perfectly well.
And we're seeing a no free lunch, which is a lovely little include.
I think we've just got a tiny bit of technical difficulties here, possibly with Extract's mic, which I'm sure we'll have her back up online any minute now. I think we might have just seen a seamless launch in hand. I'm not 100% sure. I could be making that up completely. But that looks like we might be pushing one of those agendas, and that would be the Anoetic Void to go along with it.
Yes, I think I'm back. Apologies for that. Yes, we're seeing an Anoetic Void in the remote, and you think you saw a seamless, did you say?
I'm less confident with my thinkings there, but if this could be a Sisyphus score, and that would be pretty backbreaking for the rest of the game.
Because if they're willing to pitch other agendas to make it happen, because bear in mind they have got both a send a message and another Sisyphus in hand. If they're willing to pitch agendas to make it happen, they can definitely score the Sisyphus out. So it might be that the corp is saying, look, I know you might get some points off this, or I might put some points in a place where you can easily get them, but I'll have a Sisyphus for the trade.
Yeah. Now Alpi has here mutual favoured out the Kurapira. This is going to get through the tattoo, which we're pretty sure that Sleeper still doesn't have any other ice in hand to swap here. Yes. So as much as Tattoo Boda is an excellent piece of ice, it does require you to have that other thing.
Revarding it as well. Wow. Revarding the remote or R&D?
I think the remote, but
yeah, the remote. Okay.
Breaking the Tattoo Bola for 1.
No swap because you can't. So this is last click.
Yeah. So gotta decide. I mean, if this was a seamless, then you're not going to be able to keep seamless in hand. You're gonna have to chuck 2 agendas in the bin, which is gonna feel pretty rough.
Yeah. Have they got literally nothing else in hand? 3 cards.
I think it's 3 cards.
Yeah, 3 cards.
And it is a seamless. That's a.
So they'd have to pitch 5 points into the bin to make this seamless,
which is terrifying because Alpi will run the bin to turn off the RH. I would imagine, especially if it's a clean getaway. But we are potentially going to get this score of the Sisyphus. Alpi taking the bravado money here. Kind of a wild game, and if Sleeper doesn't find a spin doctor pretty quick, and there is one in the bin already, this is going to be pretty. This is going to get pretty messy.
So they score the Sisyphus, leaving 5 points just sitting in the bin, just chilling.
Yes.
Yeah. Now I will imagine that Alpi goes and checks that, but we'll find out. I mean, he'll preferably want to find like a clean getaway or something to do that. But this makes Baz's play a lot harder now because your kind of way of being like, well, I'm just going to deal with ice with boomerangs. Boomerangs are great, but they only deal with ice once.
And they're not re-resing, so you can't get another installer on top of that. No. You have to have the hard breakers.
Absolutely. This is Third click, I think we're running archives because we're putting a penny shaver on, and this is going to be the result. Yes, stealing 5 points. So we've now got to work out. I mean, Sleeper kind of had to go with that because he was he didn't really have any other plays in hand, but it's made the game really interesting. We've also had the Atini rest for free there using the sender message.
So that's, I mean, that is going to lock down R&D pretty heavily there. Runner's not going to be going there, so and we know hands clean, so that has maybe brought them some breathing space. A very expensive breathing space, but still breathing space nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Alpi has the Unity in hand, which will be a decent enough long-term solution. He's going to be very glad that he's not on Shibboleth.
Well, yeah,
but
sort of long-term, but Atini's a code game, and there's a Sisyphus card.
Yeah, but at least you can break it.
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
It's probably going to cost 10 credits.
That's so many credits!
I mean, yeah. Oh my gosh, I think Sleeper has drawn into more agendas here. This looks like
send the message in hand.
Yeah. At least there's a little bit of money there with the Hand's Eye. Just drawing up a little bit more. I mean, there's a couple of Transfer of Wells in Alpi's hand, but I don't know I don't know at what point you'll feel comfortable playing them, not knowing what that ice is on HQ, especially with one of your breakers in hand. I happen to know that Alpi's on one of breakers, so if he loses that Unity, then the game is
super
cooked.
precarious. But the game's just sitting there in HQ. If you could just go in there and reach it, you just win.
Alpi here running the void at this point to try and force out the solution. Now, Sleeper has found more ice since that, deciding not to use the void, so Alpi does get to trash it. Should have a penny shaver counter for doing that. Unfortunately, has possibly missed that as an option. Working it out there. That's excellent. So here, yeah, I think
Unity definitely need to get it down.
If this doesn't go down, then you end up losing it to some random Fuji access, and you are in. Well, I guess you win the game if you do a random Fuji access, so ignore that. Discarding those transfer worths.
Always painful. I mean, the Corpse on 11 credits, so it wouldn't hurt them that much. It would be a massive boost for the runner, though, if they could get that in.
Yeah, but like you just can't, can you? Like,
not realistically.
You can't really rely on anything right now in terms of getting through a single piece of ice, which is not the situation that Baz wants to be in. Okay, so we're seeing a Hand's Eye. So Sleeper's just getting the money much sort of in a pretty comfortable position. Looks like another void in hand as well.
I think Archives is interesting. I mean, if you want to keep that drip online, makes sense. But I would have thought you'd want to capitalize on what you got so far and start icing up their remote to start scoring out.
I think also Pinhole is a consideration.
True.
You're playing against a criminal. Pinhole's a good card right now. You've got a void in hand. You probably want to protect that void, and you don't want to disappear to an easy Pinhole.
So I just spied a Carmen, which is the final breaker that the runner needs to set up all the hard breakers. No free service to down the install cost, so they'll be paying the expensive 5 credits just to install that.
Another good reason for icing Archives now.
I'm coming around to the play.
Because otherwise you could get your penny shaver credit, you could get your discount on Carmen.
I mean, he has got 6 credits sitting in no free lunches.
Yep.
So realistically, he does technically have 11.
True.
If needs be. Because I don't think his RH is on any tag punishment.
I mean, the big problem here is going to be what Alpi's multi-access game is. We see a Wake in hand, which is a bit risky to install at the moment. But if there's not a twinning, then charging up a Wake is going to be very, very tricky right now. You're not going to be able to make multiple runs on HQ very easily at all. Unless Sleeper sort of massively misplays at some point. And winning off singles now, with what we can assume is probably 7 agendas, I think, with this sort of makeup, maybe 8?
Yeah, so they'll probably be playing 3 Fujis.
Yeah.
3 Sisyphus.
Yeah.
So that already takes you up to 15, and RH is a 40 card minimum deck. So the one send a message takes you 18.
Yeah.
So yeah, 7 agendas.
That's sort of what it looks like, because we know we're on multiple Sisyphus. So you only have 4 agendas left to touch, and that might be happening through singles. And again, we see the second transfer of wealth.
So painful. You just don't want to. It always feels bad to lose a Siphon. Feels bad to lose a Doof. Feels bad to lose a transfer. It's just a good card.
Yeah, and that is, it's a fair amount of money that Crim has tied up in it right now. You've got your bravados, you've got your open markets, things along those lines. But
so we see a planogram. I think just digging for well, I don't think we're digging for agendas as much as ice.
Yeah, I think ice and maybe also just a sort of Lacosta Charlotte kind of thing to jam in the remote. Doesn't look like any ice in hand, really, unless that first card is a... That first card might be, yeah, very possibly like a... Oh, I think there are some moons in here. And that, I know, was a alt art, so... that could well be what we see, kind of that first card in hand.
And that's not a cheap one to get through in Kuru Empire. That costs 3 to get through, which is all the runner has in the minute. So
yeah.
Oh, we're seeing a push here.
I think we're probably seeing more of a bit of a sort of, I'm going to set up a void remote and then maybe go for a push next turn.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. How is the runner going to turn this one around? 3 credits, 6 credits really. Got 2 on the chairs first, so they are up at 8 credits if they want to run central, 6 credits if they want to run a remote. They've thrown away a whole bunch of their transfer of wealth. I think we've seen 1 sure gamble so far.
Yeah, and a couple of bravados already, and things like, I mean, you've got 3 clean getaways in this deck, which you've got 3 clean getaways which are practically useless right now.
Yeah, like, there's just no free targets. And we see the desperation because Alpi just clicked for 4.
Just needs money right now. Like, it does have the full breaker suite down, so technically we can contest. Can you contest a server where you have to run through the same big piece of ice 3 to 4 times because of Void and Sisyphus and everything along those lines?
Makes you miss StimHack quite a lot.
Yeah, but it doesn't get you through the Void.
It doesn't get you through the Void, but it does let you pay. And Sisyphus is only once per turn, so that first run before the Void is extremely painful if you're going to challenge the remote that way.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're seeing a push.
Yeah,
still double.
I didn't see whether it was the Sisyphus, the true sicko gameplay, or whether it's the sender message.
I think it's the sender message, because whilst the corp is on 16 credits, all their ice is 6, 7, 8 credits to res. So if you can save that money, then getting the score from sender message is probably better than getting the second Sisyphus.
Maybe. I must be more of a sicko than you, because I'm pushing the Sisyphus here all day long.
So rude. So rude.
Like, if you're playing Sisyphus, your main kind of game strat is to absolutely grind the runner into the true abysmal hell of Glacier, and scoring 2 of them is where you really want to be. We do have a boomerang in hand, so Alpi might feel a little more comfortable maybe challenging somewhere here. Whether it's the remote is a whole nother question.
Yeah, I mean, so Archives has 1 face down, not touching that. A teeny on R&D. Painful, but doable. You will have to double go through that Atini twice because it will get Sisyphus. HQ unknown.
I feel like HQ is the better. Oh, but we're just installing the wake. Okay, so
I think we're going to see some pressure on HQ.
Yeah, we're really hoping not to hit the bravado here. I would imagine. Loses a boomerang. I think that's.
I think
probably
you're okay.
The second worst hit. Yeah, but so Alpi did have access to boomerang and poison vial, which is actually the one cheap way he has to deal with some of this ice, at least on 1 run. Also got to be scared of things like, if this is a Sisyphus deck, you're always worried you're going to run into a Cloud Eater.
Yeah, and the core could happily, would very happily res out.
Yeah, absolutely.
That would be so painful.
And we've already seen some big snacks on stream today, so it could be the meta for it. I think Alpi probably wanted that boomerang to Bravado HQ, so now sort of rethinking about whether this is the best move. Just drawing another transfer, just taking a credit.
I would say it's just like Castador, excuse me.
You could see the pure sort of relief in Alpi's face there, because I think he was also worried for second Sisyphus. Once you're in this position, you know there's 3 in the deck. It could be a Lacosta into Sisyphus score, and then you are.
Oh, you're not getting through anymore.
Oh,
you might as well just scoop at that point.
I think you're clicking for credits until there's something in the remote, and then you go for a single on that R&D.
Until they say you're good too.
Okay, Sleeper considering icing R&D, changing his mind.
So we're drawing up a lot of them. I mean, what are you searching for? What is Sleeper?
I don't know, but also there's still a counter on Charlotte, which I feel like should be gone. Unless...
No, because he installed double advance, remember? He was bluffing it out as a...
Absolutely. Okay, which means that he doesn't have... Yes, of course, because it's on a Void, not on a Lacosta. But that looks like a Lacosta that's probably gone in there. Probably has to pitch a card here. Might well have been an agenda, which would feel pretty comfortable with the Spin Doctor on deck.
Yeah, if you can control that flow, that makes those Hail Mary runs on R&D and HQ even more untenable, because they have to either contest the Spin Doctor, which I probably would do.
Yeah.
You want to keep R&D as fresh as possible at this point, because you're not going to get that remote. You're just not.
I also think that it probably was the sender message which means that Sleeper is considering if he's going to push for second Sisyphus.
Absolute rude plays. I mean, yes, absolutely. A second Sleeper would get you a lot of the way towards winning. But Sleeper has got a second Sisyphus, excuse me. But Sleeper does need to bear in mind 18 minutes left on the clock. And if he scores the second Sisyphus is a 5-2, not a 5-3. Whereas Alpi is currently sitting on 5 points.
This is a really good point. Like, I think someone said in the chat as well, like the timer doesn't favour the Corp right now. Alpi is technically winning this game. And if he can stop Sleeper from winning in the next 17 minutes, then he is ahead, and it's on
hammer in hand. Sorry to interrupt. I'm seeing a hammer in hand. That's some interesting spice right there.
Yeah, really, really nasty. This is an ice which we're probably going to see a fair amount of today. With the prevalence of dolls, this is anti-AI ice, and if you can Sisyphus them through it twice, you can just destroy the entire board, because if they don't have a better way to deal with it than the dolls, quite a lot of their stuff's going down the drain, and they're taking a lot of tags as well.
Extremely painful. Okay, so very ice heavy at the minute. As you said, Sleeper's got a bit of is up against the clock. 17 minutes to score at least one more agenda if he's going for a 5-3. But if he's going for another Sisyphus, as you believe, we see a transfer of wealth come down.
I think there was some draw first, because it looks like Alpi's got. I think it was Click Nanuka first. I mean, Alpi has to start pressuring at some point, because this obviously does look like a push, and there would be no reason for this to be anything other than an agenda.
And
really.
no res from Sleeper, just letting it come on in. Interesting.
It's kind of
what
wild.
Don't you res when you have 19 credits? Maximum not being res, I guess. Because
No. I think it was a Maximum that we saw in hand.
Okay.
A slightly unusual alt art. So I think Alpi's going to go back here.
Why wouldn't you? If the Corp's not going to res.
Yeah, and he's going to utilize this as a way of just charging up his weight counter. So this is actually a great turn for Alpi, because if he can get to 2 or 3 weight counters, then he will have a chance of just taking a single poke on R&D, and it might be incredibly painful to break, but you might only need that one access.
You need to touch one agenda and you win. Yeah. None of the agendas in this deck defend themselves, so you just need to see them.
Like, you run the Spin Doctor first, hopefully, to shuffle everything back in. Now, there are 2 ice on R&D, so it could be expensive, but notably, a Teeny doesn't end the run. Like,
you can just tank the damage.
You can tank a lot of damage.
You'd have to tank 6 damage if it gets Sisyphus, and 9 if it's going to Sisyphus itself twice.
You've got a nuker on board.
I mean, yeah, you could just draw all the cards and go for the big deep dig on R&D. Problem is, you also probably want to check archives as well.
Yeah.
Because if the corpus stashed a couple of gems there,
you can run the spin. I think that should do it, but I mean, I guess if Sleeper is playing really heads up, then maybe they don't shuffle back with that, because you shuffle one face down, but you actually leave an agenda in there because it feels safe enough. Okay, we see a pretty interesting card in Alpi's hand there as well, and something which might come in. I just got a little peek of an Eru.
You're going to have to remind me what that does.
So Eru is going to allow Alpi to make a run on
Out of Crim, interesting.
It's going to allow him to make a run on archives and instead see cards on R&D.
Does that work with Wake?
It does work with Wake, and it will also give an extra card access.
So it is a cloud. Oh no, that's a Samaximum.
That's a Samaximum as well. So I guess just possibly not resin because didn't want Alpi to charge the Kurapira on it.
Yeah.
There might be some Botos in here or something along those lines.
Yeah, Boto is painful, but definitely not the most painful piece of advice the Corp has at the minute with that Sisyphus down.
Yeah, absolutely. Alpi also installing that Poison Vial from hand, which, as I mentioned, alongside Boomerang is actually a very, very good way of dealing with something big. We see a bite. So many bites on stream today.
I know, I'm loving it. There were a few yesterday as well, which was wonderful.
Okay. Oh, losing the Eru. Losing the Eru is huge. That would have been a much easier run for Alpi in terms of getting through and also accessing one extra card. That is pretty significant. I did not see the. Maybe it's just all these foil bites. People want to play them.
I mean, they look beautiful, and the new bite, the new snare is just it's gorgeous art.
Yeah, I mean, as a player from Bristol, I should wholeheartedly agree with the bite include. It's been a Bristol meta staple for quite a while. You can blame 60-10 for that.
So the runner has definitely recovered financially. They're up at 15 brackets, 18 credits. I think next turn they're going to go for the dig because they've got 3 on Wake.
I think yes, unless we score a Sisyphus, and then you might want to click for more credits first.
You reckon 18 credit, 20 with the Church Fang isn't enough?
But I guess click Penny Shaver run might be enough.
Might be.
But yeah, you probably want to do that soon. We've also got a no free lunch on board, so that is an extra 3 credits there. So there is a bit more money than it seems like here. And if we've got a Boomerang in hand, then we do have at least one cheap way of breaking these options. We're pinholing. Oh, this is very heads up play. So we're pinholing through HQ, knowing that we can break this Samaximum. I'm assuming we're going to go and kill this Lacosta, because I think dealing with that. I mean, unfortunately, we do know that Sleeper is on at least some. Also threatening the Spin Doctor, very, very good. We know that Sleeper's on at least some seamless launches, but this putting back to bite.
So rude.
But this would at least sort of stop the score. I would imagine that's the play rather than going for what is probably the Void, because it will give Alpi at least one more turn. Yes, indeed. So we're trashing the Lacosta.
So that I think that's officially declaring we're writing off the remote.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Because otherwise you go for the
void.
anoetic. So that's gonna cost an additional turn. We have seen some seamless.
Yep.
So that's always a.
We'd have to top deck one.
I don't think we have. I'm not sure what that was they just drew.
Yeah, no.
It's a Managam.
Okay. Which I think. So this will be really interesting to see what Sleeper does with this, because technically that remote is super safe. I would want to be putting that one on R&D.
I think it's an R&D one because. Oh no,
that's something else. I think that's another Lacosta that's gone into the remote. The Managam is still in hand, and we're just advancing.
Okay.
So threatening the score. Now we've really got to wonder.
Yep. Managam on the remote. On R&D. Yeah. Excuse me.
10 minutes left in the round.
So Alpi would be able to. Okay, drawing first.
I think we're going for it. I think we're going for the big dig on R&D.
There's a. Actually, you could play that clean getaway on HQ. Worst.
Okay, there we go.
We've got a couple of boomerangs in hand now as well, so we do have a cheap way in, but we're down to much less credits. We had to trash that Lacosta, which did cost a lot of money.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I think Alpi's doing the maths on whether they can get it and get in.
Yeah.
From mid.
I think they have to wait till next turn, which is
because now that Managam is completely locked them down, unless Alpi's thinking that that's actually an anoetic on R&D.
I mean, if it is, then the right play is to draw for third pinhole. We're running the remote here.
Interesting.
I think that's a hammer on the outside. I didn't see the inside that's here. I guess Sleeper is actually down to 12 credits. This is not a huge amount of credits when all of our ice costs 6 and 7. So just the threat here is, along with scoring the agenda next turn, is actually gonna put Sleeper in a position where maybe they can't res extra ice on R&D next turn.
So yeah, Vampirinasa. Painful, but doesn't end the run.
Yeah.
But you are encountering it twice.
I feel like one of these is Boomerang plus Poison Vial.
I think so.
3 credits. Now we use 1 Poison Vial to break her.
Okay, I think we're Boomerang.
No, I think Alpi might be breaking with Unity and then using Poison Vial. So we've gone boost and break, which is only 2 credits with Unity, and then Poison Vial the other 2, probably allowing Sleeper maybe to draw here.
Same 3 and 1 Poison Vial.
And that's the Poison Vial for
doing the same again. So that Poison Vial, that little 2 credit ice. 2 credit hardware has actually saved Alpi a huge amount of money here.
So interestingly, I'm wondering if you just end the run here.
Yeah,
because the Corb's gone down to 2 credits, or is that 5 off screen still part of their pool?
I think they went down to 2, but
Corb's 6 now, which is a lot less. Anoetic coming down. So
it's gonna put Sleeper back down to 4, and if we're scoring out here, we're gonna be down to 1 credit, which means none of this ice or what we assume is a Managam on R&D will be resable.
And critically, with 0 money, Sisyphus doesn't fire.
You can trash a card from your hand.
Oh, you can trash a hand. Excuse me.
I guess Sleeper will will get an RH credit, which will be just enough to technically fire a void on R&D. RH. Text actually being super relevant here.
Yeah, see, this is why I was considering maybe you just let the Tattoo Bowler end the run, because the Corp's on 2 credits, they can't score.
We're going back here, which I really like, because Sisyphus is a once per turn thing. Again, it's only costing 2 to get through this Vampirinasa. Sleeper has to decide if this is a Tattoo Bowler, this might be the credits that Sleeper needs, but it's not an insta-res. Gotta really decide here. This is really...
One card in hand, so can't void again.
Yeah.
Tattoo Bowler coming down.
Alpi using bad...
Installing the no free lunge off the res.
Really nice. Really nice.
That gives them the money to not only get in, but also to trash the void.
Yeah. Unless there's any tricks here that we've missed. I mean, there is another upgrade here. We don't know what this upgrade is. If it's something like an Adrian.
I think we're sure it's Lacosta, right?
We think it is.
It's true.
The advanced one.
So it
And
was
that's
a
the game.
Oh, beautiful.
Pulls through a early Sisyphus score that was going for the double Sisyphus as well. I think at that point the game is absolutely cooked. What a wild game. That last run, the remote looked so locked off.
Yeah. Well, this just shows you the sheer power of Sisyphus, that the Corp was willing to sacrifice 5 points to get one scored.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and was kind of worth it. Like that game did not feel comfortable for Alpi at any
Not
point.
at all. Not at all.
Even being up 5 points super early.
Absolutely. Because with all the painful ice that the Corp can res and then make you go through again and again and again and again over the course of the game, it was going to be really painful to get those last 2 points and really close off that last score. But we saw that Alpi had to sacrifice Sleeper had to sacrifice so much to get those five points, and then just couldn't quite get the tempo to just kind of capitalize on really using their Sisyphus. Didn't quite present the reasons that the runner needed to run. So the runner was able to slowly build up, get up to practically 20 credits at one point, and then use that sheer mass to start attacking that remote, despite the Sisyphus, despite the Anoetic, and just turn that into a win.
Amazing stuff. Right, I think we're going to throw to a break right now, and we'll be back very shortly for the next round. So I've been Baran Wu.
I've been Extract.
We'll see you very, very soon. And welcome back to Netrunner World Championships 2025 from a beautiful city of Edinburgh. My name is Baram Wu. I am joined by the lovely Extract, who is completely allergic to playing Top Cuts. I've never known someone to ID out of a Top Cut more than you.
I wanted to go to the pub.
I can't blame you. So we've had some pretty wild games so far.
Yes.
We're up to the point now where we have some undefeated players at this point in the
It's
day.
incredibly impressive. It's an incredibly competitive field.
Yeah.
And going so I think one of the players we're about to show is 7 rounds undefeated.
Yeah, and I mean the other one, in fact, the other player hasn't suffered a loss. So we've got one player on 7 undefeated games, and the other is on 6 and a draw.
Which is just an amazing record for a field that's competitive with 400-ish players, yeah. 370 I think it is.
And I mean, you can't sort of walk 2 seconds without running into a world champ, a nationals champ, exactly. Or someone who's just wrecked every GNK they've ever turned up to. So it's like really, really impressive to see those kind of numbers and that kind of run going on here. So we're going to throw, I think, to the table in a second so that we can see who our players are. We've got a King Solomon, who we had on stream at UK Nats.
We did indeed. Playing a very spicy Jinteki deck, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, and a kind of semi-Tagni Zaya from what I remember.
And Crim was in short supply at that point, so it was something of a rarity.
Absolutely. So they're going to be playing Sable. They're on the left over here. On the right, we've got the Robin. Genuinely lovely person. Just one of the nicest people, and there are a lot of nice people in Netrunner. They're going to be playing PD. I just want to give a shout out to the side which we're not going to be seeing here, as the Robin is currently 4 wins with their runner, which is Mercury.
Undefeated with Mercury at Worlds.
I had a little spicy shout out with a few other players before Worlds. We talked about what we thought was going to win, and we talked about what we thought was going to be the spicy option which was going to win, and my pick was that there was probably going to be 1 Mercury in the top cut. So
You heard it here first, folks.
I'm going to try and remain completely unbiased, but I'd love to see this Mercury get through to the top cut just to make me look clever.
We can but dream. That would be amazing.
So, what are we expecting to see from a Sable deck?
So, Sable deck in these days is good stuff. Crim very much harkens back to the early days of Crim, in the early days of FFG Netrunner, and in fact, I do believe that King Solomon's deck is called 2013 Criminal.
Yes,
on NRDB.
I did chat to them earlier, and I think it is just like good stuff, old school Criminal Netrunner, which probably suggests to me that we're not on a Dolls build, but rather a Reg Breakers build.
Possibly. So if they are emulating 2013 Crim, we'll be seeing leeches, we'll be seeing regular breakers, we'll be seeing a lot of run events, and just generally trying to pressure the core block in lots of different angles to eventually turn that into a win and stop them being able to dedicate the time and energy to the remote.
Yeah. I mean, interestingly, on the right here, so we've got PD, a corporation which some people said was dead.
But yet here it is.
Here it is. It seems to be doing pretty well. So, I mean, there's a few things which we could see here. This could be core damage PD.
It could be
an archetype that we've seen a fair amount recently.
Oh, let's have
I think I see a salvo, so I think we can immediately answer what type of archetype that we're playing against here. So yeah, it's I don't have to ask any more questions. I've seen a salvo. I know that this is core damage PD. So this is essentially a style of corp which is trying to score out a salvo, normally using something like a big deal for extra value, sometimes off a Gypstad grid, landing an absolute ton of damage, of core damage, and then being able to fast advance out pretty much all the rest of the agendas because of the joys of a card called Ontological Dependence.
So much tempo. If you get two core damage on the run, it's 2/2. That's straight out of hand every time. So key part of this corpse deck. And with a friendly fist bump, we started the game.
Yeah.
And we open with a sprint, which another card you don't see a huge amount of in these days.
No, but I think the problem that Core PD has is that it does tend to flood up a little bit. You need to make a lot of money early. You need to find your YDLs. That's like what generates a lot of your econ pressure, so that you can afford to spend 18 to 23 credits on various big deal kind of nonsense.
So we see a nuker on the table from Solomon. HQ's been nice, so no easy transfer of wealth today, which is nice to see. We see the nuker draw. We see the Kura in there already, and a whole hand of alts. Yeah. Solomon's deck has a lot of beautiful alts in it, but that might make us a bit slow. We see a paladin coming down. Obviously, lovely to see early, just dripping 1 credit a turn, and we see an open market as well. So lots of drip coming in. So Solomon setting up for the long game here, just going to be dripping in money, building up that power base and challenging the corp. Versus PD does tend to go quite swiftly.
It can do, but if you can put a bit of economic pressure onto it, then you can really slow it down. So the things like the transfer of wealths are going to be like a big part of this game. If you can sort of deal with the gyp stats, then you can slow down how quickly you take core damage. What you don't want to do is accidentally beef it into something like a
Nightmare Archives.
Nightmare. Well, I'm thinking more of the ice, which I suddenly can't remember. But there's a Jaguarundi, which does sometimes see play in these decks.
Such a painful ice to face check, and also has a bit of a late game threat as well, because it has that threat ability that comes on after threat 3, I believe.
Yep.
Which is when the runner encounters, do they just lose a click straight up?
No, they have to either lose a click or take a tag. So that can be like a bit of a problem. So Sable, obviously, one of the big sort of parts of Sable is that every turn Solomon's going to roll a dice and choose their mark. That's going to potentially give them a click back if they make a successful
HQ off the bat.
run.
We see a scatter field.
That seems pretty fine. Like Robin might get an install here, but whether there's anything particularly great, could get a sort of naked gyp stad, which might well be this, could also be a spin doctor. Not huge.
Gyp stad's kind of okay to install naked. It's 4 credits to trash, which is a big cost this early in the game.
Yeah, especially when Solomon's currently on 3.
Yeah, and they've got that drip coming in, so they will be okay long term. But right now they're a little short on instant pressure cards, but they have got a transfer. They've got a new dirty laundry.
Yep, clean getaway.
Clean getaway, thank you.
We also see in hand a buzzsaw. So your call of them being on leech, I think, is looking pretty accurate here. The buzzsaw is going to be quite painful to deal with that scatterfield early, but the minute that you get leech down, it's going to be one of the most efficient ways of actually
1
getting
credit
through,
spend a leech counter, get a leech counter, very nice. So we see that clean getaway coming down on R&D, up to 6 credits. So Solomon's settling in okay.
Yeah,
and we see a twinning come down as well, which is lovely to see. So Solomon racking up some centrals pressure here.
Yeah, he's going to have to discard 1 here. Looks like a couple of pretty good cards in hand, including Breakers and the Transfer, which you probably don't want to get rid of. Throwing out the Mutual, I guess that makes sense. We already see the Kurapira in hand. We see the Buzzsaw in hand.
You're covered for a lot there.
So you're only kind of scared about finding your Carmen or Revolver or whatever the choice
but you
is.
do want to find those, because HB usually is running a drafter. And you do not want them to be getting those YDLs back, because that's just absolute tons of cash for them.
Yeah, very, very true. As this is kind of a bit more Reg Sable, we're also probably going to see just boomerangs.
Ooh, so we see. You're gonna have to remind me of the gun name.
Corporate Hospitality.
Corporate Hospitality. Archive memory stapled to a blue level clearance.
Something along those lines. If you're playing back in the day, that's going to get back to YDL. It's going to draw a couple of cards, and then it's probably just going to see the YDL replayed from hand.
Yes, because it draws 2. Okay, RLC to draw more cards, to gain a click.
Further.
Okay, we're taking that back.
Like, there's always this thing of like, should you play the RLC first? Should you draw more cards? Are you worried about flooding up a bit too much if you do?
But no, we just see a straight YDL for tons of cash, and this is just the power, because in PD, obviously starting with a 6 hand size, which is YDLing for 5 off a Mando. Which is a big difference versus the YDLing for 4 off a Mando, excuse me, which is a big difference from just YDLing off Mando for other courts where it's only a 3 credit boost.
And really importantly here, so the Robin is already at a pretty magical number of being over 17 credits.
Oh, that's quite a big deal there.
That could be a big deal for the Robin, and an even bigger one for King Solomon if he can't manage to potentially put some pressure on here. King Solomon poking archives.
I think this is a free run with their mark, so.
Yeah, unfortunately it's going to be
a
negative free run.
But you see the Nightmare Archive, you see the jump stab, that is information.
We also see one big deal in the bin, which I think is actually scarier than no big deals in the bin.
Yep.
Because it kind of suggests that there's another one in hand.
Yep. So he throws, so Solomon throws down the Buzzsaw and is going to painfully contest the central. Oh no! Apparently not contesting. Oh, I see. Putting down the buzzsaw just in case there's something horrible that would knock it out of hand.
I think we're putting down the buzzsaw just to charge the twinning.
Makes sense. And we see an Elvigar bifurcation, which is a lovely score to see, because that's a nice 2-1 that the court with the Jupstead can just score out instant core damage.
Yeah. And especially if you've already got the salvo testing. For anyone who doesn't know, once you've scored a salvo testing, every other agenda that you score after that will do a core damage. So you can really start sort of racking up the core damage very, very fast, and making those ontologicals 2-2s and then 0-2s at some point in the game.
As soon as you draw it, you're scoring. It's gone.
Absolutely.
Seeing another YDL coming down.
So much money here, and I think that was again like corporate hospitality into YDL. Right, we're up to 27, 28 credits.
Yeah, so they can score with a big deal and still have plenty to play the rest of the game, and maybe even set up for a second big deal.
Yeah. And we do see that there's definitely a salvo in hand. The really scary thing is there's a red level clearance in hand. So if there's the magical mystery land combination of red level clearance, Jupstad, big deal, and the salvo testing, we can do that all on one turn, installing the Jupstad grid, scoring out the salvo testing, and still having money left is going to be kind of disgusting.
And that's critical because it gets you up to the critical number. Because salvo testing give you a core when you score.
Yeah.
Jupstad gives you a core when something's scored off it. That gets you up to the magical 2 core. Which is critical because that's when it turns all of the ontologicals into self-propelled fast advance. Because ontological starts at 4 and trickles down 1 for each core damage. So single core damage takes it down to a 3-2, which you can fast advance with tricks.
Yeah.
But when it comes to 2-2, you don't need any tricks. Oh, we're going into HQ. So Solomon trying to keep him as far away from that 17 as possible.
Yeah,
going to be difficult to do, though.
Not going to take away enough, but it does bump Solomon back up, and probably just going to see a couple of hands.
No, he's accessing more with the twinning because he's digging to try and find either that big deal or the 5-3. Either one would be a really lovely hit at this point.
Absolutely. We're seeing one. It's a red level. That's not good.
And we see the salvo!
That's a big steal. Now, we don't know that there's not a second one in hand, but that will at least give Solomon a little bit of kind of leeway to think that he might be a little bit more safe right now.
Well, even if there is a second one in there, critically that puts him on 4 points. He is 1 salvo testing away from winning the game already.
Absolutely. Robin here. Just drawing with red level clearance, so suggesting here that we don't have exactly the combo right now, but very nice, like the red level being clickless draw.
Another second one. He's digging deep for these salvos because I think that was his primary plan.
Oh, but that's scary. So this one is using to install the Jupstad.
We're seeing it.
I think we've still got
just an Elvigar.
Right. Probably de-resing the spin yet to be able to draw a little bit more as it comes in.
So Solomon taking a call.
Yeah, this is just one call, which is fine, but you now do have to deal with that Gypstad grid before you sort of wander into any more.
Oh, that's a Hermes, which is sad to see lost. Not much ice on the table, so it's not the end of the world, but can give you a little window down the line as a criminal to poke either HQ or R&D when it's needed the most after the Corp has made a big score.
Yeah, also the MU is, if we are on leeches, the MU is probably kind of necessary here.
Yeah, you're running Chesvays, if you're running leeches, you're running buzzsaws. That's going to stack up your MU. So going from 4 to 5 MU, so critical to keep that on one.
Absolutely.
Okay. So Gypstad out. Needs to go. Got to go. Luckily, not a salvo scored, so it's not great. Taking a call, all hand size, not what we want.
Also, Robin is now down
only to 15 credits.
Below the amount, so we can't because 2 Elvegars are out. There is the fact that the only thing that could be fast advanced off this Gypstad next turn without some absolute nonsense tricks happening would be the 3rd Elvegar.
Yep. Which would be very painful, but not the end of the world. But I think we've got to contest this Gypstad. We cannot leave it.
Possibly, because there's also the fact that if it's just left there for too much longer, if a Scatterfield's put in front of it, it's going to just become harder to deal with. So.
Yeah. And the other, I'm not sure if Robin's playing Ablators, but we are at threat 4.
We are. I think this deck normally plays 3 Tattoo Bowlers, 3 Scatterfields, and then 3 Drafters. It's pretty much the entire ice suite of your standard core PD. Obviously, I don't know Robin's deck exactly, but we're sort of seeing many of those cards here, so I would expect it to be something along those lines.
Okay.
The deck needs to just make a lot of money very quick, so all needs to be quite small. Ablative would be like pretty mean at getting a Gypstad out of nowhere, but I think the slots are a bit tricky in this one when you need a lot of money options.
So we see a
Bravado must be going on HQ. It's the only Bravado-able server.
Okay, so we're going for HQ.
Yeah, using 2 counters from the twinning, so only cost 2 real credits, and we're going to make a bunch of money back off this.
And I think it makes sense. Robin's drawn a lot of cards, so good chance that he's sitting. Maybe not. Oh, it's another nightmare. So taking that as minus one. So yes, apologies. Actually, that is worth noting.
Doesn't
have the money for the big deal. Oh no.
I mean, you do know that Robin can't use that next turn, but I think you would love to have got that out of the deck, should that have, if you had the chance.
So as Prof. Wacko is pointing out, there was already one Nightmare Archive in the runner score area. There's now a second, so now the runner is only on 2 points.
Yeah.
I was mistaken, they're not on 4 points, so they are quite a bit away from winning. So this game's still got a ways to go.
Absolutely. Okay, we're seeing a hedge fund, which is going to put Robin at
that
sort of magical price.
19 credits, and big deal. Just need to find that salvo because we know the big deal's in there.
Yeah. That's another archives mark. Solomon here would really love a slightly better way of getting through this scat field, I feel.
Click one over on HQ.
Okay, we're going right back in. I mean, you can get it for 2. It's not the end of the world, and you get a twinning off it. There are...
Yeah, and I think I only saw a single last turn, because we've got 2...
Big deal. Oh, it's got to go. There we go. And...
Okay, but now very poor. We are right down at...
yeah, we have 2 polar opposites here. We've got Robin on functionally infinite credits. And we've got King Solomon on zero credits, but because of the big deal's gone, it's not that painful.
Yeah.
Unless he draws a 3rd one.
And I didn't quite track if one went back into the bin or not. So there's either 2 big deals in the bin or there's 1 big deal in the bin, and there's a very big difference between those 2 numbers. Interestingly.
So we see a class that coming down. So I think Solomon taking his foot off the gas just a little bit to draw up. He's got that paladin ticking, but he's also got no other money. So we're needing to get the rest of our rig down.
We did
and settle in for the long game.
Did just draw into 2 transfer of wealth though. Now we need at least a credit or 2 more to actually land them, because
we see escape net.
Oh, destroying the twinning, a sort of meta card that's turned up. The twinning is a real big problem for Corps right now. It's a very, very powerful multi-access tool, and ScapeNet is just a card which says
you can't have a twinning anymore. No twinning feed.
Just gone, and it's not even trashed. It is removed from the game. So unfortunately, that's. I mean, maybe there's a second one in here, but we've already seen a fair amount of influence.
So if he's doing the red crim thing, he's potentially on 1 twinning, 1 wake.
Could be a case, yeah. I mean, the Paladin's free influence, the Buzzsaw is 1. Maybe there's space for a second one here.
We see a side hustle coming down, which is a nice bit of drip that's ongoing. This is.
Yeah, you got to do a bit of work to get it going, though. But at least you can do some of that clicklessly, thanks to your Sable ability.
We also see a Shibboleth in hand, which is interesting. Okay, we're going for another transfer. I think this makes perfect sense.
Interestingly, here I feel like this was click. Or maybe it's 4 of 5. I wonder if King Solomon is considering floating the tag right now. Because having lost the twinning, there's a chance that Robin has money, but doesn't really have money to be trashing a whole load of resources.
I don't know. I think that's a bit of a risk because greasing the palm, which quite a lot of HP players are playing because it's just good value, does have that tricky second clause on it, which is if the runner is tagged, they can install a card and advance it, and those ontologicals are 3/2s at the minute.
Yeah, okay, but that is fair, and he did remove a tag, so it's kind of playing the sensible game there, not sort of risking too much. Okay, we see that there's a second salvo in.
Is that the 3rd or the 4th YDL we've seen? And it's the same copy being played over and over again for so much money. Okay, we're icing up HQ. Got to close that off. The runner is just going to keep coming in, and apparently is very comfortable paying 2 credits a pop for that.
Yeah, but I mean that does turn the Scatterfield kind of off. The Scatterfield is now 1 credit to break with the Buzzsaw.
That is true.
I'm kind of assuming that means that this is maybe a Tattoo Bowler or a Drafter, something that Solomon is not currently showing any method of dealing with.
Okay. So the Corp's still at 19. Big Deal is still online, but there's 2 in the bin.
Yeah.
We see an Echelon coming down, which right now really painful to deal with Drafter. Not what you want to be doing, but if you chuck down a Shibboleth, which I believe is only 1 to install.
Yeah, there's also the Kurapira is in hand.
Oh yes, the Kurapira is there as well.
I think Solomon there kind of taking the risk on the fact that he had just enough to break a Drafter if he really needed to.
Oh, we see a jump out. That is not what you want to see. So,
at least the run got a side hustle counter.
True.
So it is something, and I believe that side hustle is probably up to about 4 credits now. So 2 more runs, and that's going to pop off.
It's almost payday.
It's going to draw a card. You have to do a bit of work, but once those hustles come in, we can now see if Robin is
If you're dropping,
ready to score anything on this drop stead that you see.
You've got to ice it.
Well, I think it's just thrown ice into the bin, including Scatterfield, so...
He's not icing it. That's his second jump stat.
Might just be confident that...
Okay, mark on R&D. I think... so you could... Because Side Hustle ticks at 6, doesn't it?
Yes, so I think as soon as you start this run, it's going to pop off. So you're going to have 6 in a card.
You could chuck down the Kurapira and start going on R&D because Corpse clean are drawing what they need. Starting to pressure is probably not a bad idea.
And
there's the Kurapira.
And this comes down for Paladin credit, or mostly Paladin credits as well. So now we've got our sort of full breaker rig. Deciding to like run HQ here. Assuming or hoping maybe that Robin doesn't have a second piece of ice to swap out for that Tattoo Bowler.
Well, even if he does, at this point you can break them quite happily.
That is true. Going for the swap, that's going to just keep making Robin money. This is why this Tattoo Bowler is so good in the deck.
What is that, 23 credits?
But now we get,
22.
I mean, that run on HQ was free
Yes,
with Chestnut credits.
And we're now digging, and we're now checking. So Solomon taking singles here. He's not building up a twinning anymore. And third Nightmare Archive. Oh, so that takes Solomon down to 1 point? 1 point.
Yeah, that salvo testing has been completely underwritten. It kind of feels brutal. At least false lead is... No, not false lead. At least... the absolutely nonsense. Game Changer isn't still in the game.
Game Changer's rotated, as has the Stadium upgrade, which would be...
Okay, I think we are trashing the Gypstad. We've got another side hustle back down here, so... we're really hustling.
We are. So, at least you know there's no more Nightmare Archives.
Yep. True.
There literally legally cannot be any more.
King Solomon there thinking that at least he's ahead on time, but he's not. There might be 5 cards in his score area, but he has exactly the same amount of points as Robin with his 2-1.
They both effectively have a 2-1.
Yeah.
And there's one less salvo testing in the
way the game goes sometimes.
So Robin counting the cards left in his deck, so maybe he's wondering how aggressively he can draw. There are definitely some agendas.
There are 2 salvo testings in hand now. Just scoring out. So okay, so
to
Robin
get a big deal.
Yeah, is scoring this out to use the PD ability. Kind of tipping your hat, but at this point, with so few cards probably left in R&D, it's fairly obvious where everything is.
So do we think that Solomon's just going to go for broken, just money and click for credits, run HQ, hope to hit those salvos?
I think so. I don't see any like great other options in hand. Here we are literally just running archives to charge the side hustle, which feels awful, but
one of them is free because it was Mark, which is less painful. We get the money off side hustle and rezzing Tattoo Bowler, so this is still free to get through.
So that is fine. We're getting in completely free. We've got money to trash a big deal. We can just steal a salvo, would also be good. Put you on some reasonable number of points. We haven't seen a single ontological in this game yet on either side.
Oh, there's one. If on demand. So Solomon up to 3 points, which is relevant given we're on 15 minutes of time.
Oh, this game ain't going to time.
You reckon? No, I think you might be right. I think you might be on the time. So Solomon arranging his agendas to show which ones don't count anymore effectively.
This one was a complete waste. Going back, I think on HQ, we're just going to keep flipping that tattoo. I mean, it's not going to keep Solomon out, and it's technically about as good as if it was a drafter, realistically.
And Solomon wants that big deal or that salvo.
Yeah, I think you want the salvo more than anything, because then you are really close to just winning the game. It's obviously the Tattoo Bowler.
Oh, that's always painful when you see it on the way in and you see it when you arrive.
Yeah. Okay,
big deal for salvo.
We're seeing the big deal. So money is going out. This is going to put Solomon onto 2 core damage.
Yes. So now it's onto 2 2s.
Terrifyingly, it also puts the Robin onto 5 points.
Yes.
So this is now just a single ontological for Robin. This game has swung from what felt like King Solomon was really kind of in control for the last 20 minutes or so since that early salvo score, and then the big deal trash, and all of a sudden, all Robin needs to do is have an ontological in hand, and they will win.
And the worst bit is, even if Solomon sees a salvo now, because of those Nightmare archives, doesn't win him. He needs to steal at least 2 agendas.
Okay, so we're drawing here.
We're using we're using the one that draws you a lot of cards that has beds on it.
Lilo.
Thank you.
We're seeing a bunch of sure gambles which are very late to the party, along with a boomerang from what that looks like.
And a pinhole threading that's doing basically
doing
nothing.
Sweet FA in this game.
I think you bottom the pinhole. I think you just don't need it.
Yeah, the annoying thing here is I think...
Or bottoming the boomerang.
I think if, you can break everything they've got.
I guess so, yeah.
Installing the boomerang is technically worse than anything else.
See a tattoo bowler again. Yeah. We're just bypassing it. Normally we'd save that for Bran, but I think we're fairly certain there's not a Bran.
Yeah, I think we then still have 2 credits to run HQ for free. I think there's still a click left. Maybe 2 because of Sable. So
Tattoo bowler. Oh my God.
So much unsurprising.
Okay.
But it's not like you can bring Robin down to less than 2 credits, so just give him
So what do we
want
to see? We want to see the Onto here more than the...
Yeah, that would be ideal.
RLC.
And obviously this is all just singles because we've lost our twinning, and...
Yeah, that escape net play earlier just absolutely devastated. Oh, there it is, and that's the game. Oh,
what a turnaround!
What a tug of war that game was.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the thing that this core damage PD does. It scores a 5-3 and then it wins.
Yep.
Step one, score a 5-3. It's a game plan as old as the original core set. Although no one was scoring 5-3s back then. So. But yeah, a very, very powerful agenda salvo testing. It's you might look at it as a sort of damage thing, but as soon as you see the text of ontological dependence, it all suddenly makes sense.
Yeah, you only really intended to see the salvo testings out of Thule in the early days, because people were going all in on the core damage, and those tended to struggle a bit with money and winning in general.
Yeah.
But these days, seeing it in PD, because PD has gone through so many transformations over those years. It's gone from I'm going to score lots of 4-2s very quickly. Yep. To I'm going to get in big hands and big deal some stuff out, but generally still do the scoring in a remote thing. And now it's doing the I'm going to get big hands, get big money, big deal out of salvo testing, and use that for fast advance.
Yeah, and I mean very different from the PD which we saw on stream earlier when I was commentating with Eric, which was also doing sort of nonsense fast advance plays, but using Plutuses and cohorts and things along these lines. But I mean, PD seems to still be doing strong. I mean,
it's just a good idea, it turns out.
It's amazing how sort of having an extra card in hand actually helps a lot against a lot of the multi-access. Helps with those YDLs, as you mentioned, and then just getting a card back whenever you score.
Free archive memories, turns out good.
Scoring's good, it's how you win your games. Sometimes.
So, and now you see decks that aren't even playing Seamless, which is the original kind of use case for it. It's Seamless, recur, Seamless, recur. I don't think there's even a Seamless in that deck. I didn't see
there are no Seamlesses in that deck, once it's scored, it tends to recur either YDLs if it needs money, or you just recur the red level clearances, because it means you can just dig through your deck and find those ontologicals and score them out.
Fantastic.
A great game though, really sort of tenterhooks, and one of those classic ones where it's just one big turn, there's going to be a real big swing, and all of a sudden the shoe is on the other foot.
Indeed. Well, what a turnaround for round 7.
Yes, I believe so. I think that after this round now there's going to be a short supper break.
Very much needed. Got to keep the energy to run.
So we're just okay. Brilliant. So the next round, according to Jeff, starts at 7:05. I feel like he might means 6:05. So unless you hear otherwise, then come back in about 30 minutes, 35 minutes, and we'll be starting, because I feel like an hour and 35 is probably longer
bit
than
too
they were
luxurious, given the tight timescales we're operating on and the sheer number of rounds we have to get through today.
So I think we'll be back up and running in about 30 minutes, 35 minutes. We'll have even more commentators. We've got so many people to talk on stream. It's a really great experience for that. And this will be our last stream of today.
Of today, I think we are on again tomorrow.
Absolutely.
But I'll have to check the schedule on that one.
Absolutely.
But yeah, last of us today. But we will see you at some point tomorrow.
Indeed. Enjoy the rest of the games, and we'll see you tomorrow. And check back in about half an hour.
See you then.